Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Nost, Dumbledore studied the elf as his true form was revealed, surprise flickering across his face. The elf stood less than a meter tall, spectacles perched neatly on his nose. His appearance was gentle, almost scholarly, but Dumbledore knew better. This was no harmless creature. "Long time no see, Albus Dumbledore," Nost said with a warm smile. "An old acquaintance then," Kate Lyle said lightly, watching the exchange. Dumbledore caught the floating cup of coffee and spoke in a calm but serious tone. "Nost is dangerous, Kate. He was one of the planners behind the elf rebellion years ago. That uprising caused enormous losses." Kate looked at Nost again, this time with clear interest. "So you're a dangerous elf?" She paused, then asked directly, "Then tell me. How did you know the Sorcerer's Stone is with me? And what exactly were you searching for when you broke into my place?" Kate raised her hand. The crystal hanging from the ceiling dropped smoothly into her palm. Light flared, an image bloomed across the wall. A small bungalow, a figure slipping inside, searching carefully, deliberately. "Don't deny it," Kate said calmly. "That's you, Nost." She rotated her finger slightly. The ring of fire tightened, shrinking rapidly as it closed in around him. Nost felt the heat bite into his skin. After a brief struggle, he relaxed. "Impressive," he said with a sigh. "That alchemical item is truly confusing." Then, with genuine curiosity, he added, "How many of those do you have? Could you sell me one? I could trade you rare herbs, very rare." For Nost, exposure carried little fear. What fascinated him was the crystal's function. Dumbledore interrupted, his voice firm. "Nost, you've hidden for years. Why reveal yourself now? What are you plotting?" "No plot," Nost replied easily. "I was bored, thought I'd take a walk." His gaze drifted back to Kate. "Professor Lyle's elemental magic interests me. I want to learn, that's all." Kate smiled faintly. "Then why do you want the Sorcerer's Stone? And how did you know it was with me?" Nost's expression turned almost playful. "Because Voldemort was hiding on Quirinus Quirrell." He glanced around the room, eyes bright with curiosity. "You forced him out. Once that happened, the stone could only end up with you or Dumbledore." "Dumbledore would hide it," Nost continued. "He always does, but you wouldn't." Kate raised an eyebrow. "You look gentle," Nost said, studying her closely, "but you're domineering, more calculating than Dumbledore. It feels as though everything moves according to your will. You seem to know everything." Nost had been observing her for a long time, carefully, patiently. And the more he watched, the more unsettling she became. Dumbledore glanced at Kate, surprised despite himself. Nost wasn't wrong. Kate applauded softly. "Good analysis." Nost blinked. "You knew I was watching you." "Of course," Kate replied. "Your invisibility and transfiguration are excellent. I let you observe because I wanted to know why. But today you appeared openly. That tells me your goal is bigger than simple curiosity." She met his gaze. "So tell me, why did you come to me?" Nost snapped his fingers. The fire circle vanished. When he reappeared, he was seated calmly across from Kate. "May I have a cup of coffee, Professor?" Kate nodded. A moment later, a cup floated over. Nost grabbed it and drank greedily, slurping loudly without any shame. "That taste," he sighed. "So nostalgic, much better than anything outside. If I hadn't feared your suspicion, I'd have come every day." He emptied the cup and looked genuinely regretful. Dumbledore spoke again. "Nost, you've been hiding in Hogwarts for years. What are you really planning?" Nost smiled calmly. "Nothing dangerous. I came to study elemental magic. Also," he added, "I'd like to ask Professor Kate for help." Kate's interest sharpened. A sheet of parchment floated between them. "I accept commissions," she said. "There's a price. Tell me your purpose and I'll offer a generous discount. Sign the agreement." "Do we really need to be this formal?" Nost said, stunned. "No," Kate replied evenly, "but I always deliver." Nost fell silent, thinking. Finally he spoke. "There are Death Eaters out there. They want that thing. They started a war. We need help. In return, I can offer gold, rare herbs, and our friendship." Silence fell. This was not how either of them expected things to unfold. The elves lived in a hidden magical realm. Their involvement meant something had gone very wrong. Dumbledore hesitated, then asked quietly, "How many of your kind have emerged?" "Only me," Nost said softly. "The rest were captured or killed." Kate rested her chin on her hand. "All right, I'll accept, but I have one condition. That item must be lent to me for a few days, for research." Nost's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Absolutely." Kate turned to Dumbledore with a smile. Looks like our summer vacation just got interesting. Dumbledore chuckled, very much so. The days that followed were short, quiet, and peaceful. Hogwarts seemed to exhale at last, and that calm lasted all the way to the end-of-year feast. During this time, Harry and the others completed their annual exams and advanced successfully to the next year. Harry and Ron were especially happy about this. Neither of them had felt confident going into the exams, yet the results surprised them both. Not only did they passed with solid scores. Hermione, as expected, ranked first in the year. No one found that strange in the slightest. Neville's results, however, shocked everyone. He had always been the one people worried about most, forever losing things and doubting himself. But his grades ended up higher than both Harry's and Ron's. In herbology, he even outscored Hermione and took first place in the year outright. Harry and Ron were thrilled for him. The only thing that dampened their mood was Draco Malfoy. His grades were excellent. He advanced without trouble. Even his two large, dim-looking cronies passed. Harry had secretly hoped he wouldn't have to see Malfoy again next year. That hope was cruelly crushed. Well, Ron said after listening to Harry grumble, forcing a smile, life doesn't always go the way we want. Can't win every time. Harry nodded. Yeah, I know. Hermione smiled beside them. So what should we do during the summer? Keep researching and brewing potions, she suggested, or prepare for opening our potion shop. Harry's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. What we've made so far will definitely sell. I can already see the galleons rolling in, Ron said dreamily. The end-of-year feast arrived. The Great Hall was loud, bright, and alive. Gryffindor banners filled the space, scarlet and gold everywhere. The Lions of Gryffindor seemed to roar with joy. Gryffindor had finally ended Slytherin's 6-year winning streak. Professor McGonagall was in especially high spirits. She made no effort to hide it, smiling broadly and exchanging pointed remarks with Snape whenever she could. Snape's expression darkened with each passing moment. When McGonagall strode over and shook his hand, he was forced to smile through clenched teeth. Harry noticed and couldn't help but chuckle. Malfoy looked even worse. His face was pale and stiff, as though the delicious food in front of him had completely lost its flavor. Harry and Ron found this deeply satisfying and ate with great enthusiasm. As the feast went on, Harry found himself thinking back over the year. The Devil's Snare had burned away under elemental magic, saving his friends and giving him confidence in a new kind of power. Halloween had been chaotic. Losing to Malfoy during the troll incident still stung, but that felt more like bad luck than failure. The Bertie Bott's beans were unforgivable. He had nearly met Merlin himself that day. The duel at the club had been humiliating. He lost to Malfoy and embarrassed Gryffindor, but he'd learned. He had grown. Quidditch had been a triumph. Crushing Slytherin in the air felt incredible. And yet somehow, when all the points were counted, Gryffindor still lost overall. It was infuriating. Slytherin always seemed to stay just ahead. Still, there was one thing that mattered more than any score. They had stopped Voldemort. That alone made everything worthwhile. These were good memories. As the feast ended and students began to leave, Professor McGonagall spoke. Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, stay behind. The four froze, startled. They exchanged confused looks but stayed where they were. As the Great Hall emptied, they realized they weren't alone. From Slytherin, Draco Malfoy and Carriona. From Ravenclaw, Luna Jennifer and Edward Wilson. From Hufflepuff, Sihan Forbes and Cedric Diggory. All four heads of house remained, along with Professor Kate Lyle and Dumbledore. With so many professors present, it was clear this was no small matter. Dumbledore stepped forward, smiling gently. Students and professors, he said, a magical journey awaits you, one that is interesting and dangerous. You have been selected because this experience will be important to your growth. I advise you to remain alert. The students exchanged uneasy looks. Does that mean no vacation? Ron asked. Vacation? Dumbledore laughed. Of course you'll have one. You'll be traveling to a mysterious country. I suddenly have a bad feeling, Luna said softly. Professor Flitwick chuckled. That's because your journey includes a mission. But trust me, it will be fascinating. What kind of mission? Edward asked. You'll find out when it begins, Flitwick said lightly. In truth, even he knew little. I've been everywhere worth going, Malfoy said coolly, hands in his pockets. If this is the Muggle world, I'm not interested. Not necessarily, Carriona said calmly. My father once mentioned places hidden within the Muggle world, countries unknown to us. In his homeland, they call them small worlds. Malfoy frowned. I've never heard of that. Perhaps, Carriona replied, you've never been where they exist. Harry didn't fully understand what awaited them, but one thing was clear. Their vacation had already been decided, and for Harry that was a relief. At least he wouldn't have to return to the Dursleys. The thought alone made him smile. Kate Lyle looked over the students, her expression calm and knowing. I will be leading this journey, she said. It will be pleasant, mysterious, and dangerous. Prepare yourselves. Dumbledore rose once more. You may return to your dormitories, pack what you need, and leave letters for your families. We depart soon. Harry and the others returned to the dormitory, each packed their clothes, and put them into the bags that had been cast with the no trace stretching charm prepared for them. In addition to daily necessities, there are also some snacks. They planned to make their trip, not hungry because of something. Along with the other students of the academy, they got on the train to meet their parents at King's Cross Station and left, and the journey of Harry and others also began. The deans of each college brought their students to the lakeside of Hogwarts. Ronald, what kind of trip do you think we'll have? Harry looked at Ronald and whispered, I don't know, but it must be very exciting. Ronald said with great expectation. There weren't enough galleons, so their Weasley family's trip needed to be carefully planned, otherwise they would not be able to come back due to insufficient galleons. So, although this trip will be a bit dangerous, it is still full of expectations. Hagrid, why are you here? Are you going to join us on that mysterious trip too? Harry looked at Hagrid, who had joined the team, and asked in great surprise. Harry, you're so smart. Yes, I will go to that mysterious country with you and have a pleasant and exciting trip. Trust me, I will protect you. Hagrid glanced over Harry, Draco Malfoy and the others and laughed. Professor Kate, are you going to take them with you? I don't agree with your plan. This is a dangerous thing. They may die because of it. You have to understand that I will not be responsible for their deaths. Nos looked at Harry and the others from a distance. Said, Kate Lyle smiled, pointed at them and said, don't underestimate them. Maybe they can be of great help. Besides, with me here, they'll be fine. North felt that Kate Lyle was too arrogant and said, I understand how powerful you are, but at the same time, I am also worried about their little hearts, which cannot bear such a scene. Well, I have to accept the fact that you are really strong. Kate Lyle brought Nos to the lake, and Dumbledore also walked over beside him. Is everyone ready? Dumbledore looked at Harry and the other 10 people and asked with a smile, Ready, Professor Dumbledore. Harry and Ronald responded loudly. Draco Malfoy glanced at Harry Potter and said, Get ready, Professor Dumbledore. Everyone responded, a group of little guys, still full of expectations. Professor Kate has an elf beside him. Ronald whispered beside Harry, Our trip may be related to this elf. Hermione responded aside. Kate Lyle stretched out her hand, waved her wand and said, Now that you are ready, let's start our journey. Professors, please leave the students, otherwise I can only let you travel with us. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall and the others stood aside, away from Harry and the others. At the same time, a golden light flashed under their feet and surrounded them. Now, let's start our journey. The golden circle of light formed a 6-pointed star array, releasing golden light. As Kate Lyle and Nos stepped into it, the light became more dazzling. Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape and others looked at such a scene, full of curiosity and doubts. It's just that a light flashed, a little dazzling. When they couldn't bear to stretch out their hands to cover the light, Kate Lyle and 13 people disappeared. It's amazing magic. He actually took so many people away in a flash. Professor McGonagall was full of shock and curiosity. It is indeed very miraculous. This has already involved space magic. It seems that Professor Kate's elemental magic is not as simple as we imagined. Dumbledore said seriously. Snape kept his face silent and didn't speak. The other half of the earth in that hot desert world. There are pyramids here. They are separated by a long distance, towering and filled with a strange atmosphere. And in a corner of the desert, a burst of light flickered, and Kate Lyle, Harry and others appeared in the desert. Harry, Ronald, Malfoy and others just felt the change of time. In an instant, they went from Hogwarts in the dark to the desert with the rising sun. They were all shocked and unbelievable. Wow, this is a boundless desert. Have we come to Egypt? Hermione said in shock. Smart human girl, you are right. This is Egypt. Nos looked at the desert in front of him and smiled. Next, your journey will start here. Crossing the desert, Malfoy frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, What's the point of such a trip? If it's just crossing the desert, I'd rather not need such a trip. Hearing Draco Malfoy's words, Nost's eyes flashed with joking light. His body jumped in front of Draco Malfoy with incomparable flexibility and said, Yes, you don't need such a vacation. Nost's eyes fell on Harry and the others and he taunted, Not only you, but you don't need it. Why do you say that? Harry asked. His personal wishes cannot replace ours. Why? Nos said with a sneer. This is a dangerous journey. Here you will meet things you have never seen before. They are tall, they are short, they are strong and powerful, they are dexterous and fast, and they like to eat. Meat, especially fresh and tender little ghost heads like you, one bite at a time, crisp and juicy. So if you are not careful, you will die. When Harry and the others heard this, they were frightened for a moment, especially Hermione, Luna, and Neville, who screamed directly, "Hey, you don't need to scare them like that, we don't have return tickets here." Hagrid said, grabbing Nost. In front of Hagrid, Nost is just like Harry and others. Now caught in Hagrid's hands, his fiery temper exploded like a powder keg. "Oh, damned half-blood giant, you let me go quickly. I'm going to kill you, you are humiliating me." This is an unforgivable humiliation. Hagrid chuckled, put Nost aside indifferently, and said with a smile, "Well, you're more impatient than I imagined." When Nost lands, he is about to cast a spell on Hagrid. "Nost, lead the way ahead, we can waste this time, but you can't." Kate Lyle stared at Nost and said. Nost raised his hand and put it down again. Nost took out a golden bell, placed it on the desert, flicked it lightly, and said, "Okay, then welcome to the world of elves." The crisp ringtone lingered in everyone's ears, and the desert under their feet was turning like a vortex. Before Harry and the others could react, they disappeared into the endless desert in an instant. Stretched branches, yellow and tender green leaves, green vegetation, colorful flowers, butterflies and dragonflies chasing and fighting, warm breeze and river water rushing by. Everything in front of you is filled with a strong atmosphere of nature. From the endless desert, they came to a magical and beautiful forest in a blink of an eye. Harry and the others dispersed excitedly and expectantly, attracted by the various vegetation in front of them. "Welcome to the world of elves, little ones. I hope that this journey will allow you to survive instead of staying here forever." Nost's threatening voice rang out, disrupting the beauty in front of him, and at the same time making Harry and the others look away from the charming scenery. "You don't need to listen to his threats. You were selected because you have enough talent and potential. I believe you can complete this journey and help the elves, defeat the trolls and the Death Eaters." Kate Lye, while talking, stretched out his hand, directly sealed Nosta's mouth, and said while looking at Harry and the others, "Hope you all enjoy this journey." Listening to Kate Lyle's words, Harry and the others showed excitement on their faces. They are desperate to show themselves. "Professor Kate, I can't wait to enjoy this journey," Draco Malfoy exclaimed excitedly. At the same time, Draco Malfoy still had lightning flashing on his body, which showed his excitement. "Harry Potter, our game can begin again." Harry Potter frowned slightly when he heard Draco Malfoy's words, and then said, "Malfoy, I am very happy to compete with you. This time I will not lose to you again." Draco Malfoy laughed when he heard that, looking forward to it. Draco Malfoy never tires of competing with Harry Potter. Luna Jennifer and Edward Wilson of Ravenclaw Academy were also looking forward to it, so they turned to Sihan Forbes and Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff. "Luna, how about we participate in it?" Cedric Diggory looked at Luna Jennifer and said with a smile, "It's going to be very interesting." Luna Jennifer had a good impression of the senior who was 2 years older than them, so she responded. Kate Lyle smiled, then looked at Nost and said, "Do you need to rescue your people first?" "My people need to be rescued, but before that, we need to go to a place and join them. I need to know what happened in this world in the past half a year." Nost shook his head and responded, "Then let's go." Hearing this, Hagrid said with enthusiasm and anticipation, "I just don't know how far it is from the person you want to meet. Such a beautiful environment is very suitable for us to have a good field activity, such as admiring the natural scenery here, then sit down, have some snacks and drink some wine. Do you really think that you are here for vacation?" Nost said in a dissatisfied voice after hearing Hagrid's words. Hagrid had a thick skin, patted his asterisk and said, "I don't think there seems to be any difference. You don't understand how powerful Professor Kate is. There are no enemies that Professor Kate can't solve." Nost sneered and said, "You underestimate people in this world. There are huge human-faced spiders here, no smaller than you at all. They spit out silk, which is very strong and has very strong stickiness. You to them, their bulky bodies are simply plump and juicy. There are also cannibals here, and they are bigger than you. Orcs, elves, high elves, and dwarves living in this world will all be their food. They are not picky eaters at all. However, the cannibals are also very small in front of the giant monster. The magic here is beyond your imagination. To you, the mountain that makes no difference is probably a giant hundreds of meters high lying there sleeping. Merlin's beard, these giants are taller and bigger than trolls, and have even more terrifying power. Fortunately, there are very few of them, and they will only stay in that special place, and will not come out easily. The most important thing is that the black dragon that can cover the sky and the sun lives here, and it is also the most dangerous existence in this world. Norwegian ridgeback, Romanian green dragon, etc. In front of this black dragon, they are just ants. Our magic has almost no effect in front of the black dragon. Its scales are extremely thick and hard, and can block many attacks. Nos said this, looked at Kate Lyle and said, To be honest, Professor Kate, I'm not sure. Your strength is capable of defeating the dark dragon. Harry and the others were full of shock and wonder when they heard Nost's words. Mr. North, are you sure there is a giant human-faced spider here? Hagrid asked expectantly. Oh, there is also a cannibal who is bigger than me. What kind of guy is that besides? The giant here, how tall and how powerful is it? Where can I see the stone giant hundreds of meters high? Draco Malfoy came to Nost and asked. What kind of existence is a half-orc? Cedric Diggory also asked curiously. I'm a little curious. What kind of race are the High Elves? Are they more beautiful, handsome, and taller than you? Luna Jennifer asked expectantly. I'm interested in the dwarves. It is said that this is a magical race that can turn decay into magic. Many alchemy items come from them, and they are very valuable. Ronald said with bright eyes. Nost looked at the group of Hogwarts elementary school students who surrounded him, a little astonished and surprised, and then pretended to be angry and said, Don't you guys feel scared at all? Afraid? Why should we be afraid? Draco Malfoy heard Nost's words, directly dragged his brother to the line, raised his chin, folded his hands on his chest, and said proudly, We believe in our own strength. No matter what kind of enemy we face, we will not be afraid. Harry Potter said, looking at Nost firmly. North looked at Harry and the others, frowned, then pushed Malfoy away, came to Kate Lyle and said, What kind of thinking are you instilling in them? A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. He has no idea what danger he is about to encounter. Kate Lyle was very satisfied with the performance of Harry and others, and said with a smile, Nost, they are so magical and confident. I trust them, so let's go quickly. You laid the way, I will take you to fly. Flying curse. A pair of invisible wings appeared on everyone, and in an instant they flew into the sky with them. Ha ha ha, I actually flew up. This feeling is amazing, more exciting than riding a broomstick. Hagrid shouted happily as he flew freely in the air. Hee hee, the huge Hagrid looks like a flying pig right now. Ronald flew to Harry and whispered. Harry looked at Hagrid having fun, couldn't help nodding, and said with a smile, I think he's more like a flying elephant. What does it feel like to fly free? Unrestrained, soaring into the sky, full of love and longing. The beauty of the elf world is enough to make them linger. However, what aroused their greater interest were some magical animals they saw on the road. The Aladaska running rabbit is twice the size of ordinary rabbits, but it has a running speed that is not inferior to grey wolves, and its physical strength is amazing. Once the triangular fire rhinoceros falls into a rage, the skin on its body will turn red, and it will spew highly soluble magma. The psychedelic peacock is only as big as an adult's fist. After opening its beautiful tail, it will release colorful lights. Watching him will make people fall into a fantasy. A humpback wolf, a tiger-shaped, very wild wolf, is the mount of the half-orcs, and most of them are usually domesticated by them. The bamboo plants that can move live at will, as long as there is land and water for them to absorb nutrients, they can move at any time and live in another place. In addition to these, there are many magical animals. After Kate Lyle saw it, she shot them directly and packed them into a special box. Harry saw it and wanted to do it, but they didn't have such strength, so they could only think of a way to get some of their hair or blood for their potion research. When Harry and Draco Malfoy were on a certain road, they found dozens of Alaskan running rabbits. So, the 10 little guys had a competition who could catch more rabbits. The result made them very regretful. Within the stipulated time, all the rabbits they were about to catch were chased and lost. Seeing the dissatisfaction and loss of Harry and these little devils, this made Nost extremely excited and taunted them mercilessly. After more than 2 hours, the flying spell blessed them, and finally came to the place where Nost needed to meet some people. Nost flew to the front, mumbling something, and stretched out his right hand. When touched in the space, it turned out to be an enchantment, and the enchantment also opened a gap as Nost chanted the mantra. Come on, you only have 5 seconds. Nost said a word, and Harry and the others flew in after hearing the words. This is a hidden town, and it looks a little lively here. All kinds of goblin huts exude a strong taste of the architectural style of the 1970s and 1980s. This is a town of goblins. It seems that there are many goblins living here. Ronald looked at the town in front of him and asked curiously, This is a goblin town. Didn't you see how small their house is? Malfoy sneered after hearing the words. It seems that your eyes are not very good. You are talking nonsense, the red-haired one Weasley. So do you want to fight? Ronald said, glaring at Malfoy. Then try it, Malfoy sneered. I'm cheering for you. Luna Jennifer smiled as she passed by several people. Harry stood between the two of them, facing Malfoy, smiling confidently. Okay, Malfoy, this is not a place for us to duel. If you want to play, we have plenty of time to play with you. After speaking, Harry left with Ronald. Your student is a troublemaker. He will cause you trouble, and he may lose his own life. Nost was at the front and said to Kate Lyle beside him. Kate Lyle heard the words and said indifferently, "They are all elementary school students, just understand it." Everyone fell to the ground, and the effect of the flying spell disappeared. The next moment, dozens of figures flew over and surrounded Kate Lyle and the others. They were all goblins, wearing black wizard robes inlaid with gold. All of them looked serious, holding magic wands, and looked very powerful. "Grice, it's me, Nost," Nost said, looking at the elf that appeared. "Show me your proof." The goblin called Grice looked at Kate Lyle and the others with a serious expression and said. Nost took out a black stone from his arms, with a few words engraved on it. Nosta threw him to Grice. Grice took a look, released the magic power in his hand. The black stone exuded a faint light, and echoed with an inconspicuous mark on Nosta's arm, only then nodded to the other goblins. Kate Lyle looked at the scene in front of her, but she didn't expect that there would be such a strict interrogation among these goblins. Grice asked, "Who are they, Nost?" North introduced Kate Lyle to Grice and said, "They come from Hogwarts College. This one is a magical professor who created magical elemental magic. His name is Kate Lyle, and he is a friend of Albus Dumbledore." Kate Lyle nodded to Grice and smiled. "This one is Rubeus Hagrid. He's barely a professor." Nost hesitated when he saw Hagrid, but Hagrid didn't mind much. He patted his chest and said with a smile, "Rubeus Hagrid, I like the company of magical animals. These are the students of Professor Kate Lyle. They are a little mischievous, but they seem to be very talented." Nost then introduced Harry and others and said, Harry and the others had different performances when they heard the words. Harry was slightly embarrassed, Luna and Hermione were quiet, Malfoy was arrogant, Cedric was calm, etc. They all seemed very energetic. I invited them here to help us through the crisis. Nost continued, "However, Professor Kate Lyle is our hope. It's good that the other brats didn't die here." Listening to Nost's introduction, Grice's eyes always fell on Kate Lyle, and the initial seriousness was no longer in his expression. "Welcome to the world of elves, Professor Kate Lyle." Grice performed the noble etiquette to Kate Lyle, put his hands on his chest, bowed slightly, and said, "Hope it helps you guys, Grice." Kate Lyle laughed. "Please come with us, Polk. Let the tribe prepare a dinner to welcome our distinguished guests." Grice said to the young goblin beside him. Polk nodded and immediately cast apparition and left. "Please follow me." Grice led the way and began to introduce what happened in this world to Kate Lyle. This world should be peaceful. Even though orcs and giant monsters are very dangerous, they are very dull. If we cooperate with high elves and dwarves, we will have nothing to fear from them. However, 10 years ago, the appearance of the Death Eaters changed the world. They started the war here, made the trolls and half-orcs stronger, and gave them enough wisdom. Our encounters have also become more and more dangerous. In particular, we have lost something, and our strength has been limited, so we need help, strong enough to help us defeat Death Eaters, orcs and trolls, and get back what was lost. The grand bonfire dinner was extremely lively in this small town. Kate Lyle, Harry and others became warmly welcomed objects. All kinds of food and delicacies were placed in front of them. They could enjoy the delicacies to their heart's content, and they could also have fun with the goblins here. They were laughing, and Kate Lyle was communicating with Nost and others. In addition to them, there are also high-ranking goblins such as Grace. Is the current situation that tense already? The dwarves lost Isladu, and they also lost most of their strong warriors. Now they have to hide in the town of Linghu, far away from the ground, by the sea. Because the High Elf King lost his token, his strength was reduced. Without the blessing, the defenses of the orcs and trolls cannot be destroyed. We were blocked by the Death Eaters with all their strength, and our magic could not stop them. Grice said to Kate Lyle with a solemn expression, "Where is that token?" Kate Lyle frowned slightly and asked, "We don't know exactly where it is hidden, but the only clue is in the Black Mountain, where the Death Eaters gather." Grice responded, "Well, it seems a little complicated, but it's not impossible." Kate Lyle smiled and said, "How much combat power can you gather now?" 30,000 dwarf warriors, 1,000 elf wizards, and 3,000 high elf warriors. Grice responded after being silent for a moment. "Where's the enemy?" Kate Lyle asked curiously. 100,000 orcs, 1,000 giant monsters, and thousands of Death Eaters who betrayed us. Grice took a deep breath and said heavily, "And other giant monsters. What a disparity. Without Isladu, would the dwarves lose their power?" Kate Lyle asked curiously. "What they lost was their faith. Now it has become a gathering place for half-orcs." Nost explained, "Half-orcs and dwarves are natural enemies, and they have hundreds of years of hatred. The half-orcs want to kill all the dwarves and occupy Isladu. and the dwarves also want to kill all the half-orcs and completely destroy the cave under Mount Alata. According to what you mean, if the High Elf King gets the token, he can gain power, allowing you to defeat orcs, trolls, and Death Eaters. Kate Lyle asked curiously again. Grice and other high-level elves were silent and did not answer Kate Lyle. It seems that you don't think that the High Elf King can defeat them after obtaining the token. With the huge disparity in numbers and strength, and the help of Death Eaters, the crisis you are facing is even more serious than you imagined. Kate Lyle looked at Nost and said, "Our deal is a bit unfair for such a task." "What deal?" Grice looked at Nost in surprise upon hearing this. He could imagine that Nost invited Kate Lyle to help, and he would definitely not help for no reason. "There is a deal that he doesn't know yet." Nost hesitated slightly, but still said, "We need to provide all kinds of herbs in this world, the more precious the better. In addition, he hopes to get that thing to study for a few days." "That thing." Grice stood up, looked at Nost with a solemn expression and said, "You agreed." North didn't answer, but Grice understood. "It seems that you agreed, otherwise they wouldn't appear here." Nost murmured to himself, then looked back at Kate Lyle and said, "We goblins always keep our promises. Since Nost agreed, we will naturally do it, but we don't know if Professor Kate Lyle is capable of helping us get it back." "You don't need to doubt my ability." Kate Lyle smiled confidently. "However, in view of your current situation, there is one more thing we need to add to our transaction." "What?" Grey asked. "The token of the High Elf King." Kate Lyle said word by word. Grace and other goblins were all astonished when they heard the words. What Kate Lyle needs is beyond their surprise and incredible. It's useless. It's something that belongs exclusively to the High Elf Kings. It's their inheritance and glory, and it won't be given to you. Grice took a deep breath, looked straight at Kate Lyle and said, "I don't need it, I just want to borrow it to study for a few days." Kate Lyle said calmly, "Then return it intact. As for me, I promise to help you get rid of the Death Eaters from this world and make this world peaceful." Grice, Nost and the others were all silent. "We need to go to the Eternal Forest and meet the High Elf King, which requires his consent." In the end, Grice decided to go to the Eternal Forest, and he needed the consent of the High Elf King. "Yes, we have plenty of time." Kate Lyle got up, walked outside and said, "Just in this time, let me, a student, have fun." Kate Lyle is not so restrained and is playing with the leprechauns here in no time. Grice looked at Kate Lyle and his students. After a moment of silence, he looked at Nost and asked, "Is he worthy of our trust?" "Yes." Nost said after a slight silence, "Voldemort is an ant that can be crushed to death at any time in front of him." Grace and other goblins all exclaimed when they heard the words. They hid in this world, not ignorant of the original world. Voldemort was strong and dangerous. That is the existence they have faced and must avoid, but such an existence is easily manipulated by Kate Lyle. How powerful is he? Is that an existence more powerful than Dumbledore? Grice was silent for a moment and said, "I'm going to the Eternal Forest right now. Maybe he can really help us." Grice snapped his fingers and instantly appeared outside the barrier with him and 2 elves. After identifying the direction, he disappeared into the night in an instant, and at a place that Grice didn't see, one of the many crows turned into a man in a black robe. "Grice, go, inform our partners that Grice has left." Some indifferent voices sounded, and the crow flapped its wings, soared into the air and flew in different directions. He raised his hand, and the flame lit the tree and illuminated the night. Those people who were hiding in the dark, watching the flames, slowly came out and they continued to gather. "Without those 3 old guys, this town should disappear, ha 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 ha. Pork, what's the difference between the High Elves and your goblins?" By a small lake, Harry curiously asked Pork, who was standing beside him. Upon hearing this, Polk said with a look of admiration, "That is a powerful elf family. Each of them is tall and beautiful, and they also possess stronger magic power than us. By the way, they have very similar appearances to yours, but his eyes are blue like jewels and full of colors, and their ears are somewhat sharp, which makes them look even more beautiful. The same appearance as us." Hermione heard Polk's words and asked with great anticipation, "Are they more handsome and charming than Professor Kate?" Luna also gathered and said excitedly, "Although I don't think they are more attractive than Professor Kate, I still look forward to the High Elves." "You will have a chance to see it," Polk said with a smile. Boom, a dull voice sounded, and above the void, dots of fire flickered. It was a stone burning with fire. However, these flaming stones were all blocked by the barrier. However, this sudden scene also plunged the bonfire dinner into chaos. The weak and old goblin quickly hid under the leadership of the young and strong goblin, and the goblins with combat power gathered together, ready to fight. Polk looked outside. The fluctuations and flickering lights of the enchantment allowed him to see the scene outside. Orcs surrounded them. What happened? Ronald put down the food, looked outside, and said, "Is this someone planning to invade here? It's half-orcs, there are too many of them." Polk glanced at Harry and the others and said, "The barrier cannot protect us forever, I have to fight. Human friends, forgive me for not being able to stay with you any longer." After Polk finished speaking, he disappeared in an instant. "Nost, they are half-orcs." "There are a lot of them." Polk came to the tall attic and said solemnly. Nost nodded. With a short stature, he looked into the distance through the short wall, looked around calmly, and said calmly, "They have been watching us and Grice's departure, let them I see hope. However, they will never know what kind of opponent they will face." The last sentence Nost said to Kate Lyle. Polk couldn't understand and said anxiously, "Nost, we need to recall Grice. Without it, this enchantment will be destroyed by the orcs very quickly. There are not only orcs here, but also Death Eaters." Nost groped his rough and slender hands, looked into the distance and said, "Everything is not as bad as you imagined. Maybe this is an opportunity." But, Polk continued. North stretched out his hand, interrupted Polk, turned to look at Kate Lyle and said, "Professor Kate, can you please take action and let my people see hope?" Kate Lyle glanced at Nost, then looked at the 10 people running towards Harry and said, "Harry, Ronald, Hermione, Neville, Draco, Luna, Carly, Sihan, Cedric, your mission is here. Did you see those half-orcs outside? Now what you have to do is to find a way to kill them, and then hold on for 10 minutes. When Harry and 10 people heard this, they were all stunned. They could see very clearly that there were a lot of orcs outside. Not only do they have a huge number, but they also have a huge body and an ugly appearance. What's more, they have excellent equipment, protect their bodies, and have sharp weapons. Professor Kate, isn't this too much?" Polk was a little surprised when he heard Kate Lyle's words, and at the same time said worriedly, "They haven't experienced war, they will be afraid, and they will die after they go out. Who said I was scared?" Malfoy said dissatisfiedly when he heard what Polk said, "I am a noble pure blood, a powerful magic warrior. I, Draco Malfoy, will never be afraid." Malfoy's voice stunned Harry and the others. "Is this serious? Are you sure is this serious?" Polk looked at the kid, who was only about 12 years old, in disbelief, and said angrily, "Shut your mouth, you don't understand the horror of war at all. What you are facing is not one half-orc, but hundreds of half-orcs." Perhaps he's right, there's nothing to be afraid of. Harry Potter didn't care if Draco Malfoy was talking nonsense, but Harry was still full of confidence in himself. Besides, he didn't want to lose to Draco Malfoy either. He didn't lack the courage that the other party possessed. The combination of lions naturally advances and retreats together. Ronald put his arms around Harry's neck and said with a smile, "If you need healing, tell me, my healing skills are not bad." Hermione laughed. "As representatives of Ravenclaw Academy, we will not shrink back." Luna Jennifer took Edward Wilson, took a step forward and smiled. "Our Hufflepuff will not back down from the enemy." Cedric Diggory also said with Sihan Forbes. Nost, Polk and other senior goblins looked at Harry and the others in the attic, looking a little incredulous and hesitant. "Nice faith and courage. For the sake of your first experience of war games, let me give you my best wishes first. Spirits of light, listen to my call, and bless the warriors who dare to challenge the darkness and protect the light, protect the light." Kate Lyle waved the wand, and the holy light shrouded Harry's 10 people, and as Kate Lyle waved the wand, the 10 people appeared outside the barrier in an instant. Harry's 10 people in this dark night, in front of the huge number of orcs and in front of the flaming stones, are like warriors sent from heaven. They stood in front of a huge number of orcs, and on their shoulders there was a light elf emitting light. What kind of magic is this? Such a holy light, such a holy power that was once seen in the High Elf King. They probably haven't mastered apparition, but why? How did he do that? Polk and other high-ranking goblins were very excited when they saw Harry and the others, who appeared outside the barrier in an instant, and Harry and the others, who were continuously enveloped by the holy light. Different from the shock of these goblins, Harry and the others were all shocked when they saw the densely packed, powerful and tall half-orcs. When a huge number of enemies really stood in front of them, it still made them feel fear. Because they are like a lonely boat in the vast ocean, seemingly powerless to resist. Zizzy, the sound of lightning flickering sounded. Draco Malfoy's pale face shone with firm light, and he called, "Slytherin." Upon hearing this, the 4 of Harry looked at each other, roared like a lion and said, "Gryffindor." Luna and Edward looked at each other and said, "Ravenclaw." Sihan and Cedric walked in the front, saying, "Hufflepuff." Each shouted out their respective colleges, as if there was some kind of power growing in their hearts, which gave them the courage to face these half-orcs. They spread out, each standing in a position, and took out their wands. Cedric was at the front because he was the oldest, and at this point he knew that he needed to be a role model. So he raised his wand, and a gigantic ball of fire gathered at the tip of his wand. For glory. A warrior who fell from the sky, a wizard. Elvis looked at Harry and the others surrounded by white light. His expression was full of surprise and confusion. Elvis, you've been confused by them, they're just a bunch of brats. Look, they will be scared to death by the orcs, and then they will be patted into meatloaf by the orcs. Calman noticed them, but he didn't like Harry and others, so he sneered. The orcs were charging, and they had already launched an attack on Harry and the others. Fireball bombardment, hurricane curse, thunderball bounces, water prison curse, earth thorns bloom. The magic blooms, the dazzling light continuously releases beautiful brilliance in the dark night, and at the same time, it also takes away the life of the half-orc. This made Harry and the others see hope and expectation, so they were full of courage. Harry Potter, 4 o'clock direction, don't let them approach. Cedric yelled after noticing the half-orcs approaching quickly after using fireball bombs to kill several half-orcs one after another. Understood. Harry looked aside and shouted, hurricane curse. As the wind howled, the half-orcs approaching 20 meters away were blown away one after another and hit the people behind them. A few unlucky guys crashed directly into the weapons of their teammates, ending the rest of their lives. Ronald. Harry shouted with great excitement when he saw this. The thorns bloom. Ronald seized the opportunity, waving his wand, roaring. The ground thorns covering an area of 10 meters suddenly bloomed from the ground, and the half-orcs who were blown together by the strong wind were chilled by the raised ground thorns. Spirit of water, bloom your beauty, use your gentle hands, hold a bow and shoot through the angry flames, rain arrows. Hermione looked at the dense crowd, eager to show her strength, because everyone also needs her to help and protect. So she took out the water spirit pearl, waved her magic wand, and chanted cheerfully. The mist lingered on Hermione's head, and in an instant it turned into sharp, transparent arrows. The number is so large that it has reached hundreds. Aggressive. The rain arrows fell and some shot on the armor of the orcs, while others hit the orcs and took their lives away. A wave of rain arrows fell, successfully taking away dozens of orcs. Don't cast intermediate magic lightly, it will consume a lot of our magic power. Cedric reminded, we have enough magic power potions, here are you, it can help you quickly recover your magic power. Harry took out the magic power potions, handed them to Draco and the others and said, at this time Harry was not stingy because of his grievances. Therefore, Draco Malfoy was a little stunned after receiving the magic potion handed over by Harry. Luna held the magic potion with a smile on her face and asked, Harry, how many of these magic potions do you have? If you can help us collect enough herbs afterwards, we can prepare more magic potions. Ronald threw out a ground thorn bloom, took out a bottle of magic potions, and opened the lid while responding immediately. Good idea. Of course Cedric knew the benefits of the magic potion, so he agreed without hesitation. Luna put away the magic potion, waved her wand and said, don't use intermediate magic, let me give you a blessing first. Spirit of light, heed my call and grant us strength, blessing of light. In an instant, the holy light fell, and a spirit of light appeared around everyone again, and they called with the spirit of light that Kate Lyle bestowed on them. 2 elves of light lingered around them. For a short moment, Harry and the others felt that they were getting stronger, their magic power became thicker, and their spiritual power was also getting stronger. Luna gasped weakly, swallowed the magic potion, and said, this magic can increase your strength in all aspects for 10 minutes. Now you can release the magic to your heart's content. An excited smile appeared on Cedric's face, and he said, haha, it feels so wonderful, let me send a beautiful fireworks to these half-orcs. Under the control of Cedric, the wand continuously shot out lava-like fireballs the size of wash basins, and roared, blast flame dance. Boom, boom. Every fired fireball collided with the orc or the ground, causing an explosion immediately. The flames sprayed out by the explosion immediately plunged the surrounding orcs into scorching pain. Their bodies were being burned rapidly, thus making miserable cries. After a while, they died and became stumbling blocks, tripping their comrades in arms, but they were also stepped on by their comrades in arms. Harry didn't expect that Cedric had already mastered the intermediate magic, burst flame dance. Although he didn't know it was due to Luna's blessing, he still learned it himself, but he still needed to sing it. But at this moment, Harry didn't want to lag behind, so he said, Whirlwind of Fire Dance. The combination of wind magic and fire magic, in an instant, a huge fire tornado tens of meters high, and covering an area of 10 meters, with blazing high temperature and terrifying lethality, blazed away towards the distance. Where the fire tornado passed, orcs were swept up, and in the process they were burned to death or fell high to the ground. Draco Malfoy was taken aback by Harry Potter's magic move. It was not only fast, but also very terrifying. This also made Draco Malfoy a little jealous. The horror of dual-line magic seemed to be awakened at this time. Harry Potter also became more and more dangerous. Draco Malfoy bit his lip. The jealousy in his eyes was hard to hide, but it also drove him crazy. Spirits of thunder that fill the world, heed my call and destroy the enemies in front of you, cluster lightning. The thunder spirit jumped around Malfoy, and countless lightning bolts danced and flashed blue light. When Harry and the others saw this, they all exclaimed and kept away from Malfoy. They sensed danger from Malfoy, who was working magic that was beyond his own control. At this time, Draco Malfoy didn't care so much at all, and the thunder ball shot out, accompanied by dense lightning. The thunder ball hit a half-orc, and the half-orc exploded, and at the same time there were dense lightning. At that moment, like exploding fireworks, it covered an area with a radius of more than 50 meters in an instant. The ground was scorched black, and hundreds of orcs within a radius of 50 meters turned into charred corpses. Draco Malfoy looked at the magic he had unleashed, resulting in such a result. His pale face showed a smile and complacency. The gaze towards Harry Potter was somewhat provocative. However, he was handsome for less than 3 seconds, and Draco Malfoy fell to the ground directly because of his magic power overdrawn. What kind of magic is this? Why have we never met? They are so strong. Who are these brats? Elvis looked at the splendid magic and the terrifying lethality, full of horror. This is magic they have never seen before. It is too powerful and terrifying. The half-orc was killed in front of them without a chance to resist. Even now, they haven't been able to get close to these little ghosts. Carmen looked calmly at the orcs who were still charging, and said in a deep voice, "There must be some secrets in them. This secret may help us unify the world faster, and help us lead the army of Death Eaters to crush the Muggle world. Elvis, tell them we're going to catch them alive." Calman growled at Elvis. Elvis took out a horn, and the sound of the horn sounded. The half-orcs who were continuing to charge towards Harry's 10 people immediately turned around, away from Harry and the others, and continued to attack the barrier from a distance. At the same time, 20 figures appeared, surrounding Harry and 10 people in the middle. Within the enchantment above the tall attic, Nost held a super-large binoculars, looked at the Death Eaters who appeared, surrounded Harry and the others, and hurriedly said, "Professor Kate, what they are facing now is a dangerous Death Eater." Beside Kate Lyle there is an hourglass, and the sand in the hourglass is almost exhausted. Kate Lyle stared into the distance, as if she had never heard of it. "Your clothes tell us that you are not from this world. I'm curious what kind of magic you just released. Can you tell me?" Calman looked at Harry and the 10 people, and after looking carefully, he asked curiously, "Elemental magic." Edward stared at Calman and responded, "Elemental magic." A murmur sounded, and no one knew what kind of magic elemental magic was, because none of them have heard of it. "You wouldn't know. The power of elemental magic is beyond your imagination," Harry said aside. "Really?" Calman heard the words and said with a smile, "I have seen it just now, which makes us full of curiosity. If you don't want to say it, then we can only catch you, and we will naturally find a way to make you say it." "Want to catch us?" Malfoy sneered arrogantly when he heard this. "Can you? Little guy, you seem to be full of confidence," Calman said, looking at Malfoy. "Although there are many of you, we are really not afraid of you." Harry waved his wand and said with a smile, "The flying curse." In an instant, Harry and the other 10 people all had a pair of invisible wings, leading them to fly into the sky. Thunderball curse. Malfoy took the lead in attacking, and 5 lightning balls shot at Calman one after another. Carmen released the armor protection spell and successfully blocked the thunderball, but the enchantment propped up by the armor's guardian spell was also shattered. Water prison curse. Hermione's voice sounded, and Calman sensed the danger, so he disapparated and dodged the attack. The battle started again. Only this time Harry and the others had stronger mobility. Sharp storm. Harry dodged the attacking magic and attacked Calman and other Death Eaters again. The 2 Death Eaters failed to block Harry's attack and were killed in an instant. Thunder knife. Malfoy gave up the long-distance battle and quickly approached a Death Eater at an extremely fast speed, raising his knife and dropping it. The thunder knife landed on the Death Eater's body, tearing a deep wound, and thunder and lightning bloomed on his body. The Death Eaters let out a scream, and in an instant they were enveloped in flames. Harry Potter and the others showed their formidable combat power, and they danced freely with a tyrannical posture. The Death Eaters are dropping sharply, and the orcs are still attacking the barrier. "Harry, Ronald, do you still have any magic potions? One more bottle." Harry said after releasing a Windblade curse, "I still have a bottle." Ronald also said, "I'm gone." Hermione responded, using the water prison charm to restrain a Death Eater. How long did we hold on? Cedric released a disarming spell, but unfortunately it missed. It's definitely more than 10 minutes. Edward gasped and looked around at the Death Eaters and orcs who were killed by their joint efforts, and shouted, "Maybe we have persisted for half an hour. So, have we completed the task?" Forbes no longer had enough magic power, and cried out in anticipation. "Attention everyone, the blessing that Professor Kate bestowed on us is going to disappear," Luna said, feeling the weakening of the light elves on her shoulders, and hurriedly reminded everyone. Neville threw the spike-blooming curse and ran back. "The orcs are coming towards us." Hurricane curse. Harry swallowed a mouthful of magic potion, blowing away the attacking orcs. "Professor Kate, they've done a great job. It's time for them to come back." Nost looked nervously at the 10 Harry Potters who had achieved outstanding results, and hurriedly said, "I said, don't underestimate them." Kate Lyle chuckled and stretched out her hand. In an instant, beams of light shrouded Harry and the others. Under their feet, the magic pattern flickered and disappeared in an instant. When it appeared again, it was already under the attic. "Professor Kate, if you don't let us in, we're going to die." Ronald sat on the ground, looked up at Kate Lyle who was floating up, and said, "Aren't you all good?" Kate Lyle looked at Ronald and the others and smiled. "Now, you have earned the respect and trust of the goblins." After Kate Lyle finished speaking, the person appeared outside the barrier in an instant. Kate Lyle looked at the half-orcs and Death Eaters who were still besieging the barrier in all directions. She waved her wand lightly and said, "Have you ever tried the feeling of being burned by flames?" Doomsday Storm. The flames are turning with Kate Lyle's wand, and they are getting thicker and more menacing. With the small town as the center, the strong wind enveloped thousands of miles around. The wind, the flames, they swept up all the Death Eaters and orcs. The blazing light and flames illuminated the night and ignited their bodies, so dazzling and terrifying. Nost and other elves walked out of their houses one after another, looked up at the flames and storm that enveloped the town, and heard the screams. Their eyes were full of horror. "What kind of magic is this?" Cedric's eyes widened, stunned. "If I remember correctly, this is the dual application of wind and fire magic, and it is magic at the level of forbidden spells." The magic book that recorded wind and fire magic flashed through Harry's mind. "Reminds me of that magic." Nos stared obsessively at the burning flames, strangled countless orcs and Death Eaters without any sympathy, and exclaimed, "It's really shocking, there is such a magical magic in this world." The flames burned out, and the orcs and Death Eaters died. Their deaths did not leave any superfluous traces. Even the fire didn't burn the forest. The crisis of goblins is temporarily lifted. "Professor Kate, your power is beyond my imagination. Now, I have every reason to believe that you can help us resolve the crisis and win." Nost led the goblin executives to welcome Kate Lyle, who fell from the sky, and said admiringly. Harry and the others gathered together, looked at Kate Lyle, and cheered with admiration. Luna happily grabbed Kate Lyle's hand and said, "Professor Kate, you are amazing." "Luna, your blessing of light is also very good." On the other side, Hermione grabbed Kate Lyle's hand and said, "Professor Kate, how about my rain arrow? Isn't it also very powerful?" "Well, Hermione's rain arrows are also very good. When you become stronger, there will be more powerful attack series magic." Kate Lyle chuckled and said, "Luna, you don't have to worry about anything. The light element magic. It is rare, but it is also very powerful, offensive and defensive, auxiliary gain, as well as the lifting and dispelling of curses, have very significant effects." Hermione and Luna looked at each other, the corners of their mouths slightly curled up, and the smile on their faces was like fireworks blooming, extremely beautiful. Little guys like Harry, Ronald, Draco, Cedric, Edward, and Sihan were all attracted by their laughter. "What a lovely and beautiful little girl. May you have a husband who loves you, and gives you enough support in the future." Nost noticed the changes in the expressions of Harry and the others, and praised with a smile. When Luna and Hermione heard this, their immature cheeks were instantly covered with red glow. They were really cute. Kate Lyle touched the hair of the two little girls, and said with a smile, "Although the blessings of the goblins are not as effective as the blessings of the high elves, they still have some effect. Whenever you meet an elf with powerful magic power and is willing to bless you, believe me, there is a more than 90% probability that it will come true." Ronald and the others were slightly taken aback when they heard the words, and then they all looked forward to it. Luna and Hermione looked at each other again and smiled mischievously. "Professor Kate, you seem to know more than I imagined." Nost looked at Kate Lyle and said, "Before entering Hogwarts, I traveled all over the world and visited many places, such as small worlds like yours." Kate Lyle simply explained, "It's unimaginable." Nos said with some shock, We try our best to hide a small world like ours, so that outsiders don't know, because this is a paradise. However, there are always some people who can always find ancient roots and special items, find hidden worlds, and in this world, start wars and dominate the world. Is that the bell? Harry listened to Nost's words and said subconsciously. Nos stopped what he was about to say, looked at Harry and said, "What a sharp kid. If I remember correctly, you are Harry Potter, boy of destiny. I have heard something about you. You're right, the bell is one of the special items. As far as I know, the Death Eaters still have one. Nost, the weapons of the orcs, we have collected them. They are the works of the dwarves. After they captured Isladu, they took them for themselves." Polk came over and said. On the side there are goblins gathered, all holding well-equipped weapons, armor and shields in their hands. Kate Lyle took a look and said, "The dwarves are called the greatest craftsmen. It's not a joke. Their alchemy is very good. Under the burning of such flames, most of them have been preserved. Their craftsmanship is indeed very good. These weapons are not very useful to us, but they are indeed very useful to the dwarves." Nos pondered slightly and said, "Poke, put them in the box first. We need to send them there. The dwarves really need such sophisticated equipment." "Okay, Nost." Hearing this, Polk turned around and led the people away. The remaining warmth after the flames burned is still there, and the fairy town at night is not so cold anymore. The faintly radiant moon sets from the west, and the warm and dazzling sun rises from the east. Under the leadership of Polk and other high-level officials, the goblins waved their magic wands, and green shoots burst out of the ground one by one. When Harry and the others woke up from their sleep, they watched the goblins busy outside through the window, a little envious. Although the fireworks last night turned the surrounding area into ashes, they turned into nutrients again. Under the magic wand of the goblin, the brilliance and breath of nature bloomed again. Hermione was outside the room, calling out, "Harry, Ronald, Neville, what are you doing? Are you still awake?" "What's the matter?" Neville glanced at Harry and Ronald, who were still sleeping, sat up and asked. "Hurry up and have breakfast. If it's late, Draco Malfoy and the others will finish it, and you will miss today's outdoor play," Hermione said, standing at the door. "Draco Malfoy." Harry sat up with Ronald, with an angry look in his tone. "Quick, quick, absolutely don't let that be ******* eat alone." Ronald got up immediately, put on his clothes and washed. The same was true for Harry and Neville. They were anxious but full of energy. Hermione was outside, hearing their voices, with a smug smile on her face. The breakfast prepared by the goblins for Harry and the others was mainly fruit and bread, and it was very rich. When Harry and the others arrived, Draco and the others were almost full, and the food on the table was still plentiful. After breakfast, Harry and the others, under the organization of Hagrid and Polk, played nearby and learned about the species in this world by the way. In one morning, their gains were remarkable. There are many herbs nearby, especially the making of his magic potions. After Harry knew about it, he urged them to help collect it quickly. Yesterday's battle made them understand how important magic power is. Without magic power, they would be powerless to resist many half-orcs. In the end, he would only be killed by half-orcs because of the exhaustion of magic power. "Hagrid, what are you doing mysteriously?" Kate Lyle looked at Hagrid, who came back from playing outside, with a cautious look, and asked curiously. Hagrid didn't notice Kate Lyle, suddenly startled. Seeing that the person who stopped him was Kate Lyle, Hagrid patted his chest and said with a smile, "I found a good thing." "What is it?" Kate Lyle asked curiously. "Look at it." Hagrid lifted off his baggy clothes, revealing two cute little heads from inside. "This is a golden ferret, very exciting and looks very cute. I'm going to take it home." Hagrid smiled smugly. "I think I can use it to breed new species." Upon hearing this, Kate Lyle gave her thumbs up and said with a smile, "Hagrid, you are so loving." Hagrid laughed, very happy, full of interest and anticipation. "What's that?" Not far away, Harry's voice sounded, and everyone who looked at him couldn't help but exclaimed, "What a big eagle." They waited until the Norwegian ridgeback was too weak. Ronald exclaimed excitedly, "Why are there so many giant eagles here? What do they want?" Cedric asked in confusion. "Something should have happened." Luna Jennifer said hesitantly, "Look over there, the high-level goblins have gone out to communicate with them." Hermione pointed to the goblins who had disapparated and said, "There seems to be someone above the giant eagle." "Professor Kate, is something wrong?" Hagrid asked worriedly. Kate Lyle looked at the people above the void and thought, "Perhaps it's time for us to go on the next journey." On top of the eagle was a young and strong dwarf. Nos led the people and had a brief exchange with the dwarves on the giant eagle. After a while, Nos returned to the goblin town with his people. The giant eagle and the dwarves landed on the ground and did not leave. "Professor Kate, Master Nost asked me to come and see you." A goblin quickly came to Kate Lyle and said very respectfully, Kate Lyle nodded slightly upon hearing this and left with the goblin. Hagrid, is something wrong? Harry and the others gathered together and asked. Hagrid looked at Kate Lyle's leaving back, thought for a while and said, "It's nothing special, it's just that we need a new trip." "Where are we going?" Malfoy asked. "I don't know." Hagrid looked at the giant eagle outside and said, "Maybe it has something to do with them." Harry and the others also looked at the giant eagle outside, with some anticipation in their eyes. Yesterday's battle filled them with expectations and gave them confidence. "Harry, we need to make some magic potions quickly," Hermione reminded. When Harry heard this, he looked at Luna, and Cedric and the others said, "Everyone help, we are going to prepare for the battle." "I'd love to, Harry." Luna looked at Harry and smiled. "I'm also good at potions, maybe I can help." Carriona smiled. "Then let's do it." Ronald laughed excitedly. 10 people, including Harry, had a clear division of labor to refine and make magic potions, and Kate Lyle also came to the place where Nost and the others discussed. "Professor Kate, this is the warrior Bob from the dwarves." Nost looked at Kate Lyle, who came in, and immediately introduced the young dwarf standing beside him to Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle bent down, shook hands with the other party, and said with a smile, "Kate Lyle, Nost's friend." "Hello, Professor Kate, I just heard about you from Nost. You are a powerful magician. He said that you can help us through the crisis." Bob looked at Kate Lyle and said a little excitedly. Kate Lyle looked at Nost after hearing the words. Nost quickly explained, "The dwarves got the news that the half-orc army is heading towards them. With the current strength of the dwarves, they cannot defeat the half-orc army. They have no way to retreat, so he asked for our support." Kate Lyle nodded, understood, and said, "I am very honored to be able to help you." Bob smiled excitedly, put his arms on his chest quickly, and tried to make himself look like a gentleman and said, "Thank you very much, Professor Kate Lyle, for your help. You will gain our friendship and become our distinguished guest." Nost laughed, looked at Bob and said, "Bob, Grace is going to meet the High Elf King. I need to stay and protect my people. In addition, I can only send 500 excellent wizards. Here it is, I hope it can help you and understand us. Half-orcs may attack us at any time. In fact, last night we were attacked by thousands of orcs, and our crisis is still there." Bob stepped forward and hugged Nost, and said with tears in his eyes, "Thank you very much for the help of the goblins. We will defeat the enemy as soon as possible, and let the outstanding wizards come back as soon as possible." Kate Lyle looked at their sad parting and said with a smile, "Don't be so nervous, things won't go in a bad direction. Nost, here are these 2 things for you. The smaller crystal ball will allow you to contact me in time. And the larger black crystal ball, you have to keep it carefully. At critical moments, you can throw it away to the half-orc army among them to help you resolve the crisis." Kate Lyle handed the 2 crystal balls to Nost, then looked at Bob and said, "Let your partner and the giant eagle rest and replenish food. We will set off in an hour." Bob nodded happily and said, "No problem, Professor Kate." Kate Lyle bid farewell to Nost and Bob, quickly found Hagrid, and said, "Let those little guys get ready. In an hour, we will go to the gathering place of the dwarves' Spirit Lake Town. They've been working hard to prepare." Hagrid said with a chuckle when he heard that, "They're preparing enough magic potions for themselves. It looks like they're ready to show their talents. Professor Kate, can you believe it? The herbs here are very rich, with many types and quantities. Our harvest in one morning is more than what you harvested in a month in the Forbidden Forest. This is literally a paradise." Kate Lyle looked at the excited Hagrid, smiled, and found a seat to sit down. The goblin side also got busy, and Polk personally led 500 excellent elf wizards, ready to follow them into battle. Harry and the others also prepared the magic potions and healing potions they needed during this time. In a relatively open place, Harry and the others climbed onto the back of the giant eagle and followed the eagle soaring towards the direction of Linghu town. And behind the giant eagle, there are 2 arcs controlled and built by the goblins themselves. Each arc can accommodate 300 smaller elves. These arcs are very light and delicate. After releasing all the protective barriers, they can block many sudden attacks of magic. "I feel like I'm riding a Norwegian ridgeback," Ronald said excitedly. "I'm a real flying knight now." "We are eagle riders and we ride giant eagles," Harry corrected Ronald and said. "Same," Ronald laughed. "Giant eagles are fast and huge, and they fly very high." This condescending feeling made Draco Malfoy very excited. He stood up, opened his hands, raised his chin, wanting to feel it. He felt that he was now a great king, looking down on the world. Suddenly, the giant eagle flapped its wings and flew upwards. Draco Malfoy lost his balance in an instant, and he tumbled in panic and uncontrollably. Cariana stared at Draco Malfoy, who was about to fall from the back of the giant eagle. Her eyes widened. She quickly stretched out her hand and shouted, "Draco, help me. Malfoy was caught by Cariana's clothes, but he was still not out of danger. He was suspended in the air and might fall at any time. Draco, don't stand up easily. You will be thrown down by the giant eagle. Kate Lyle waved her wand, causing Draco to return to the giant eagle's back, warning. Malfoy's face was a little pale, panting while sitting on the back of the giant eagle. Seeing this, Harry, Ronald and others burst out laughing. It's rare to see Malfoy deflated, but not many. Especially when seeing the pretending Malfoy and being slapped in the face by reality, it's better to make them happy. Look over there are many half-orcs, and they are gathering towards Linghu town over there. Cedric stood up from the giant eagle, pointed at the advancing half-orc army in the distance, and shouted, "What is that? A troll?" Edward looked at the gigantic troll walking behind the orc, and shouted, "Hagrid, he's 10 times your size." "I know, but trust me, I'll F***K him." Hagrid exclaimed excitedly when he heard that. "Then you have to work hard, there are a lot of them." Malfoy looked at Hagrid, trying to find a little sense of presence. "Draco, you are also a magic warrior. I would be happy to invite you to act together." Hagrid joked with a smile. Looking at the huge monster, Malfoy's expression changed again, and he muttered, "I will never fight them." On top of the eagle was a young and strong dwarf. Nost led the people and had a brief exchange with the dwarves on the giant eagle. After a while, Nost returned to the goblin town with his people. The giant eagle and the dwarves landed on the ground and did not leave. "Professor Kate, Master Nost asked me to come and see you." A goblin quickly came to Kate Lyle and said very respectfully. Kate Lyle nodded slightly upon hearing this and left with the goblin. "Hagrid, is something wrong?" Harry and the others gathered together and asked. Hagrid looked at Kate Lyle's leaving back, thought for a while and said, "It's nothing special, it's just that we need a new trip." "Where are we going?" Malfoy asked. "I don't know." Hagrid looked at the giant eagle outside and said, "Maybe it has something to do with them." Harry and the others also looked at the giant eagle outside, with some anticipation in their eyes. Yesterday's battle filled them with expectations and gave them confidence. "Harry, we need to make some magic potions quickly," Hermione reminded. When Harry heard this, he looked at Luna, and Cedric and the others said, "Everyone help, we are going to prepare for the battle." "I'd love to, Harry." Luna looked at Harry and smiled. "I'm also good at potions, maybe I can help." Cariana smiled. "Then let's do it." Ronald laughed excitedly. 10 people, including Harry, had a clear division of labor to refine and make magic potions, and Kate Lyle also came to the place where Nost and the others discussed. "Professor Kate, this is the warrior Bob from the dwarves." Nost looked at Kate Lyle, who came in, and immediately introduced the young dwarf standing beside him to Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle bent down, shook hands with the other party, and said with a smile, "Kate Lyle, Nost's friend." "Hello, Professor Kate, I just heard about you from Nost. You are a powerful magician. He said that you can help us through the crisis." Bob looked at Kate Lyle and said a little excitedly. Kate Lyle looked at Nost after hearing the words. Nost quickly explained, "The dwarves got the news that the half-orc army is heading towards them. With the current strength of the dwarves, they cannot defeat the half-orc army. They have no way to retreat, so he asked for our support." Kate Lyle nodded, understood, and said, "I am very honored to be able to help you." Bob smiled excitedly, put his arms on his chest quickly, and tried to make himself look like a gentleman and said, "Thank you very much, Professor Kate Lyle, for your help. You will gain our friendship and become our distinguished guest." Nost laughed, looked at Bob, and said, "Bob, Grace is going to meet the High Elf King. I need to stay and protect my people. In addition, I can only send 500 excellent wizards. Here it is, I hope it can help you and understand us. Half-orcs may attack us at any time. In fact, last night we were attacked by thousands of orcs, and our crisis is still there." Bob stepped forward and hugged Nost, and said with tears in his eyes, "Thank you very much for the help of the goblins. We will defeat the enemy as soon as possible, and let the outstanding wizards come back as soon as possible." Kate Lyle looked at their sad parting and said with a smile, "Don't be so nervous, things won't go in a bad direction. Nost, here are these 2 things for you. The smaller crystal ball will allow you to contact me in time. And the larger black crystal ball, you have to keep it carefully. At critical moments, you can throw it away to the half-orc army among them to help you resolve the crisis." Kate Lyle handed the 2 crystal balls to Nost, then looked at Bob and said, "Let your partner and the giant eagle rest and replenish food. We will set off in an hour." Bob nodded happily and said, "No problem, Professor Kate." Kate Lyle bid farewell to Nost and Bob, quickly found Hagrid, and said, "Let those little guys get ready. In an hour, we will go to the gathering place of the dwarves' Spirit Lake Town. They've been working hard to prepare." Hagrid said with a chuckle when he heard that, "They're preparing enough magic potions for themselves. It looks like they're ready to show their talents. Professor Kate, can you believe it? The herbs here are very rich, with many types and quantities. Our harvest in one morning is more than what you harvested in a month in the Forbidden Forest. This is literally a paradise. Kate Lyle looked at the excited Hagrid, smiled, and found a seat to sit down. The goblins' side also got busy, and Polk personally led 500 excellent elf wizards, ready to follow them into battle. Harry and the others also prepared the magic potions and healing potions they needed during this time. In a relatively open place, Harry and the others climbed onto the back of the giant eagle and followed the eagle soaring towards the direction of Linghu town. And behind the giant eagle, there are 2 arcs controlled and built by the goblins themselves. Each arc can accommodate 300 smaller elves. These arcs are very light and delicate. After releasing all the protective barriers, they can block many sudden attacks of magic. I feel like I'm riding a Norwegian ridgeback. Ronald said excitedly, I'm a real flying knight now. We are eagle riders and we ride giant eagles. Harry corrected Ronald and said, same. Ronald laughed. Giant eagles are fast and huge, and they fly very high. This condescending feeling made Draco Malfoy very excited. He stood up, opened his hands, raised his chin, wanting to feel it. He felt that he was now a great king, looking down on the world. Suddenly, the giant eagle flapped its wings and flew upwards. Draco Malfoy lost his balance in an instant, and he tumbled in panic and uncontrollably. Cariana stared at Draco Malfoy, who was about to fall from the back of the giant eagle. Her eyes widened. She quickly stretched out her hand and shouted, Draco, help me. Malfoy was caught by Cariana's clothes, but he was still not out of danger. He was suspended in the air and might fall at any time. Draco, don't stand up easily. You will be thrown down by the giant eagle. Kate Lyle waved her wand, causing Draco to return to the giant eagle's back, warning. Malfoy's face was a little pale, panting while sitting on the back of the giant eagle. Seeing this, Harry, Ronald and others burst out laughing. It's rare to see Malfoy deflated, but not many. Especially when seeing the pretending Malfoy and being slapped in the face by reality, it's better to make them happy. Look over there are many half-orcs, and they are gathering towards Linghu town over there. Cedric stood up from the giant eagle, pointed at the advancing half-orc army in the distance, and shouted, What is that? A troll? Edward looked at the gigantic troll walking behind the orc, and shouted, Hagrid, he's 10 times your size. I know, but trust me, I'll F***K him. Hagrid exclaimed excitedly when he heard that. Then you have to work hard, there are a lot of them. Malfoy looked at Hagrid, trying to find a little sense of presence. Draco, you are also a magic warrior. I would be happy to invite you to act together. Hagrid joked with a smile. Looking at the huge monster, Malfoy's expression changed again, and he muttered, I will never fight them. On top of the eagle was a young and strong dwarf. Nost led the people and had a brief exchange with the dwarves on the giant eagle. After a while, Nost returned to the goblin town with his people. The giant eagle and the dwarves landed on the ground and did not leave. Professor Kate, Master Nost asked me to come and see you. A goblin quickly came to Kate Lyle and said very respectfully. Kate Lyle nodded slightly upon hearing this and left with the goblin. Hagrid, is something wrong? Harry and the others gathered together and asked. Hagrid looked at Kate Lyle's leaving back, thought for a while and said, It's nothing special, it's just that we need a new trip. Where are we going? Malfoy asked. I don't know. Hagrid looked at the giant eagle outside and said, Maybe it has something to do with them. Harry and the others also looked at the giant eagle outside, with some anticipation in their eyes. Yesterday's battle filled them with expectations and gave them confidence. Harry, we need to make some magic potions quickly, Hermione reminded. When Harry heard this, he looked at Luna, and Cedric and the others said, Everyone help, we are going to prepare for the battle. I'd love to, Harry. Luna looked at Harry and smiled. I'm also good at potions, maybe I can help. Cariana smiled. Then let's do it. Ronald laughed excitedly. 10 people, including Harry, had a clear division of labor to refine and make magic potions, and Kate Lyle also came to the place where Nost and the others discussed. Professor Kate, this is the warrior Bob from the dwarves. Nost looked at Kate Lyle, who came in, and immediately introduced the young dwarf standing beside him to Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle bent down, shook hands with the other party, and said with a smile, Kate Lyle, Nost's friend. Hello, Professor Kate, I just heard about you from Nost. You are a powerful magician. He said that you can help us through the crisis. Bob looked at Kate Lyle and said a little excitedly. Kate Lyle looked at Nost after hearing the words. Nost quickly explained, the dwarves got the news that the half-orc army is heading towards them. With the current strength of the dwarves, they cannot defeat the half-orc army. They have no way to retreat, so he asked for our support. Kate Lyle nodded, understood, and said, I am very honored to be able to help you. Bob smiled excitedly, put his arms on his chest quickly, and tried to make himself look like a gentleman and said, "Thank you very much, Professor Kate Lyle, for your help. You will gain our friendship and become our distinguished guest." Nos laughed, looked at Bob and said, "Bob, Grace is going to meet the High Elf King. I need to stay and protect my people. In addition, I can only send 500 excellent wizards. Here it is, I hope it can help you and understand us. Half-orcs may attack us at any time. In fact, last night we were attacked by thousands of orcs, and our crisis is still there." Bob stepped forward and hugged Nost, and said with tears in his eyes, "Thank you very much for the help of the goblins. We will defeat the enemy as soon as possible, and let the outstanding wizards come back as soon as possible." Kate Lyle looked at their sad parting and said with a smile, "Don't be so nervous, things won't go in a bad direction. Nost, here are these 2 things for you. The smaller crystal ball will allow you to contact me in time. And the larger black crystal ball, you have to keep it carefully. At critical moments, you can throw it away to the half-orc army among them to help you resolve the crisis." Kate Lyle handed the 2 crystal balls to Nost, then looked at Bob and said, "Let your partner and the giant eagle rest and replenish food. We will set off in an hour." Bob nodded happily and said, "No problem, Professor Kate." Kate Lyle bid farewell to Nost and Bob, quickly found Hagrid, and said, "Let those little guys get ready. In an hour, we will go to the gathering place of the dwarves' Spirit Lake Town. They've been working hard to prepare." Hagrid said with a chuckle when he heard that, "They're preparing enough magic potions for themselves. It looks like they're ready to show their talents. Professor Kate, can you believe it? The herbs here are very rich, with many types and quantities. Our harvest in one morning is more than what you harvested in a month in the Forbidden Forest. This is literally a paradise." Kate Lyle looked at the excited Hagrid, smiled, and found a seat to sit down. The goblin side also got busy, and Polk personally led 500 excellent elf wizards, ready to follow them into battle. Harry and the others also prepared the magic potions and healing potions they needed during this time. In a relatively open place, Harry and the others climbed onto the back of the giant eagle and followed the eagle soaring towards the direction of Linghu Town. And behind the giant eagle, there are 2 arcs controlled and built by the goblins themselves. Each arc can accommodate 300 smaller elves. These arcs are very light and delicate. After releasing all the protective barriers, they can block many sudden attacks of magic. I feel like I'm riding a Norwegian ridgeback. Ronald said excitedly, I'm a real flying knight now. We are eagle riders and we ride giant eagles. Harry corrected Ronald and said, same. Ronald laughed. Giant eagles are fast and huge, and they fly very high. This condescending feeling made Draco Malfoy very excited. He stood up, opened his hands, raised his chin, wanting to feel it. He felt that he was now a great king, looking down on the world. Suddenly, the giant eagle flapped its wings and flew upwards. Draco Malfoy lost his balance in an instant, and he tumbled in panic and uncontrollably. Cariana stared at Draco Malfoy, who was about to fall from the back of the giant eagle. Her eyes widened. She quickly stretched out her hand and shouted, Draco, help me. Malfoy was caught by Cariana's clothes, but he was still not out of danger. He was suspended in the air and might fall at any time. Draco, don't stand up easily. You will be thrown down by the giant eagle. Kate Lyle waved her wand, causing Draco to return to the giant eagle's back, warning. Malfoy's face was a little pale, panting while sitting on the back of the giant eagle. Seeing this, Harry, Ronald and others burst out laughing. It's rare to see Malfoy deflated, but not many. Especially when seeing the pretending Malfoy and being slapped in the face by reality. It's better to make them happy. Look over there are many half-orcs, and they are gathering towards Linghu Town over there. Cedric stood up from the giant eagle, pointed at the advancing half-orc army in the distance, and shouted, What is that? A troll? Edward looked at the gigantic troll walking behind the orc, and shouted, Hagrid, he's 10 times your size. I know, but trust me, I'll F***K him. Hagrid exclaimed excitedly when he heard that. Then you have to work hard, there are a lot of them. Malfoy looked at Hagrid, trying to find a little sense of presence. Draco, you are also a magic warrior. I would be happy to invite you to act together. Hagrid joked with a smile. Looking at the huge monster, Malfoy's expression changed again, and he muttered, I will never fight them. The huge orc army, they are purposefully moving in one direction. At the end of this road is the last gathering place of dwarves, Linghu Town. Behind Linghu Town is the sea. The dwarves of Isladu, after losing Isladu, almost fell into despair. Because they not only lost their own country, but also lost countless brave warriors. They also can't wait to take back the country, but they have too few fighters. Now the half-orc army is moving towards them, and they have to seek the support of goblins and high elves. Seeing the giant eagle flying back and the two fairy arcs on a built city wall, the dwarves cheered, waved their weapons, and screamed excitedly. They saw the goblin who came to support, and they also saw Hope, Roy Sophie, the only heir to the Isladu dwarf royal family. With the support of the dwarf warriors, they came to the city wall. Polk flew out first and landed on the city wall, saying, Prince Roy Sophie, Polk led 500 excellent wizards, came to support and fought against the orcs with the dwarf warriors. When Roy Sophie heard this, she stepped forward and hugged Polk and said with a happy smile, Polk, I'm very glad you're here. Be sure to thank Grace and the goblins for me. Polk nodded slightly and then said to Kate Lyle, who was coming, Prince Roy Sophie, this one is Nost's friend, Kate Lyle. He has magic that is not inferior to that of the High Elf King, the existence of a legend. Roy Sophie heard Polk's introduction and hurried forward, half kneeling, put her right hand on her chest and said, Roy Sophie has met Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle looked at Roy Sophie, raised her hand. A force made Roy Sophie stand up and said, Prince Roy Sophie, you are the royal family and hope of the dwarves. You don't need to ask for your knees, I bow down. Your people are the ones you must support and deserve your thanks. Roy Sophie heard the words and bowed to Kate Lyle without words, but her expression was full of determination. Kate Lyle showed a smile on her face and said, I'm here, and the battle is over. The dwarf warrior of Isladu can still fight. Sophie Roy thought that Kate Lyle would end the battle alone, so she said immediately, The elves fight side by side with the warriors of Isladu, Polk said confidently. Roy Sophie looked at the half-orc coming from the corner in the distance, raised her weapon with a fighting spirit on her face, and shouted, Isladu. The dwarf warriors gathered in Linghu town raised their weapons one after another and roared angrily, Isladu, Isladu, Isladu. Cheers filled the entire town of Linghu, their morale was improving, and they looked at the half-orc with hatred. Isladu is not only their capital, but also their country. At such a moment there are not many things they can think of. Fighting, fight, still fight. Harry and the others looked at the scene in front of them, full of shock. The deafening sound was different from the shock in the dueling club. It was even more frightening and exciting at this time. Kate Lyle looked at Roy Sophie and said, The morale is available. So how many warriors do you have now? Kate Lyle asked again. 5,000 warriors. Roy Sophie said in a deep voice, This is the current strength of Linghu town. Don't you have 30,000 dwarf warriors? Kate Lyle asked curiously. We do have 30,000 fighters, but they are scattered all over the place, and they are gathering towards us now. Roy Sophie said solemnly. Kate Lyle looked into the distance. There were more than 30,000 orcs. Not only that, behind the orcs there are 20 50-meter-tall giant monsters. When the troll moves around, it is very cumbersome, so it is also very slow. In addition to the giant monsters, there are 20 huge griffins with huge wings in the sky above the orc army. On each griffin, there are 2 Death Eaters in black robes. Prince Roy Sophie, if you give your warriors strong defense and strength, how long will it take to deal with these enemies? Kate Lyle looked at Roy Sophie and asked. Sophie Roy was a little surprised when he heard this, but also stunned because he didn't know how to answer Kate Lyle. Polk looked at Kate Lyle and asked a little excitedly, Professor Kate, will you give us the blessing of light? Roy Sophie may not understand what Kate Lyle means, but Polk, who has seen Luna release the blessing of light, knows what kind of power it is. Kate Lyle laughed. You deserve it. Prince Roy Sophie, that is a magical magic. He can give the warriors strength and blessings that can block many injuries. Polk explained to Roy Sophie. In fact, as long as Professor Kate Lyle is around, we can't lose. The last sentence is full of admiration and respect for Kate Lyle. After seeing Kate Lyle release magic and easily kill thousands of orcs in a very short period of time, this made Polk have a bit of blind confidence in Kate Lyle. The warriors of Isladu, no matter how powerful the enemy is, will never retreat. Roy Sophie also understood, so he needed to make a decision. Warriors of Isladu, go out and fight. Roy Sophie raised his weapon again and shouted loudly, For Isladu. Dwarf warriors, I don't understand why Roy Sophie didn't fight the city defense battle, which would allow them to hold on longer and wait for the support of other warriors. However, they still insisted on supporting Roy Sophie's order. As a result, the dwarf warriors of Isladu walked down the city wall one after another, gathered in front of the city wall, and lined up in order. Roy Sophie also went down the city wall. He came to the front and faced the 5,000 Isladu warriors, saying, For Isladu, we must believe in our fists, our weapons, and our comrades. For Isladu, you have to trust me. Roy Sophie said this, looked at Kate Lyle on the city wall, and shouted, For Isladu, I will give my life and your life to the legendary mage. A king of high elves, it needs to be stronger. Roy Sophie's words made the 5,000 Isladu dwarf warriors feel puzzled, and they all turned their heads to look at Kate Lyle and wanted to see, what is the existence that is stronger than the High Elf King? What kind of existence? To let the noble king, so admired, so difficult to trust. Roy Sophie's voice echoed in everyone's ears. The dwarf warriors of Isladu are also full of expectations for Kate Lyle. Harry, Malfoy, Hagrid and the others couldn't help looking at Kate Lyle after hearing Roy Sophie's words. At this time, almost everyone turned their attention to Kate Lyle, and they were full of expectations for Kate Lyle. Holy light shone on Kate Lyle's body, and then in the eyes of everyone, a pair of huge white wings appeared on Kate Lyle's body and flew into the sky with Kate Lyle. God. Polk and other goblins looked at Kate Lyle with white wings, exuding a holy light. Their eyes widened, and their hearts were extremely horrified. Roy Sophie, like Polk, was already shocked by the scene in front of her. He never thought that human beings could have wings and be bathed in the holy light. At this time, Kate Lyle is so beautiful, so divine. The warriors of Isladu, looking at Kate Lyle at this time, are excited, full of longing and sacredness. Legion of half-orcs. The appearance of Kate Lyle also attracted their attention. They don't know who Kate Lyle is, and they don't know why humans have wings, and that holy light has an aura that disgusts them. Who is that? An elf? An angel? Sitting on the griffin, Erebus looked at Kate Lyle suspended in the air from a distance, and said in shock, "What is that?" A Death Eater asked curiously. "Is he a human? Why do humans have wings?" Another Death Eater exclaimed. Erebus frowned as he heard the voices from his companions. He had a bad feeling that it would be difficult for them to wipe out the dwarves in Linghu town this time. "Shut up," Erebus' voice sounded, and the other Death Eaters on the griffin shut their mouths. No matter what the opponent is, in the face of absolute strength, they are all rubbish. Let us trample on trash. Now drive them, charge. The Death Eaters on the griffin heard this, and then someone blew the horn. The sound of the horn echoed on the battlefield, and the orcs on the ground stepped on the fear under their feet. Courage surged in their bodies, and they roared. The orcs' horn brought the warriors of Isladu back to reality. Roy Sophie turned to look at the half-orc who had already started to charge, raised his long sword without any hesitation, and shouted firmly, "For Isladu! For Isladu!" The warriors of Isladu shouted in response to Roy Sophie, and at the same time made their courage to a higher level. "Kill!" Roy Sophie shouted as he charged with a long sword in hand. In an instant, Roy Sophie led the warriors of Isladu, and their morale was extremely high. Looking at the Isladu warrior at this time, and seeing the aura of fearing death, Kate Lyle stretched out her hand, and a silver-white magic wand about 1.7 meters in height appeared in his hand. "Spirit of light, listen to my call, and bless the warriors who dare to challenge the darkness and protect the light in front of you. Protect the light." When the holy light fell, Roy Sophie and the 5,000 Isladu warriors were all shrouded in the holy light. The elves of light landed on their shoulders, helping them block the successive crossbow arrows. Seeing this, Roy Sophie and the others were extremely excited, and at the same time felt that their bodies were full of strength. For Isladu, I don't know who gave a low growl, and the warriors of Isladu also collided with the orcs. The two battle machines collided together, as if there was a dull sound, resounding through the battlefield. The 5,000 Isladu warriors burst out with absolute strength, absolute courage, and without fear began to sweep the orcs. How could we be standing here? It would be a pity not to be able to participate in such an exciting scene. Standing on the city wall, Hagrid looked at Roy Sophie and others who were fighting fiercely together. Their huge palms kept beating on the city wall, and said excitedly, "Flying curse." At this moment Harry's voice sounded, and a pair of wings appeared on Hagrid's body, and they flew up with him. Flying spell. Harry cast a flying spell on Hagrid alone, and then cast another flying spell on Cedric and the others. Gryffindor. Harry shouted excitedly as he flew out with Ronald and the others. Slytherin, Draco Malfoy and Carriona also shouted. Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Luna, Cedric and the others also cheered. Kate Lyle looked at Harry and the others who rushed out with a smile on her face. The battle in front of him was not the slightest challenge for him. However, he is willing to help the warriors of Isladu regain their courage and let them feel hope. Excellent goblin wizards, it's our turn to play. Pork immediately cheered when he saw that Harry and the others were all on the battlefield. Almost all goblins are born with magic power and have a good control over magic. There are some magics that humans cannot perform, but fairies can easily perform them. Even some enchantments guarded by magic, goblins can also use apparition to travel through the past. Hurricane Curse. Harry flew directly into the middle of the battlefield, condescendingly threw a powerful spell. The half-orc who was blown away by the strong wind directly disrupted the rhythm of the half-orc. Burst column, Hermione waved her wand, looked at the place where the crowd was more concentrated, and chanted, Thunder knife, thunder kick. Malfoy's short figure shuttled by the side of the half-orcs, and the half-orcs kept flying up or collapsing to the ground. Compared to using magic to cause damage to the enemy from a distance, Malfoy somewhat liked the feeling of rushing to the front and fighting the enemy. Kate Lyle noticed Malfoy's movements and felt a little surprised. When did this little guy become so brave? Ahahaha, is this a half-orc? Hagrid's body was shining with a khaki-yellow light, holding a large shield he found somewhere and a 2-meter-long mace in his hand. Like a cannonball, he charged into the battlefield. Wherever they passed, the orcs were directly knocked into the air by Hagrid, or knocked into the air with a mace. As for the attacks from the orcs, Hagrid didn't care at all. The earthy yellow light on his body always condensed a thick armor in a short moment, blocking the attacks. That's all, Hagrid exclaimed excitedly. Hagrid, ahead, the troll is coming towards you. Harry dodged the hand of a 50-meter-tall troll and shouted worriedly to the excited Hagrid. Holding a large shield, Hagrid looked at the giant monster that stepped on it and laughed. It's too slow. Just watch how I hunted him down, ha. Laughing, Hagrid put the giant shield in front of him and charged. The huge force knocked the orc into the air, and Hagrid quickly turned around, stepped heavily on the ground, and shouted, The thorns are blooming. Where the giant monster's big feet fell, the ground thorns suddenly rose from the ground. The ground thorns were incomparably tough and sharp, but what shocked Hagrid was that the troll's defense was incomparably astonishing. The ground thorn was directly crushed by the giant monster's foot, and did not pierce the giant monster's soul. Merlin's beard, this monster is beyond my imagination. After Hagrid was shocked, he was also full of determination towards the giant monster in front of him. I am a powerful magic warrior, I am a giant. This time I'm going to break your foot. Hagrid charged, mace brandishing, leaping to his feet. Boom. The mace hit the troll's heel firmly. Hagrid felt his hands go numb, and he was directly suspended in midair. Hagrid looked up in astonishment. The mace was inlaid on the troll's skin, but no blood flowed. But this obviously hurt the giant monster. It lowered its huge head and saw Hagrid hanging on its big foot, so it stretched out its big hand and grabbed Hagrid. This damn skin, the defense is really strong. Hagrid kicked the troll's thigh with both feet, and with great force he forcibly removed the mace. With both feet on the ground, Hagrid directly opened the snakeskin to walk, waving the mace and constantly beating on the thigh of the giant monster. The giant monster's skin is very special. The color is like granite, and the surface is hard and thick, full of toughness. With Hagrid's current strength, wielding a mace, he couldn't break the troll's defense. Under Hagrid's entanglement, the giant could only trample on it constantly, trying to trample Hagrid to death. However, Hagrid is like a mosquito, which is extremely annoying to trolls. Earth thorns bloom. Seeing that the ground thorn was crushed by the troll again, Hagrid said helplessly, Okay, you really make me angry. You force me to do this. Hagrid dropped his shield on the ground, took out his wand and said, Quicksand curse. With the emergence of magic power, the solid ground on which many half-orc corpses lay down is rapidly softening at a speed visible to the naked eye, and has turned into quicksand, forming a vortex, which continues to expand as the magic power continues to output range. Seeing this, Hagrid laughed loudly and said, Ha, you're going to be screwed this time. The ground turned into quicksand, and the troll didn't react and sank into it directly, losing its sense of balance and falling down. In a short time, Hagrid created a quicksand pit with a radius of 50 meters, and many orcs were trapped in it like giant monsters. Half of the giant's body fell into the ground, and Hagrid also cancelled the magic, because if he continued to eat it, his magic power would be consumed a lot. Hagrid, eyes are their weakness. Polk shouted after seeing Hagrid from a distance, causing the troll to fall into the quicksand, and immediately cast a loud curse. Hearing this, Hagrid smiled happily again. Aha, so the eyes are your weakness, you are finished. Hagrid charged, mace in hand, and jumped onto the troll. Then someone will find that Hagrid, who is more than 3 meters tall, runs on the giant monster, as light as a swallow. Kate Lyle looked down at the running Hagrid with some anticipation. During this year, Hagrid also received his training from time to time like Malfoy, so as an earth magic warrior, Hagrid is still very powerful. Troll, eat your grandpa. Hagrid jumped up, dodged the big hand that was caught, and slammed down towards the troll's eyes. There was a piercing scream, and a huge mace was stuck in the giant monster's eyes. Boom! Hagrid hadn't gotten excited yet. The troll in pain shot Hagrid flying with his big hand. Hagrid fell tens of meters away in a perfect arc and screamed in terror. Floating curse, seeing that he was about to have an extremely intimate contact with the ground, Hagrid could only hug his head and try his best to protect himself. The imaginary thing didn't happen. Hagrid was a little excited. But soon it fell to the ground again, and the half-orcs at the side looked at the defenseless Hagrid and rushed over with big knives. Stab it! A flash of lightning flashed along with a figure, and all the orcs who surrounded and killed them fell to the ground. Hagrid, you're such an underdog right now. Draco Malfoy appeared next to Hagrid, holding an iron sword, clean clothes, already stained red by the blood of the orcs, and the energy of lightning elements flashing around it, making Draco Malfoy look incomparable at this time, the sturdy and wild. Hagrid was still lying on the ground, looking at Draco Malfoy's stretched face. He suddenly shouted with some discomfort, "Draco, don't you know to respect elders, and at this time pull me up? Really?" Draco Malfoy said with a smile when he heard the words, "Then I will do as you wish." Seeing Draco Malfoy smiling, Hagrid immediately thought of the picture of them training together and immediately shouted, No, I don't need your help, but it's too late." Lightning exploded from Malfoy's body, and he grabbed Hagrid's big hand with both hands. Then, amidst Hagrid's exclamation, Malfoy's veins bulged and he spun Hagrid up. Merlin's big pants. "Draco, I remember you, don't let me take the chance, I'll smash your ***. Petrification curse." Hagrid petrified everything in his body, even his eyes and hair, because after Malfoy spun him to charge up, he threw it out. At a distance of a full 100 meters, wherever Hagrid passed, the orcs were severely injured by the shock. Hagrid stood up in a daze, touched his head, and the petrification spell disappeared. "Hagrid, there are still 19 trolls. Shall we come and see who can kill more trolls?" Malfoy didn't even care whether Hagrid would agree or not, and was already charging towards the nearest troll. Hearing Malfoy's words, Hagrid shook his body, charged again, growled and complained, and said, "Draco, you stinky brat, you managed to ***s me off, and I'll make you regret it." It's just that Hagrid was kicked out by the troll just before he charged forward and hadn't displayed his combat power. Levitation curse. With a smile on his face, Harry caught Hagrid and said, "Hagrid, are you all right? It's okay." Hagrid said with a smile on his face after he landed, "Give me 2 magic potions. I'm going to overthrow the giant. I'm going to smash Draco's ***. Harry handed 2 magic potions to Hagrid and said with a smile, "Hagrid, work hard. Let's compare and see who kills more monsters." Harry glanced at Draco and flew towards another troll that had already kicked several Isladu warriors away. Hearing this, Hagrid looked at Draco, then at Harry, then found a troll, rushed over and said, "You 2 little devils, I have more magical power than you. Why, will I lose to you? Merlin's beard, let me, a miniature giant, overthrow you giant monsters." Hagrid is an earth magician, plus the identity of a magic warrior. Hagrid's actual combat power is actually very strong. However, Hagrid is still somewhat lacking in the use of magic, but that's not to say there's no chance. In fact, Hagrid's current strength is already at the level of an intermediate magician. Relatively speaking, it is still easy to release intermediate magic, but fighting doesn't just need to be solved by brute force. The mind is really important sometimes. The power and defense of the troll are very strong. With Hagrid's strength, he couldn't break through it, which is enough to show how powerful the troll is. Quicksand curse. Hagrid fell in love with this magic, and it was very useful against trolls. However, at this time, Hagrid prefers the swamp curse to the quicksand curse, but it requires water, and he is a pure earth magician. Hermione, this way, there needs to be enough water here. Hagrid immediately cheered happily when he spotted Hermione wrestling with the Death Eaters on the griffin. "No time," Hermione exclaimed, somewhat dissatisfied after performing the magic that the Death Eaters attacked. The reason why Hermione was dissatisfied was that he was stalked by Death Eaters, and he was almost attacked several times, which made Hermione a little frightened. Hagrid looked at the troubled Hermione, a little embarrassed, quickly dodged the troll's big feet, waved his wand, and shouted, "The Earth Spear Curse." 3 2-meter-long, khaki spears as thick as an adult's arm flew out instantly following the guidance of the magic wand. The Death Eaters and Griffins who were chasing Hermione didn't even have time to react. They were directly pierced by the earthen gun and fell to the ground. Nice. Hagrid waved his mace excitedly, knocking the orcs flying towards him, and shouted excitedly, "Ha ha ha, maybe the giant monsters can be dealt with, and you little ants can't be dealt with." Hermione flew to Hagrid's side and smiled. "Nice job, Hagrid." "Hurry up, I need the ocean, I want this troll to meet Merlin." Hagrid shouted excitedly when he saw Hermione. "Wang Yanghai, you think highly of me too much. That's something only Professor Kate can do," Hermione said immediately after hearing that. "Can you produce enough water within a radius of 100 meters? Hagrid asked hastily. "No," Hermione still shook her head. "Then what can you do?" Hagrid said to Hermione, who flew away, dodging the big grabbing hand. I'm only a junior wizard." Hermione walked around behind the troll and responded, "Burst." The wand pointed to the bottom of the giant monster's feet, and a huge water column exploded with powerful force, pushing up the giant monster's feet. The troll lost his balance and began to fall backwards, while the orcs behind the troll scattered away in shock. However, because there were too many people and dense crowds, many half-orcs were smashed to the ground by giant monsters before they left. Seeing such a scene, Hagrid gave Hermione a thumbs up and said, "Nice job, Miss Granger." Hagrid started to run, with the khaki shield erected in front of him. No one could stop him wherever he passed. Such a brutal collision and violent dismantling made Hagrid experience the advantages and strength of being a giant. Earth Spear Curse. Hagrid found the right opportunity and position, and saw the giant's eyes and mouth. With a strong penetrating power, the spear successfully hit. At least 1 meter of the 2-meter-long spear was inserted through the eyes. The most terrible thing is that one of the earth guns was inserted into the giant's mouth. Hagrid was very sure that the giant was dead. Hagrid was very satisfied with his masterpiece, and at this time, he fell in love with the Earth Spear Curse again. Picking up the shield on the ground, blocking the front, charging unscrupulously, and then using the Earth Gun spell to string good dolls, such a wonderful feeling is simply the art of war. Roy Sophie looked at Hagrid's tough fighting style, full of horror. Can wizards still play like this? Roy Sophie is very skeptical. Is Hagrid really a wizard? Sharp storm. 6 wind elves surrounded Harry, making the petite Harry look like a god at this moment, which made Roy Sophie full of shock. The invisible wind blade fell towards the giant monster. The sharp wind blade kept cutting on the giant monster's thick skin, and things kept falling. Under Harry's attack, the troll kept retreating and finally fell to the ground. Almost continuously flowed from its eyes, making a scream. Polk's reminder made Harry clearly aware of his weakness in dealing with trolls, so naturally he wouldn't miss it. On the other hand, Draco Malfoy's fighting style is more direct, even a bit violent. Draco Malfoy sprinted onto the troll's body, and continued to use the Thunder Knife and Thunder Kick to cause damage to the troll. What's more, Draco Malfoy came directly to the troll's head, waving his wand at the troll's ear, and said in a deep voice, "Thunderball bounces." The Thunderball entered the giant's big ear and exploded on its head. The giant screamed and fell to the side. Draco Malfoy jumped on the giant monster, landed safely, and killed another giant monster without looking back. Roy Sophie was shocked again to see yet another imp, single-handedly defeating a giant. Not only Harry, Malfoy and Hagrid, but also the other little ghosts in the void at this time, cooperated with the goblins and started a fight against the Death Eaters riding on the griffins. The number of Death Eaters on the griffin is declining sharply, and most of them still die on Cedric, Forbes, Hermione and Carriona. Of course, it was Luna Jennifer who excited and frightened Roy Sophie the most. Luna Jennifer gave full play to the advantages of her light magic. When necessary, she released blessings to protect the warriors of Isladu, or released light shields to help the warriors of Isladu to block under a lot of damage. Kate Lyle is like a god, suspended in the void, watching the battle all the time and seeing the efforts of Harry and others. Especially Draco Malfoy, the fighting madness made Kate Lyle think of a special character, Super Saiyan. I always feel that this guy will develop in this direction. A son of a nobleman has become a war madman. Thinking of this, Kate Lyle couldn't help but wonder, when Voldemort wants Malfoy to submit to him a few years later, will Malfoy transform himself and rub Voldemort on the ground? The warriors of Isladu are very brave, especially with the support of the magician. They exploded with unprecedented strength. Half an hour later, when the holy light disappeared, the battle was declared over. Except for the half-orcs who were defeated and fled, almost half of the 30,000 half-orc army was killed, and all 20 giant monsters became the hunting targets of Malfoy, Harry and Hagrid. The final result was that Harry killed 7 giant monsters, and Malfoy killed 6 giant monsters. Hagrid only killed 5 giant monsters, and one of them died under the joint efforts of Ronald and Neville. In the end, Harry won the match. Next time I will definitely win. Malfoy glanced at Harry Potter and said in a deep voice. A smile appeared on Harry's face and he said, "That's not necessarily the case. Is it really okay for you to do this? Maybe I will win next time." Hagrid laughed while listening to the conversation between the two. Malfoy and Harry suddenly raised their middle fingers towards Hagrid in a tacit understanding. Hagrid froze for a moment. With a dark face, Hagrid grabbed Malfoy's and Harry's necks with 2 big hands and said, "Draco, Harry, you are so arrogant." Both Malfoy and Harry's expressions changed suddenly, trying to break free from Hagrid. But Hagrid would not let go of such an opportunity, and grabbed the two of them and leaned towards each other face to face, with a playful smile on his face. What did Professor Kate say? When you quarrel, let you calm down and become friendly. The best way is to hug each other. Hagrid, you're crazy. Hagrid, I'm not done with you. The battle to defend the Isladu dwarves in Linghu town is over. They defeated orcs who were several times their number, but none of them died. This is a record they could not have imagined. The warriors of Isladu cheered passionately and cheerfully. At the same time, they are also full of admiration for Kate Lyle. Master Kate Lyle, please allow me to offer my respect and faith on behalf of the warriors of Isladu. Sophie Roy stepped forward and said sincerely to Kate Lyle, from now on, Kate Lyle the Master is the most honored guest of our Isladu. When Roy Sophie said this, she meant it sincerely. If Kate Lyle hadn't shed the holy light to protect them, if it hadn't been for the help of Kate Lyle's students, facing so many half-orcs, the crisis they faced would undoubtedly be stronger, and there would be even greater dangers. Loss. Kate Lyle laughed and said, without me, I also believe that the warriors of Isladu would defeat the enemy. You have the courage, wisdom and strength that a strong man should have. A dwarf warrior came over, holding a sword inlaid with red gems in his hand. Sophie Roy handed the sword to Kate Lyle with both hands and said, Master Kate Lyle, please accept my sincerity. The royal sword of Isladu, the Mora's sword, is the best blacksmith in Isladu. The swords made by the joint efforts of the entire Isladu only have 10 handles. Except for the princes and kings, only the right Esla can only be obtained by warriors who have made great contributions. Polk stood aside, looked at the sword in Roy Sophie's hand, and said enviously. Hearing this, Kate Lyle stretched out her hand, took the sword of Mora's and said, thank you. Kate Lyle was willing to take over the sword of Mora's, which made Roy Sophie relieved and very happy at the same time. Roy Sophie stood on the wall of the city wall, looked down at everyone and said, warriors, clean up the battlefield, let's drink tonight. Raw, cheers resounded over the battlefield again. The warriors of Isladu quickly stripped off all the armor and weapons from the half-orcs, then threw them into the big pit and burned them. Most of the armor and weapons on these half-orcs were produced by the blacksmiths of Isladu. Although much has been destroyed by now, they can be brought back and rebuilt, and they are made by dwarves with excellent craftsmanship. When night fell, the entire Linghu town also entered into a lively celebration banquet. Harry and the others once again became the object of warm cheers. The dwarf warrior of Isladu, optimistic and full of yearning for life. They are enthusiastic, like to drink, also like to dance in the celebration banquet, and entertain distinguished guests with their own fine wine. Roy, Sophie and Polk, they accompanied Kate Lyle, and the atmosphere was very lively. Isladu. Once the capital of the dwarves, it is now occupied by half-orcs. The defeat of Linghu town made the excited army of Death Eaters and orcs feel oppressed and humiliated. As the victor, Erebus, who controlled tens of thousands of orcs, looked even more embarrassed. He didn't know what kind of existence Kate Lyle was, but the holy light that fell was the dwarf who sheltered Isladu. In addition, the magic and dress of Harry and others also let Erebus know that the goblins have invited people from that world to help. Erebus, those outsiders may be students from a certain academy. Kos sat opposite to Erebus and said after hearing about the defeat on the battlefield in Linghu town, however, I have never heard of the magic you mentioned. What do you think of the man with wings? Erebus murmured, the magic he releases can bless those dwarves. Besides that person, I also found a little girl who has magic similar to him. Barkton thought about it and said, although I don't know the specific origins of these people, I don't know what kind of magic it is, and I don't even know who that winged person is. However, as long as they are still walking around in this world, then, for us, there is still a chance to figure out their situation. Kos nodded in agreement and said, then let's activate our informant and find out their news. I agree. Buckington said with a smile. After a slight silence, Erebus realized, I have no objection. Linghu town. After a night of hangover, the dwarves slept until noon, while Harry and the others got up early and started to get busy around. Bob, are you sure there will be enough herbs in these places? Harry asked, looking at the dwarf Bob who was leading the way. Hearing this, Bob stopped in his tracks and said to Harry, you should believe me, we are only interested in mines and ironware, and we don't like herbs very much, so we seldom pick the herbs that grow here. Bob, you must be very interested in the glittering gold coins, Ronald said aside. Of course, shiny things are very interesting. Bob smiled happily. Then can you tell me where I can get enough gold coins? Ronald asked immediately. Of course I went to the mines. The gold ore was mined and smelted again, and it will be a big gold coin, Bob said with a smile on his face. Bob, are we friends? Ronald asked expectantly. When Harry and Hermione heard Ronald's words, they immediately knew what Ronald was paying attention to. Of course, Bob looked at Harry and the others and said with a smile, "You are all my friends. Bob, if we leave, can you send me enough gold coins as a testimony of our friendship?" Ronald said immediately, "It's not a problem. Prince Roy Sophie is very willing to reward you with enough gold coins." Bob smiled heartily. "Harry, Neville, over here, we found something good here." Cedric showed his figure from a small hill beside him and waved to Harry and the others. Harry and the others immediately followed after hearing this. "Cedric, what did you find?" Harry asked curiously. When they arrived, Luna, Malfoy and the others were also here. "There are a lot of eggs here." Cedric smiled happily. "We seem to be able to light a fire and eat baked eggs. Are you guys kidding me? This is the egg of a human-faced spider." Bob looked at the egg on the ground, his face suddenly changed, and exclaimed, "There are actually eggs of a human-faced spider here. Hurry up, otherwise we're in trouble." When Harry and the others heard this, they were all stunned. "Bob, a human-faced spider's scary." "Are there any trolls?" Malfoy asked curiously. "We are geniuses who can defeat even trolls." Bob quickly explained, "We need to get out of here quickly. If we let them know that we touched their babies, they will go crazy. They are more than 3 meters tall, and when their huge claws are spread apart, they are as big as 7 or 8 meters. They are very dangerous. The silk they spit out is very flexible, toxic, and sticky. If we are entangled by them, we will be in big trouble. I think we're in trouble." Neville sensed something, looked aside, and said with fear in his eyes. When Harry and the others heard the words, they looked aside and their eyes widened. "Run!" Bob exclaimed, turned and ran away. The dwarf's legs are short, but his running speed is not slow at all. After a while, he ran a distance of tens of meters. However, this speed is not enough for the human-faced spider. Human-faced spiders are very big. Their feet are very long and sharp, especially their long legs are covered with barbs. Their heads joined to the body. You can't see the neck, but you can see the flattened face, very human-like. Big black eyes, monkey-like flat nose, huge mouth, sharp teeth. They look ugly and full of danger. Earth thorns bloom. Cedric turned around and released magic towards the man-faced spider running fast. Pooh. The human-faced spider was pierced through its body by a thorn that suddenly rose from the ground. Harry, flying curse. Hermione threw a water prison curse, which restrained a huge human-faced spider, and shouted hastily. In the face of these huge human-faced spiders, flying into the sky is undoubtedly a better choice. Fireball. Forbes ran fast. His backhand was a magic spell with no vision. Ronald, who was following Forbes, suddenly changed his expression and quickly lay down on the ground, shouting, "Forbes, are you going to kill me?" Forbes was a little embarrassed and quickly apologized. "Sorry, Ronald, I'm so scared." Thunderball bounces. Malfoy's Thunderball hit the spider attacking Ronald and said deliberately, "Do you want to be the food of the spider, the red-haired Weasley?" Ronald glanced back quickly and was so frightened that he quickly got up and ran forward. There are too many human-faced spiders, big and small, densely packed. Flying curse, Harry's voice sounded, and Ronald immediately flew up. Harry followed immediately, grabbed Cariana, who was fighting back, and flew into the distance, saying, "Are you dying? If you don't leave, you will be finished." Cariana is a fire magician, and very talented. At this time, Harry took him to the sky, but he still waved his magic wand, striking the man-faced spider with precise firepower. Hit by a fireball, the man-faced spider burst into flames. Nice job. Harry put Cariana on the trunk of a big tree, gave a compliment, and cast a flying spell on Cariana, and immediately went to support the others. Cariana nodded to Harry with a smile, immediately flew into the air, and began to attack the man-faced spiders below. Not long after, Harry took his little friends away, looked at the hundreds of human-faced spiders gathered below, and said with a tingling scalp, "Fortunately, we can fly, otherwise we will be in trouble. These human-faced spiders are huge and dangerous. They run with so many long legs, and their short legs are not enough for others to run. Wow, the feeling of flying like this is really great." Bob tried this kind of flying for the first time, tumbling in the air with great excitement. At this moment, a human-faced spider that had climbed up a big tree protruded its silk, and Bob fell headlong into it. Bob immediately lost control of his body and was pulled over by the human-faced spider. "Help." Bob's voice sounded, and many spiders were seen, and they spit out spider silk at them, trying to capture Harry and others. Bob is in danger. Seeing Bob being dragged by the human-faced spider and about to be wrapped into a dumpling by the spider's silk, Ronald cried a little anxiously. Windblade curse. Harry attacked the spider that trapped Bob. The sharp blade, like cutting tofu, cut off the spider thread connecting Bob, but it also made the facial spider very dissatisfied. The food in hand just slipped away from him. The harsh and irritable voice seemed to be giving some order to these human-faced spiders, and the other human-faced spiders also became irritable. Ronald, Cedric, Neville, use earthen walls to protect Bob first. Harry watched the man-faced spider start running towards Bob, who fell to the ground, and said hastily, "Earth wall curse, earth thorns bloom, earth wall curse." Upon hearing this, the three of Ronald released their magic immediately. While defeating the spider, they also protected Bob with a wall inside, preventing the spider from continuing to attack. Guard everything. Luna and Edward quickly cast magic, and a barrier rose to protect Bob inside. Fireball bombardment, water polo curse, earth thorns bloom. What kind of experience is it like for the Air Force to fight against an army that has no air combat capability? Just like the human-faced spiders in front of them, the spider silk they spit out has a distance limit and cannot hit Harry and others who are moving in the air. However, the attacks of Harry and others were able to easily hit them from a long distance and hit them accurately. Therefore, with the support of the magic potion, hundreds of human-faced spiders were killed. After more than 100 of them were killed, they were frightened and quickly retreated and fled. The human-faced spider left a field of corpses, and Harry and the others quickly landed to check Bob's situation. "Don't hit the spider silk, it's corrosive and toxic." Seeing Harry touching the spider silk with his hands anxiously, Luna quickly stopped. When Harry heard this, he quickly withdrew his hand. At the same time, they noticed that the flowers, plants and trees around them that had been corroded by spider silk looked very withered at this moment. "We need to deal with the spider silk on it immediately, otherwise it will continue to be corroded," Hermione said aside. "I have a solution," Harry said nervously, taking out his wand. "You want to cut spider silk with the wind blade." Seeing this, Neville couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure you didn't intend to kill Bob?" Malfoy said mockingly, "But we don't have weapons." Harry also realized that something was wrong and said awkwardly, "Then go back to Linghu town." Cedric said it should be in time. They went out to collect herbs this time, and they walked a little far, but if they flew back, it would take about 10 minutes. Then it's decided. Harry thought for a while and said affirmatively, "First, we have to figure out how to fix Bob and then fly him back. It's simple, we can create a strong cage, then use the petrification spell to protect the cage, and then we can take him back." Hermione said immediately. Harry and others didn't think of other methods, so they didn't care so much. So Cedric and others can be seen holding one body, and the other end of the body is Bob in the cage. However, before they flew out of the mountains, a new crisis landed again. The buzzing sound resounded through the valley, giving people a special feeling. This made Harry and the others curious and puzzled. However, when they saw the thing flying out of the valley, they were all terrified. From a distance, it looks a little dark. Their speed is very fast, and the number is even larger. It's a blood-sucking bee. Hermione looked at the overwhelmed bees, each of which was the size of a fist, red and black, with stings about 4 centimeters in length, extremely terrified. Hermione paid special attention to the existence of this killer bee after learning about the magical animals in this world from the goblin. Even an existence with a strong defense force like a giant monster would shy away from a blood-sucking bee. In order to kill the enemy, blood-sucking bees can be said to be everywhere, because the nose, ears, and mouth of the giant monster are also the direction of their invasion. At this moment, seeing them coming all over the sky, how could Hermione not be afraid? "Run away or we'll die here," Hermione urged. There was no need for Hermione's reminder. Harry and the others had already flown away in fright. It's just that Harry and the others didn't fly very far, and the blood-sucking bees kept getting closer. "No, our speed is too slow. We haven't returned to Linghu town, we're all going to be sucked dry." Cedric glanced back, shouted at the approaching blood-sucking bee, "Then kill them." Harry turned around, waving his wand, and shouted, "Hurricane curse." The wind is howling, and the big trees have to bow down for it. However, there were too many blood-sucking bees, and their speed was so fast that they went against the wind. In addition, these blood-sucking bees will disperse and surround them from the left and right sides when they are hit by the strong wind. "They're afraid of fire," Hermione exclaimed, remembering that Pork had told her that vampire bees were afraid of fire. "Fireball bombardment, fireball bombardment." Fireball bombardment. Harry, Carly, and Forbes immediately released their magic upon hearing this. Fireballs are indeed effective against blood-sucking bees, but there are too many blood-sucking bees, and the area is too large. The coverage area of their magic is obviously not enough. "Go to the ground and block it with an enchantment," Luna suggested. "Get down," Malfoy yelled as he fell to the ground first. Everyone fell to the ground without hesitation. "Guard everything." 10 people shot at the same time, and in the time of 2 breaths, a barrier protected them all in the middle. It was also at this time that the vampire bee arrived. In an instant, the day turned into night, and the blood-sucking bees charged towards the barrier one after another. The barrier flickered with ripples, which also meant that the power of the barrier would be continuously consumed. Luna made a shot, and a ball of light floated in the air, illuminating the darkness and giving Harry and the others some information about the situation outside. Pay attention to the enchantment and shoot at any time. Cedric looked at the enchantment and said, "The main attack of killer bees is on the bee needles. Like a shot dart, it is still very penetrating. These blood-sucking bees won't keep pestering us, will they?" Neville said worriedly. "I don't know, but I hope they will leave quickly after they know they can't break through our defense," Harry said comfortingly. "Then let's hide," Forbes suggested. "If they find that we are gone, they will not attack us and leave." "How?" Ronald asked. "Of course it's up to you. Build a house with an earthen wall curse and then leave a small hole in front of the enchantment so that we can breathe. It's fine." Forbes laughed. "You can try it," Luna agreed. "Then give it a try." Seeing that everyone wanted to try, Harry said. After a while, Cedric and Ronald made moves at the same time, and a simple square house with a side length of 4 meters was okay. As discussed, a gap the size of an adult's fist was left on the ground for ventilation, and it was blocked with an enchantment. It's finally a little easier. After finishing all this, Neville sat down against the wall and said, "Harry and others are almost the same." From the appearance of the human-faced spider to the frightening number of blood-sucking bees, there are really endless surprises. Click, 2 eggs rolled from Ronald's feet to the middle. Everyone looked at the 2 eggs and couldn't help being stunned, and then they looked at Ronald again. "What kind of egg is this?" Neville asked a little silly. "Spider eggs," Hermione said, staring at Ronald. Ronald was stared at by everyone. His face was a little embarrassed, but he still nodded and said, "I took it at that time and put it in my pocket." "No wonder those human-faced spiders chased us, so you took their eggs." Malfoy stared at Ronald angrily and said, "You don't know, your behavior almost killed us. At that time you were still thinking about grilling spider eggs with human faces." Ronald suddenly stiffened when Malfoy said this and responded. Harry and the others were slightly taken aback when they heard this and then laughed. "Go ahead and take it. Anyway, we have already dealt with the human-faced spider. Now we just need to wait for the blood-sucking bee to leave and then return to Linghu Town immediately." Forbes laughed. "Or let's try baking 2 eggs first," Edward suggested. "There is nothing to do waiting here, but baking eggs is different." "Good proposal." Harry released a fireball directly and laughed. Like Harry, Forbes and Carly also released fireballs, and both were somewhat interested in baking eggs. MJU4 ND8 NTC3 Odom 1 NDA1 MZU1 ODU equals. Seeing this, Ronald said, "Let's bake eggs." Harry, Forbes and Carly shot quickly, and 3 fireballs directly surrounded the 2 human-faced spider eggs. After a while, a smell of baked eggs permeated the air. Hermione and Luna looked at each other with a slight smile on their faces. The atmosphere in front of him suddenly became a little more relaxed. If blood-sucking bees have the same intelligence as humans, will they be mad when they know that we bake eggs in them? Boom, boom. Seeing the delicious food when everyone was looking forward to it, suddenly, 2 fist-sized human-faced spider eggs burst in an instant. Harry and the others were splashed with a lot of baked egg yolk and white eggshell. Everyone was a little embarrassed, and they were a little stunned by the sudden explosion, and even a little frightened. The baked eggs are gone. Ronald looked at the baked eggs that exploded all over the floor with a desperate expression, and said in frustration, "Ha ha ha." Forbes looked at one of Cedric's eyes, which was covered with egg yolk. He smiled slightly and couldn't help laughing. Edward's appearance is not much better. Not only the egg white, egg yolk, but also the eggshell, like a poor child covered with freckles. At the back, Hermione and the others also laughed heartily. After all, everyone is a bit embarrassed. From slow anticipation to sudden surprise and finally a relieved laugh, what the 10 of Harry didn't know was that the bond between them had increased a lot invisibly. "Hey, we forgot one thing." At this moment, Luna said seriously. When Harry and the others heard the words, they also reacted and immediately surrounded the cage. Bob was in a bad mood at this time. His face was a little dark, and the place where the spider silk was entwined was eroding Bob's body. "Hermione, Luna, can your healing technique help him first?" Harry looked at Bob like that and asked. Hermione said, "I don't know if it works, and the spider silk on him is still there." Harry and the others were a little anxious. If the spider silk was not cleaned, it would keep corroding Bob. Suddenly, Harry looked at Malfoy and said, "Malfoy, use your thunder knife." Malfoy frowned upon hearing this and said, "It will hurt him. The wound hurts. Get rid of the spider silk first, and then let Hermione and Luna work together to heal the wound." Harry explained. My thunder knife is for hurting people, not for cutting spider silk, Malfoy said, still frowning. Malfoy. Harry stared at Malfoy and said in a deep voice, "Are you really going to die?" Facing everyone's eyes, Malfoy finally nodded and said, "Then I'll give it a try. Linghu town is near the sea, and the water resources here are also rich." Hagrid is curious about this world, and because he is informal, he soon plays with the dwarves here. After getting to know each other well, I followed the dwarves into the boat early in the morning and went fishing. He didn't come back until noon. Professor Ketter, have you seen Harry and the others? When Hagrid came back, he wanted to share his joy of fishing with Harry and the others, but he couldn't find the little guys like Harry, so he asked curiously. I heard that I went out to collect herbs with Bob. Kate Lyle was studying sword casting with a dwarven master craftsman, and she heard Hagrid's words and responded. Which direction did they go? Hagrid asked curiously. Then it's not very clear. Kate Lyle heard the words, thought for a while and said, "They are so smart, there should be nothing wrong." I thought so too. Hagrid thought for a while and said. At this moment, a dwarf guard trotted over and said to Kate Lyle, "Master Kate Lyle, the prince asked me to invite you over." Kate Lyle heard this and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" The dwarf guard responded, "This matter is related to the students of Master Kate Lyle." After hearing this, Hagrid quickly asked, "What's wrong with Harry and the others? We got news that they are trapped in the Black Forest." Lover's guard responded again. Kate Lyle and Hagrid nodded after hearing this, and the three left quickly. The city wall of Linghu town. Roy Sophie is organizing manpower, preparing to lead the troops to the Black Forest to rescue Harry and others. Just now, Roy Sophie sent the news through the cuckoos in the Black Forest, letting them know what kind of danger Harry and the others are facing now. After getting the news, Roy Sophie did not hesitate and started to organize the manpower and asked Kate Lyle to be notified. So when Kate Lyle and Hagrid arrived, Roy Sophie had stopped a 500-man dwarf warrior and was ready to go. "Master Kate Lyle, your student is also our honored guest. Don't worry, we will find a way to rescue them." Roy Sophie looked at Kate Lyle, who was coming, and said very solemnly. When Kate Lyle heard the words, she also saw Roy Sophie's actions, but she still shook her head and said with a smile, "Thank you, Prince Roy Sophie, for your generosity. I also received your kindness. But you don't need to send anyone there. You just need to tell me where they are now and what the situation is." Roy Sophie said with a firm expression, "Master Kate Lyle, this is our sincerity. We will not let our benefactor fall into danger and ignore it." "It's too slow for you to go with us," Hagrid said aside, "so you, Prince Roy Sophie, you just need to tell us where they are." In addition, Prince Roy Sophie needs to be reminded that we should trust Harry and the others, and at the same time trust Professor Kate Lyle. Roy Sophie thought for a while and whistled to the side. The whistle echoed in the air, and a bird with grey and yellow feathers like an eagle landed on Roy Sophie's shoulder. "Ties, this is Master Kate Lyle, a legendary mage." Roy Sophie said to the falling cuckoo, "Now, you take Master Kate Lyle to find his students." "Okay, Sophie." The cuckoo named Tars glanced at Kate Lyle and said, "Wow, talking magical animals." Hagrid became excited when he heard Tars speak. This is a cuckoo, one of the few magical animals in our world that can talk. Sophie Roy explained with a smile, "Tess, they are my friends. They live in the Black Forest and are very familiar with it. I am familiar with it leading the way. I can quickly find Harry and the others." After a pause, Roy Sophie still reminded Kate Lyle, "Master Kate Lyle, the Black Forest is a dangerous place. Please be careful. There are many dangerous magical animals living in it." Kate Lyle looked at the cuckoo in front of him and said with a smile, "Ties, I'm sorry for your inconvenience. Please follow me." Tars jumped up and flapped his wings. After a while, he was 100 meters away. Tars' speed is still very good. Kate Lyle cast a flying spell and followed Tars towards the Black Forest. Sophie Roy looked at the flying Kate Lyle and Hagrid, a little envious. If they have such flying ability, combined with the bravery of the dwarves facing the enemy, they will go forward bravely and sweep everything without fear. Black Forest, a huge virgin forest. The trees here are generally 40 to 50 meters high, with lush vegetation, and there are also a lot of magical animals living there. These magical animals are mild and dangerous, and each has its own living area and habits. Most of the time, they don't interfere with each other. But sometimes they also fight. This world is not a simple world. Tars flew into the Black Forest with Kate Lyle and others, and moved westward for about 10 miles. It was here when I found out that they were attacked by human-faced spiders. Tars said, looking at the battle marks below. Kate Lyle nodded and said, "Is there a way to find them?" "I need a moment, sir," Tars said back to Kate Lyle. Then Tars was seen tweeting, and the sound was a bit long and melodious. But Kate Lyle knew that it wasn't Tars singing, but communicating with other magical animals. Sure enough, there were many birds flying around, and they made various sounds. After responding a few words, Tars flapped his wings and said, "Follow me." They encountered blood-sucking bees and successfully escaped the crisis, but they were attacked by earth dragons again. Kate Lyle heard Tars' words and said with a smile, "They are lucky to have so many encounters. I'm looking forward to such a thing, Professor Kate Lyle." After hearing what Tars said, Hagrid said with great regret, "I actually missed so many magical animals. I regret it very much. Why did I go out to sea to fish for fish? Your thoughts are very dangerous, little giant." Tars responded outside, "Whether it's a human-faced spider, an earth dragon, or a blood-sucking bee, they are all very dangerous guys. Once you get entangled by them, you will be eaten to nothing. That's not necessarily the case. In the face of absolute strength, they will be good training targets." Hagrid said confidently, "There are sounds of fighting ahead. I think we should be here." Tars' keen talent immediately sensed the movement ahead and said, "Lush woods, primitive vegetation, has a long history. Every big tree has a diameter of more than 1 meter. But at this time, they fell down one by one, and the instigator was a giant black snake. The giant snake is very big. The diameter of the head is 2 meters long, and the whole snake body is nearly 100 meters long. The black scales emit a cold light and are extremely hard. At this time, the giant snake was fighting fiercely with Harry and others. Thunder kick, burst column, earth thorns bloom, sharp storm, light curtain. One after another magic fell on the dragon snake. Harry and the others almost exerted all their strength and were extremely anxious. After dealing with the spider silk on Bob's body and simply treating him, he escaped the pursuit of the blood-sucking bees. But what Harry and others did not expect was that a giant snake suddenly appeared at this time, and swallowed Bob in the cage in one gulp. This result was completely unexpected by Harry et al. Poor Bob not only was almost tied up into a rice dumpling by a human-faced spider, his body was also corroded by poisonous spider silk, and his wounds were corroded, and he was swallowed by a giant snake in the end. What kind of torture is this? Harry and the others didn't know whether Bob would die after being swallowed by the giant snake, so they tried hard to kill the black snake and rescue Bob. Even if Bob died in the end, they also avenged Bob. "No, his scales are too hard. Our magic can't hurt him at all." Malfoy punched and kicked the giant snake. Feeling a numbness in his arm, he had to retreat a certain distance immediately to avoid being crushed by the giant snake. "My flames are useless," Forbes said helplessly. "It's very powerful, and the walls we created, or the ground thorns, can't do anything to it." Ronald, Cedric, and Neville looked at each other and agreed. "Then what should we do? Bob has been swallowed for a few minutes." Hermione said worriedly, "If you can't kill it and rescue Bob, he should be corroded by the stomach acid of the giant snake. There's no way, our magic is still too weak. We can't break through its defense at all, and can't hurt it." Harry said with some regret, "They have worked very hard to recover and overcome the fear in their hearts, facing such a huge snake. However, in front of such a behemoth, their attacks seemed weak and powerless. It seems that you have encountered a lot of trouble." Kate Lyle's voice rang in everyone's ears, and joyful smiles appeared on the faces of Harry and the others. When the giant snake saw Kate Lyle appearing, its innate sense of crisis made it stare closely at Kate Lyle with its big eyes, not daring to move. Kate Lyle looked at the huge snake in front of her eyes, and understood why Tars called it an earth dragon. Such a huge body is indeed qualified to be called an earth dragon. And looking at the dark and cold scales on the earth dragon, it is obvious that the earth dragon has lived for a long time. Seeing Kate Lyle, Luna shouted happily as if seeing a savior. "Professor Kate, Bob was swallowed by this giant snake. Please help and rescue Bob." Kate Lyle heard the words, remembered Bob's short figure, and took out her wand. "The scales on the rock's earth dragon are perfect materials for making armor. If you can kill it, try not to destroy its body," Tass reminded Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle nodded, took out her wand, pointed at the lock's dragon and said, "Crosswind spirit curse." Facing Kate Lyle, the rock's earth dragon was a bit afraid, but it was so powerful that it didn't make it flinch. And that means it has to face Kate Lyle's magical attacks. As a result, the life-thinking of Rock's earth dragon disappeared after a gust of wind. A huge cross slash directly severed the head of Rock's earth dragon. It's all over in an instant. Tar's eyes widened, his heart filled with horror. Harry and the others took a deep breath, looked at the scene in front of them, and worshipped Kate Lyle even more. They fought for a long time, but failed to destroy the scales of the land dragon of rocks, but in front of Professor Kate Lyle, their heads moved in an instant. The huge gap in strength did not make them despair. On the contrary, they were full of expectations. They can also become stronger. In the future, it is also possible to kill such a rock's ground dragon with such ease. Well, Professor Kate, how do you get Bob out? Harry asked hesitantly as he looked at the decapitated rock's land dragon. Hermione and the others were also a little puzzled when they heard this. The Loch's land dragon was so big that he had no idea how to rescue Bob for a while. Kate Lyle smiled when she heard this and said, "Sword of the Holy Spirit." In an instant, a 10-meter-long sword that radiated holy light appeared in Kate Lyle's hand. "It's so big," Neville said in shock, looking at the lightsaber. "Will this sword be heavy?" Ronald asked curiously. "Can light magic still be used like this?" Luna asked puzzledly. "Amazing," exclaimed Hagrid. Kate Lyle saw their admiration but didn't say anything. In the hands of Kate Lyle, the lightsaber slashed across the body of the rock's land dragon. It was as easy as cutting tofu. The scales with amazing defense were divided without any hindrance. "Open." Kate Lyle's voice sounded, and a long crack opened on the body of Rock's Earth Dragon. The round body was spread out on the ground, with good meat quality and full of elasticity shaking. Kate Lyle's eyes swept over the body of the Rock's Land Dragon, and soon found a bulging place. The lightsaber slashed across, and a cage flew out and fell to the ground. The cage that had been cast with the petrification spell was also shattered. Bob's body fell to the ground, and Harry and others quickly surrounded him. Kate Lyle stepped forward and looked at the injuries on Bob's body. Most of the places were rotted, most of which were corroded by the stomach acid of the Rock's Earth Dragon, and a small part was corroded by the previous spider silk. Hagrid stepped forward to check Bob's breathing and said to Kate Lyle, "There is still breathing." Kate Lyle nodded, and the wand released a magic voice. Praise of light. The holy light fell on Bob, and everyone discovered that Bob's injury was recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 breaths, Bob's injuries were fully recovered without leaving any scars. After a moment, Bob opened his eyes and sat up. "Am I dead?" Bob looked at Harry and the others and said, "You're alive, Bob." Kate Lyle laughed. Bob looked back at Kate Lyle and burst into tears of joy. Roy Sophie did not leave after Kate Lyle left, but waited in the city wall. Roy Sophie is somewhat blind and confident with Kate Lyle. At first, Roy Sophie didn't know why she had such an idea. But then he figured it out. Yesterday's battle gave him enough strength and confidence. Therefore, he believes that Kate Lyle will come back with his students soon. However, Roy Sophie did not dismiss the dwarf warriors immediately and was ready to enter the Black Forest at any time. At this moment, a huge light appeared on the battlefield outside the city wall. Then, Kate Lyle and others came out of the light curtain. Coming out together, there was also a huge Loch's Land Dragon that was killed. Roy Sophie looked at the slain Rock's Earth Dragon in shock, full of horror. This terrifying existence was in the heyday of Isladu, and it would cost a huge price to destroy such a Loch's Land Dragon. But now, it is dead. "Prince Roy Sophie, you don't mind letting us enjoy a delicious meal of grilled ground dragon meat in the afternoon?" Kate Lyle looked at Roy Sophie and smiled. "Of course there is no problem. Esler is the most experienced dwarf chef and is willing to serve you." Roy Sophie laughed. "It's us who enjoy this delicacy together." Kate Lyle said with a smile, "It is said that the scales of the Rock's dragon are very good forging materials, so I gave them to Isladu, hoping that the skilled dwarf master craftsman can make a strong armor. We will cherish every piece of material and give full play to its role," Roy Sophie happily assured. "The master craftsman of Isladu has never disappointed in forging equipment. Warriors, act, we have another grand bonfire dinner tonight. Let's celebrate to our heart's content. Roar." The dwarf warriors all cheered excitedly. Kate Lyle laughed, watching the dwarves who immediately got busy, prepared tools and began to direct the Loch's Earth Dragon, and then said to Harry and the others, "Elemental magic is magical magic, and there are many ways to use it. Today I will teach you another way to use elemental magic. If you learn it, it will be much easier to deal with the Rock's Earth Dragon." When Harry and the others heard this, they immediately shouted with great anticipation, "Mr. Kate, is this true?" "Of course, I never lied to you," Kate Lyle said as she led Harry and the others to the side. Harry and the others followed Kate Lyle to a relatively open place, where they didn't have to worry about affecting Linghu town or causing too much damage. Everyone is unique. Everyone has a different affinity for the elemental energy between heaven and earth, and the elemental magic they master is also different. For example, Malfoy, he has a reaction to thunder element, so thunder element responded to him. For example, Harry, he has a sense of wind element and fire element, so the wind element and fire element respond to him. Most people can only have one kind of element affinity in their lifetime, or even none, and there are very few people who can have two or more. The same is true. Some people can only master one kind of elemental magic, while others can master multiple kinds of elemental magic at the same time. Elemental magic can not only release magic independently, but also can be used by multiple people in combination. The magic that I use in combination with multiple people is called combination magic. Combined magic matches combinations according to attributes, resulting in more powerful magic. The release of combined magic needs to be done through a magic circle, and the magic circle is divided into a pentagram and a hexagram. For magic above the forbidden spell level, you need to use the six-pointed star array. For magic below the forbidden spell level, you need to use the pentagram. It's the magic combination of thunder element and water element, the magic combination of wind element and fire element, the magic combination of water element and earth element, or the magic combination of three elements. According to the difference in their own strength, the level of magic released and produced different powers. Harry and the others, listening to Kate Lyle teaching them new magic skills, listened very carefully and carefully. Kate Lyle also spoke carefully, hoping they can absorb it as soon as possible. For example, how to build a pentagram and a hexagram, and how to release the combination magic, what should be paid attention to when releasing the combination magic. After the explanation was almost the same, and after Harry and the others had absorbed them, Kate Lyle also prepared a combined magic for each of them, allowing them to cooperate with each other to try to build a pentagram array and release the combined magic. There is no easy combination of light magic, because it is very powerful in itself. Therefore, Luna could only watch Harry and the others try hard to cultivate. However, Luna is not idle. The more she learns about light magic and the teachings of Kate Lyle, Luna is also very clear that she still has a lot to learn. In one afternoon, Harry and the others almost exhausted their magic power and mental power, and managed to construct a pentagram array. It's just that it takes a lot of time to build a pentagram every time. They also need to practice a lot, because on the battlefield, the enemy will not give you time to prepare. Professor Kate, how can we successfully build a pentagram? Harry asked wearily. Whenever you can build a pentagram array in a single thought, it will be considered a success. Kate Lyle said, and in a single thought, everyone was surrounded by a huge pentagram array shrouded. Building a pentagram array and releasing combined magic has extremely high requirements on your spiritual power and the control of your own magic power. The more powerful something is, the more difficult it is to obtain. You still need to continue to work hard. However, your performance this afternoon is already very good. After only one afternoon of contact, you can build a pentagram formation, which shows that your talents are still very high. I believe that you in the future will grow to a very high height. I am optimistic about you. Hagrid laughed and said, "Yes, I am very optimistic about myself. For me, this is something that can be solved after a few days of hard work." Hagrid's confidence and words made Harry and the others smile. "Now we should go back and enjoy our dinner, Rock's Dylong barbecue. I think it must taste very delicious." Kate Lyle said a bit funny, making the atmosphere relaxed again. At the same time, the light flickered, and everyone disappeared into the magic circle and returned to Linghu Town. At this time, Linghu Town is still full of vitality and enthusiasm, and it is filled with the smell of barbecue. Combined magic, for Harry and others, is a more advanced method of using magic. At the same time, it is also a relatively difficult skill to use elemental magic. Kate Lyle told them a direction to learn, and how much combined magic they can learn in the end still needs to rely on their own efforts. The meat of Rock's Dylong is very delicious, and the roasted meat is also very fragrant. The scales of the Rock's Earth Dragon are indeed good forging materials. Kate Lyle and the Dwarf Masters have forged a lot of armor and soft armor through the scales of the Rock's Earth Dragon. One set of armor and one set of soft armor were given magic in the hands of Kate Lyle. It makes them have stronger physical defense and magic defense. Dwarves don't know magic, or rather, they can't cast magic. Strength and wisdom are their strength. However, Dwarf Master craftsmen will use the cooperation of materials to make the things they create have enchanting effects. In a Master Craftsman's workshop in Linghu Town, accompanied by guards, Prince Roy Sophie has been waiting here for a long time. The reason why they waited here was because they were notified by Kate Lyle, and they were pleasantly surprised. "Prince Roy Sophie, thank you for giving me the sword, and during these times, for collecting enough materials and herbs for us. This set of armor and sword will be given to you." An iron door in the master workshop was opened. Kate Lyle walked out from inside, and behind him, several dwarves came out. Each dwarf carried a helmet, body armor, gauntlets, leggings, and an extremely sharp sword that exuded astigmatism. Roy Sophie heard the words, stepped forward to look at the dwarves lined up, looked at the armor suits and swords they were carrying, and there was excitement in his eyes. Kate Lyle smiled slightly and said, "Put on the armor for Prince Roy Sophie." With the help of the two dwarves, Roy Sophie put on the armor, which made the somewhat handsome Roy Sophie even more majestic and upright. The armor fit very well, and the extension of the arms was not affected at all. He smiled with satisfaction and then looked at the sword. "Try it," Kate Lyle reminded. Roy Sophie nodded and reached for the sword. Suddenly, the sword radiated light, and even the armor on Roy Sophie also radiated a faint light which echoed the sword. At the same time, Roy Sophie had a feeling that her body was full of strength. Now, with 100 orcs appearing in front of him, Roy Sophie had the urge to go up and chop them all down. Only those with righteous hearts can make the sword surrender and give you strength and protection. Kate Lyle saw Roy Sophie so excited, so she said, "If your heart falls into darkness, then it will also lose the light and the power will be far from you." After hearing Kate Lyle's words, Sophie Roy quickly calmed down and said, "Sophie will definitely remember Master Kate Lyle's words." Kate Lyle nodded, turned and left and said, "Take good care of it. I hope the warriors of the dwarves can return to Isladu under your leadership." When Sophie Roy heard the words, she bowed slightly towards Kate Lyle's back. Her expression was full of firmness, admiration, and gratitude. "Master Kate Lyle." Polk found Kate Lyle looking very anxious. "Is something wrong, Polk?" Kate Lyle looked at Polk's anxious look and asked curiously. "It's Grice. He was attacked by Death Eaters, and he is very dangerous now," Polk said anxiously. "Where is he now?" Kate Lyle heard the words and asked, "Take me to see." "This way," Polk finished, leading the way. Kate Lyle followed Polk and soon came to a room where Harry and others were there. Luna is using the light healing charm to heal Grice, but the effect is minimal. "Professor Kate, Grice is under a very powerful black curse, and I can't get rid of it." Luna looked at Kate Lyle, who was coming, and said in a low voice. Kate Lyle glanced at Grice's situation, smiled slightly and said, "It's okay, you've worked hard, leave the rest to me." At this time, Grice looked a little scary, with blood oozing from all over his body, like a blood man, and his appearance was haggard. Polk gritted his teeth and said, "Master Kate Lyle, this is a very dangerous curse of the Dark Wizard. According to our historical data, people who use this curse of the Dark Wizard generally come from Egypt." "What curse?" Kate Lyle asked, raising her eyebrows. "Blood crash curse. If this curse cannot be lifted within a day, Grice will bleed to death." Poker said in horror and anxiety. On his forehead there is a special mark after being hit by the blood crash curse. "Mark." It was a black snake-like mark. Kate Lyle nodded, took out her wand and said, "Praise of light." When the holy light fell, it could be seen that there was black and red gas on Grice's body, which continuously emerged from Grice's body and formed the appearance of a ghost, making a piercing sound, which was very penetrating. Luna and these little ghosts were frightened by the sudden ghost, and they screamed and ran away from here. Kate Lyle frowned slightly. "I have to say that this curse is really powerful. It seems that those Death Eaters are fully prepared to deal with Grice. Grice is very strong, even stronger than Snape, and with the talent of the goblin, the Death Eaters must also lay an ambush on the only way Grice must pass, holy light." Kate Lyle saw that the curse was a bit stubborn, and with his strength, the praise of light could not completely dispel it. The holy light landed on Grice again, and it can be seen that the curse power on Grice was quickly driven away from Grice's body. "Grice, you're finally awake." Polk looked at the waking Grice and shouted excitedly. On his forehead, a black mark is also quickly disappearing. As a special life, goblins have a relatively long lifespan, generally able to live for 200 years. Therefore, when Grice was seriously injured and dying in an ambush by Death Eaters, Polk was anxious and very sad. Polk looks young, but he is also in his 60s or 70s, and he and Grace also have a good relationship and bond. Grice glanced at Polk with a pale smile on his face, then saw Kate Lyle beside him and said a little excitedly, "Professor Kate Lyle, the High Elf King has agreed to your request. In addition, please help us and save my people. They are being oppressed and enslaved by the Death Eaters at this time." However, Grice, who had shed so much blood, was very weak at this time. The curse was dispelled, and Kate Lyle used the light healing curse again to wake up Grice. Grice met with the High Elf King, and after some persuasion, the High Elf King finally agreed to lend the token to Kate Lyle for a few days to study. In addition, Grice obtained information from the High Elf King about the place where the captured goblin was held. Grice returned quickly without any delay, preparing to gather strength to rescue the tribe. However, because he was discovered by the eyeliner of the Death Eaters when he left, the three of Grice were ambushed after Grice left the Eternal Forest. The other two goblin masters, in order to let Grice live, finally chose to die with the Death Eaters. In this way, Grice was able to get rid of the pursuit of most of the Death Eaters, and in the fight with the 3 Death Eaters, he insisted on coming to Spirit Lake Town, where he was discovered by Polk and rescued in time. Grice, you need to take a good rest now, just leave the rescue to us, Kate Lyle said after learning about the specific situation. After hearing this, Grice said gratefully, "Thank you, Professor Kate Lyle." After Kate Lyle nodded and asked the dwarf to help take care of Grice, Polk and Kate Lyle left the room immediately. "Polk, do you know where the Twin Mountains are?" Kate Lyle asked. "I know, I can lead the way," Polk said excitedly. "Okay, you lead the way, let's go to the Twin Mountains," Kate Lyle said. "Professor Kate, we also want to participate in the rescue of the goblin." Harry stepped forward, stopped Kate Lyle and said. Kate Lyle heard the words, thought for a while and said, "That's fine, then I'll leave this mission to you." When Harry and the others heard this, they laughed, but at the same time they were a little excited. "Professor Kate, this," Polk said anxiously after hearing this. "I brought them here because I hope to train them, and at the same time, you have to trust them." Kate Lyle glanced at Polk, looked at Harry and the others with a serious expression, and said, "This is for me is a journey, but for you, it is a journey of exercise." Harry and the others rarely saw Kate Lyle's serious look, but when they heard this, their expressions became serious. Seeing this, Polk also knew that he could only trust Harry and the others. In fact, Harry's performance has already been recognized by him. It's just that, because the lives of the tribe are at stake, Polk is a little anxious, and he trusts Kate Lyle even more. Harry and the others were given a mission by Kate Lyle to quickly pack up their things and get ready to leave at any time. Roy Sophie rushed over after hearing the news and said quickly, "Polk, our warriors of Isladu, are very happy to help you rescue the people. Prince Roy Sophie, thank you very much for your support," Polk said excitedly. "Nossa, go organize 500 warriors and help our friendly allies," Roy Sophie immediately said to a dwarf warrior. Half an hour later, 500 goblins, 500 dwarf warriors, and Harry's 11 led by Hagrid officially set out on the road. "Master Kate Lyle, are you so assured of your students' actions?" Prince Roy Sophie stood on the city wall and looked at the team going away. "Don't worry," Kate Lyle laughed. Prince Roy Sophie was a little puzzled and stunned and said, "Then you are." "I'm somewhat interested in Montenegro, so I just took advantage of this time to go there," Kate Lyle said with a smile. "This," Roy Sophie said nervously after hearing the words. "Master Kate Lyle, Montenegro is a very dangerous place, and it is also the lair of Death Eaters. It is said that there is a dark dragon living there." "It's okay, no matter how dangerous he is, he can't hurt me," Kate Lyle said confidently. After Kate Lyle finished speaking, she immediately cast Apparition and disappeared instantly. Seeing the disappearing Kate Lyle, Roy Sophie was silent for a while, then turned to where Kate Lyle was originally, with her right hand on her chest, bowing slightly, with a sincere and adoring expression. "It is 100 miles away from Linghu town." Kate Lyle appeared on the top of a cliff and took out a piece of parchment, which was a map. The map is very rough, but fortunately, you can use the map to roughly identify the direction. Montenegro, like his name, this is a dark mountain. The reason for this is because the vegetation here is polluted by the decayed atmosphere, exuding a decayed and dark atmosphere. In addition, it can also be seen that there are ghosts gathering around this black mountain, wandering around, somewhat similar to Soul Eater. But these ghosts are more orcs, dwarves and so on who died in the war. The black mist came from afar, entered the cave, and turned into a black-robed man. The black-robed man took off his hood, revealing a beautiful, somewhat evil face. Perfect the figure, the sexy steps, and the words are slightly frivolous. The woman walked into the cave step by step, leaving behind a graceful figure, which made the 2 Death Eaters guarding the entrance of the cave unable to help moving their eyes following the figure. In the empty cave, even though some braziers were lit, it still looked dark and cold. "David, there's news from Erebus that the goblin has invited helpers from that world, who are professors and students from Hogwarts College." A woman's voice sounded and flames lit up in the somewhat dim cave, and 3 figures also came out from 3 different places. "Professor at Hogwarts, is it Albus Dumbledore?" A somewhat sharp sound sounded, and then a gust of wind blew in the cave, blowing the flames in the cave, swaying left and right as if they were about to be extinguished. "Find him and bring him to me." It was also at this time that a voice sounded in the cave, saying that he did not belong to Heidi, nor did he belong to the other 3. The 3 men in black robes also remained silent. If the flames in the cave were not still burning, everything in front of them would inevitably give people the illusion that time and space were frozen. After Heidi finished speaking, she closed her mouth with a faint smile on her face. "This is a very powerful person." Facing the auras and wanted orders from the Ministry of Magic, he shot without hesitation. Augustin brought a dozen auras and was thrown out of Hogwarts without a chance to resist. It has become a joke in the wizarding world. The man seemed to have a bit of a grudge against Albus Dumbledore. The person who came here is not the Albus Dumbledore you've been thinking about day and night, but a young and promising young man. Heidi turned her head, looked at the man in black robe behind her, and said with a smile, "He created a special magic, it's called elemental magic, and there are a lot of reports about him in that world now." When the four of Heidi heard the voice, they all looked in one direction, and Heidi's expression also showed respect and a bit of fear. And the result is that people from the Ministry of Magic dare not do anything to him. Kate Lyle shuttled through the darkness, and no one noticed the slightest. Even those ghosts are not unusual. Let Kate Lyle shuttle through the Montenegro and observe everything in the Montenegro. Until entering the bottom of Montenegro, Kate Lyle frowned slightly, looking at the hole in front of her. The fiery high temperature is like being in a crater. The surrounding rocks are dark and hard, exuding high temperature. In some places, you can also see spars emitting red light, illuminating the way forward. Kate Lyle looked around and flew in. Boom. Before continuing to go deep into it and seeing the depths of the cave, a flame with extremely high temperature erupted in an instant. Kate Lyle took out the wand and emitted white light, forming a light curtain, blocking all the incoming flames. Where the flame passed, the surrounding rock walls were also baptized, and the fiery red ones, especially the red spar, looked even brighter. Kate Lyle continued to go deeper, looking calm. Moments later, Kate Lyle came to the end of the cave. This is an even bigger cave, and the temperature here has reached hundreds of highs. The reason for this is that there is a passing magma flow here. But why is there a flame sprayed into the channel? Raw, in the magma, a fire snake with a 4-meter-long body emerged. It had a long body and a huge head with dark red sharp horns. Most of its fiery red body was buried in the magma. The amazing thing is that it was obviously a special snake, but it roared like a lion. Cool. Flame spurted out from the fire snake's mouth, heading directly towards Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle raised her eyebrows, raised the corners of her mouth, and said with a smile, "Little guy, you are a little confident." Kate Lyle raised her hand, the light shield was in front and the flame was blocked again. Levitation curse. The magic power emerged and this fiery snake floated up. It was 15 meters long, had horns on its head and could breathe fire. This was a species he had never seen before. Ho ho ho. The fire snake tried to break free from Kate Lyle's control, making a series of noises. The magma rolled, and 5 fire snakes of similar size emerged from the magma, locked on Kate Lyle and spewed out flames. Kate Lyle raised her hand, shielding her body with a light shield, and flames burst out all around, which lasted for 10 breaths before it ended. Fire Snake looked at Kate Lyle in the light shield, and seemed a little angry at not being able to kill him. A huge tail smashed towards Kate Lyle. With a bang, the light shield didn't shake at all, but the fire snake's tail bounced back. Kate Lyle in the light shield looked at the fire snake in front of her thoughtfully. The power is very strong, and the flame temperature is very high. If you fight here, the rock's dragon will be finished, but if you go to the ground, this fire snake will probably become the meal of the rock's dragon. But why is there such a fire snake in this Montenegro? Isn't it dangerous? Or did the Death Eaters have a way to control these fire snakes? The release of these fire snakes has already become a great threat to the dwarves of Isladu. Be quiet, or I will kill you and eat stew. The holy light shrouded the 6 fire snakes, restraining them, and said with a smile. The fire snake shrouded in the holy light swayed from side to side, and it was useless to breathe fire, because the enchantment shrouded in the holy light was extremely hard. Of course, the premise of all this is based on the powerful magic and strength of Kate Lyle. The perception of these fire snakes is a little sharp. He is in an invisible state, and he can even be noticed. "Little guy, do you want to leave with me and move to another place to live?" Kate Lyle asked after thinking about it. It's a pity that these fire snakes couldn't understand what Kate Lyle said at all, and they still struggled hard to get rid of Kate Lyle. Seeing this, Kate Lyle shook her head and flew directly across the cave. Sleepy. As Kate Lyle left, the light beams on the 6 fire snakes shattered, fell asleep, and sank into the magma flow. Kate Lyle continued to move forward, and a magic barrier blocked Kate Lyle's way. Rather than saying it is blocking, it is better to say that this is an alarm enchantment. There is a hidden mechanism near here. If you don't turn it off but walk directly over it, the barrier will be triggered. Then the person who set up the barrier will immediately feel it and know that someone has broken in. But Kate Lyle couldn't be bothered. The light curtain shrouded, and Kate Lyle floated past with ease. There is only one road, which is tortuous, and you can only go to the end before you know where the road leads. Who are you? A voice sounded in the cave and echoed around Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle did not stop and continued to move forward, saying, "You want to know who I am? Why don't you come out and talk to me? I'm not interested in talking to you through the air." After a moment of silence, the voice never sounded, and Kate Lyle had already appeared on a suspended platform. A 2-meter-large eye slowly opened, looking at Kate Lyle, who appeared. Kate Lyle was a little shocked when she saw the huge head in front of her and the invisible body in the darkness. With just this head, this body must be a full 200 meters long. Are you the dark demon dragon? Kate Lyle looked at the dragon in front of her and said, "It's just stupid, greedy, weak guy, fear of me." Dark dragon responded to Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle nodded upon hearing this, then looked around curiously and said, "This is underground. How did you get in through your promotion?" A ball of light rises into the sky. It is not dazzling, but it can clearly see the big hole in the ground. "You and those people are not in the same group. I feel a special breath from you." For Kate Lyle's question, Dark Dragon did not answer directly, but changed the topic. The purpose of that person is to resurrect himself. A very dangerous human being suddenly appeared in this world, led a group of people to start a war, caused massacres, and used evil magic to make this world a mess. The Black Dragon responded to Kate Lyle and said, "That person used special magic to defeat the High Elf King and snatch the High Elf King's crown." "Who is that person?" Kate Lyle asked curiously. The Dark Dragon opened his eyes, looked at Kate Lyle and said, "You want to get it from that person. The crown is supported by the elves of the era, and it has a special magic power. Combined with other tokens collected, it has the magical ability to resurrect people. The magic that can use light, as far as I know, only the High Elf King has it, but obviously you are not." The Black Dragon closed his eyes and said. Kate Lyle glanced at the other side of the Dark Dragon and said, "Do you know what the High Elf King's token is?" "Collect tokens is to resurrect yourself." Kate Lyle was a little shocked when she heard what the Dark Dragon said. The big boss behind these Death Eaters is actually to resurrect himself. "Is he not alive?" Kate Lyle asked in a deep voice. "In the eyes of others, he is a living person, but in my eyes, he is a dead person." The voice of the Black Dragon echoed in the cave, and it was a bit angry. "It seems that this Black Dragon hates that person very much. Need to collect those tokens to revive a person?" Kate Lyle asked curiously, "Do you also want these magical things?" The Black Dragon stared at Kate Lyle with a huge eye. "I don't want to. I haven't met anyone who can kill me." Kate Lyle said with a smile, "In fact, I am also very interested in these things. If possible, I would like to use these things, do a little research. Research on how to gain power, or study on how to revive a dead person." The Black Demon Dragon said disdainfully. "Whether it's you outsiders, or those dwarves or elves or half-orcs, you can't control your desire and greed. When you get one, you want to get all of them. There is no life that can let go of the greed in its heart when facing eternal life." Kate Lyle's eyes flickered and said, "Those tokens gathered together can make people live forever. I don't know, it's just a legend." The Black Demon Dragon said suddenly in a calm tone, "There is such a person in the legend. He collected the crown of the elves, the scepter of moss and the ring of eternity, and lived for 3,000 years. 3,000 years, it's really a long time." Kate Lyle couldn't help admiring after hearing this. However, this still doesn't count as eternal life. In 3,000 years, he died and resurrected 10 times. The Black Demon Dragon said in a heavy voice, "He could have continued to live, but he gave these 3 things to 3 people of destiny. So, he's dead." Kate Lyle hesitated. "In the legend, he is dead." The Black Demon Dragon was silent for a long time before responding. "That person wants to follow the legend." Kate Lyle thought about it. "It seems that that person attaches great importance to resurrecting himself, but I don't know if he has collected those 3 things." "I don't know," the Black Demon Dragon said in a somewhat indifferent voice. "The outside world has nothing to do with me." Kate Lyle looked at the Dark Dragon, somewhat confused about its attitude now. Cruel, evil. At this time, it behaved very quietly. In addition, it told itself a lot of useful information, and it didn't hit him hard. This made Kate Lyle a little puzzled. "Then do you know where that person is?" The Black Dragon closed its eyes and snored, but did not answer Kate Lyle. Either they don't want to answer, or they may be too lazy to answer. Kate Lyle pondered slightly, turned and left. Here, obviously, the answer cannot be obtained from the Black Demon Dragon. After Kate Lyle left, the Black Demon Dragon opened his eyes, which looked a little bright in the darkness, because his eyes became blood red, and then bloodlines began to appear on its body. Kate Lyle walked out of this particular cave, wandered in the valley, and found many Death Eaters. However, Lyle didn't spot a particular character, especially the person in the mouth of the black dragon. Perhaps he is hiding elsewhere, not here. Lyle also did not see the token of the High Elf King, the crown of the elves. Zhan River, a large river with a span of 300 kilometers. The river is turbulent and deep, and a 1-ton stone will be washed away if it goes down. But such a big river has a unique arch bridge, which spans the 300-meter-long river and connects the east and the west. Standing by the bridge, listening to the sound of rushing water and looking at the turbid water, Harry exclaimed, "This river is really spectacular." "It's really spectacular, but it's also dangerous down there. If you fall, you won't be able to come back," Polk responded. There is not only a rushing river below, but also a special creature called a sand crocodile, a giant crocodile that can grow up to 10 meters in length and 10 tons in length. They are very ferocious and powerful. If there are enough of them, even that giant monster can't do anything to him. Hagrid listened to Polk's words with a look of expectation on his face and said, "Sounds very powerful, Polk. Can you tell me how to see sand crocodiles?" "Normally, they rest at the bottom of the water, and when they're hungry, they come out to hunt." Polk didn't hide anything and responded as best he could. "Earth Spear Curse." Hagrid's voice sounded, and Pock, who was explaining something, was stunned, and Harry and others beside him were also stunned. Looking aside, huge spears shot into Zhan one by one. "Professor Hagrid, what are you doing? You will wake up the sand crocodile like this, and even annoy the sand crocodile," Polk exclaimed nervously. Nossa gathered together with 500 dwarf warriors, and was a little nervous at the same time. For them, a single sand crocodile appeared at random, and it was a difficult battle for them. If multiple sand crocodiles appeared at the same time, it would be a hell-level battle. "Don't be nervous, I just want to see if there are any sand crocodiles here." Hagrid smiled awkwardly, and then he said, "Don't worry about it, my luck is usually not very good." The crowd ignored Hagrid, but kept their eyes on the river under the bridge. After a while, after confirming that no sand crocodile appeared, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "It's a good thing there's nothing wrong, otherwise we'd be in trouble," Harry said with a sigh of relief. "Ha ha ha, right, my luck is very average." Hagrid laughed with regret in his eyes. No sand crocodile appeared, and everyone continued to move forward. But what Hagrid and the others didn't know was that at this moment, a huge head emerged from under the bridge. Its eyes were fixed on the bridge, and it was approaching the shore. "Polk, how far are we from the Twin Mountains?" Hermione asked. Polk took out the parchment, glanced at it, and said, "At our current speed, we can get there in 1 day. Looks like we're going to spend the night outside tonight." Hermione looked at Luna and said. Luna smiled slightly and said, "It doesn't matter, we brought the tent anyway." "Stop, there are sand crocodiles." On the Elven Ark, the elves who were paying attention to the changes around them quickly found the sand crocodile, who was about to go ashore and attack Harry and the others, and shouted quickly. Hearing the goblin's warning, Harry and the others immediately stopped in their tracks and became vigilant. Only in Hagrid's expression, there was a bit of anticipation. Hagrid's body was shining with earthy yellow light, and he walked in the front, extremely excited. "There are actually sand crocodiles here." Boom. A huge sand crocodile suddenly jumped out from the corner of the bridge. With its long tail, it fell on the bridge and hit the ground heavily. The size of the sand crocodile is as huge as Polk said. But compared to its huge size, the sand crocodile's long mouth and row of sharp teeth are obviously more concerned and frightening. Faced with such sharp teeth, no one would like to be bitten, but there was one person who didn't seem to care at all. "Ha ha ha, is this a sand crocodile?" Hagrid looked at the huge monster in front of him. After being shocked, he liked the guy in front of him a little, and rushed towards the sand crocodile. Seeing Hagrid running towards him, the sand crocodile was slightly taken aback, and started to rush towards Hagrid the next moment. What a fat girl's delicacy this is. Boom! It opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp teeth, as if to swallow Hagrid in one gulp and enjoy the feast. Earth thorns bloom. The ground thorns suddenly rose from the ground, and the running sand crocodile was caught off guard, and was directly thrown into the air, flipped in the air and landed, and the scene of the overturned car was properly done. The ground thorns didn't penetrate the sand crocodile's body, but scratched its skin a little bit, just like the scales of the rock's dragon. This sand crocodile is not that easy to kill. Harry and the others were a little shocked when they saw such a scene, but what shocked them even more was that 2 sand crocodiles appeared around the corner, and Hagrid was directly surrounded by 3 sand crocodiles. In fact, the sand crocodile will not discard any more lambs for Hagrid. 1 sand crocodile charged at Hagrid, while the other 2 charged at Harry and the others. Earth Wall Curse. Ronald and Cedric used magic at the same time, and a wall of earth was erected in front of them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Harry hurriedly said, "Back, back." The bridge deck was not suitable for fighting, and it seemed a bit crowded, so the dwarves had to quickly turn around, run down the bridge quickly, and let the warriors with shields stand in front, ready to fight. Harry, on the other hand, cast the flying curse, flew into the air quickly, and said to the sand crocodile that broke through the earth wall and charged, "Fireballs bounce." While Harry held the crocodile in check, Ronald and Cedric retreated quickly. "Hagrid will be in trouble by himself," Hermione called, glancing across the way. Flying curse. Harry cast the flying spell on Ronald and the others so that Ronald and the others could stay away from the sand crocodiles. Polk returned to the elven ark. Fighting in the air would make them safer, and he would attack the sand crocodile. After seeing that Harry, Polk and the others were in no danger, Nossa stood at the front and said, "Get ready." Armed with shields, long swords or axes, the dwarf warriors quickly spread out, stood in their positions and were ready to strike at any time. Gathering together not only can't kill the dwarf warriors, but even give the sand crocodile a bowling rush, a good home run, which hurts. Floating curse, all petrified, bones to pieces, full body binding curse. But when Harry and the others were about to fight against the two sand crocodiles, the goblins on the two arcs attacked at the same time. One sound after another sounded in the ears, and one after another magic fell on the two sand crocodiles. The two sand crocodiles were killed by hundreds of goblins before they came to the dwarf warrior, or even rushed down the bridge. Harry and the others shuddered when they saw such a scene. The advantage of having more wizards is that no matter how powerful you are, I can kill you. The so-called 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands is such a truth. These goblins look kind, but I didn't expect them to be so vicious when they shot. Ronald whispered next to Harry. This sand crocodile looked so ferocious, but it was killed so quickly. These guys are too terrifying, Edward exclaimed with some fear. Malfoy nodded aside but still said, "Sundia, it is indeed dangerous, but if we want to win, it is not impossible." Edward hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Harry, we need to help Hagrid." Hermione looked at Hagrid, who was fighting fiercely with the sand crocodile again, and said, "No need at all," Harry said, looking at it. At this time, Hagrid is very sturdy, powerful, relying on his huge body and the defensive blessing of earth magic. He is fighting with the opponent with earth guns. 1, 2, 3. The skin, which hadn't been penetrated by the thorns, was brutally inserted into the body by Hagrid one by one. Hagrid's speed is not slow at all. Compared to his huge and somewhat cumbersome figure, it can even be said to be very smooth. Charge, charge, earth gun attack. He's very much like a bullfighter, except that he's fighting a sand crocodile. Hermione laughed as she watched Hagrid playing with a sand crocodile. "What is a bullfighter?" Luna asked curiously. "That's a special profession in Spain, very popular, but also very dangerous." Harry explained with a smile. When Luna heard this, she thought thoughtfully, "Is that an entertainment project in the Muggle world? You can understand it that way." Harry laughed. Hagrid looked at the sand crocodile at this time and laughed in satisfaction. Although Hagrid likes such a giant sand crocodile, he also knows that if he wants the sand crocodile to behave well, he must first beat it to submission. Hagrid's shots were all controlled. He didn't attack the opponent's vital points. The purpose was to tame the sand crocodile. But sand crocodiles aren't that easy to tame, and besides, Polk doesn't have that much time to keep Hagrid here trying to tame a sand crocodile. "Hagrid, you need to end the battle quickly. We need to find a place to spend the night before dark." Polk stood on the elf ark and called to Hagrid. Hearing Polk's words, Hagrid exclaimed, "I still need a little time. It will be my friend soon." Boom! Seeing this, Harry and the others exclaimed in surprise, but quickly laughed. "Little guy, you dare to whip me with your tail. I'm angry." This time, Hagrid decided to give the B***D a hard time, so the sand crocodile can't wait to eat Hagrid. Because Hagrid was not injured, he got up quickly and charged at the sand crocodile again with his earthen gun. The sand crocodile was also irritated by Hagrid, and he had no less than 20 earthen guns stuck in his body, which made him aching. "This time, are you sure you still need to be friends?" As soon as Hagrid finished speaking, the sand crocodile sent a dragon to wag its tail, and directly sent him flying. Hagrid threw out his spear and pierced the sand crocodile's head, and then charged, holding an earthen gun in his hand, and jumped up. Magic power emerged, constantly lingering on the soil gun, hard and sharp. Hagrid exploded with all his power, plus the power of the free fall. The effect was a bit explosive. Boom! The spear fell with Hagrid's huge tonnage, directly piercing the sand crocodile's mouth, nailing the sand crocodile to the ground. There was a dull sound and shaking on the ground. especially within a 5-meter radius centered on Hagrid. A depression appeared directly, and the gravel turned up. The sand crocodile tossed and turned, trying to throw off the earth gun and Hagrid, but it was of no avail and was finally killed by Hagrid. Looking at the scene before them, Harry and the others were shocked. Especially Harry and Malfoy were even more shocked and envious. As magic warriors, they know very well what kind of power explosion this is. Nice job, Hagrid. Harry stepped forward to praise. Hagrid, you are so strong. You are a real magic warrior now, Hermione praised. Hearing the praise from Harry and the others, Hagrid had a very smug smile on his face and said, "This kind of battle is really enjoyable." Having said that, Hagrid looked at Harry and Malfoy and said smugly, "Of course, it's just so simple." Upon hearing this, Malfoy saw Hagrid staring at him again, curled his lips and said, "Then you are also my defeat." Harry stretched out his hand, and the energy of the wind element formed a small whirlwind in his hand, and said maliciously, "Hagrid, it's very simple for us to defeat you." Hagrid looked at the little whirlwind, smiled triumphantly, and disappeared in an instant. The wind elemental magic warrior, if you want to play it, the earth element magic warrior, has a great advantage. First of all, he can't catch up with Harry. In terms of attack methods, Harry's wind magic is more destructive. Looking at Hagrid's smelly face, Hermione and the others smiled undisguised. "Hagrid, you are too powerful. You even killed the sand crocodile by yourself. You are braver than our strongest warrior." Nossa came over with the dwarf warrior, looked at Hagrid, and said with great admiration. Nossa's praise made Hagrid smile immediately. He stretched out his hand, hugged Nossa, and said happily, "Nossa, thank you." Nossa was held high by Hagrid, and smiled a little happily. Harry and others looked a little funny at the scene in front of them. The dwarf warrior cheered and let out a hearty laugh. As night fell, Harry and the others moved forward quickly, looking for a good place for thousands of them to rest. After a simple meal, Harry and the others lay on the ground around the campfire and looked up at the starry sky. The starry sky in this world is very beautiful, and the visible stars are shining, embellishing the entire starry sky. You say, what is our mission? Edward said suddenly, staring at the starry sky. It has been a few days since I came to this elf world. At first, they thought the mission was to help Grice rescue its people. Now, they have experienced half-orcs attacking the goblin town, and then went to Linghu town with the goblin to support the dwarves. Now, they follow the goblin and dwarf warriors to the Twin Mountains to rescue the goblin besieged by orcs. But what happened in front of them made them feel that it was not that simple. There are Death Eaters in this world. Malfoy glanced at Edward and said, "Perhaps, what Professor Kate wants us to do is to expel the Death Eaters from this world." Harry and Ronald looked at each other, and Ronald said immediately, "Do we need to spend our whole vacation to complete this task? That is to say, do we need to fight all the time?" Cedric said aside, "This is an exciting and somewhat dangerous trip. I can be sure that in our time, there are not many people who are as exciting as us. At least we learned a lot here and got stronger." Forbes laughed. "Do you think Professor Kate will follow us secretly?" Neville asked a little naively. Harry and the others glanced at each other, then looked around, trying to find Kate Lyle. It doesn't seem to have appeared. Kariana said with some uncertainty, "Professor Kate's strength is something we can't guess." Hermione thought for a while and said, "Perhaps he is standing in a corner right now, looking at us. Whether Professor Kate is here or not, the task before us was given to us by Professor Kate, and we must work hard to complete it perfectly." Harry said firmly, "I am very much looking forward to the glorious moment when we will show off our skills, rescue the goblins, and trample the half-orcs under our feet when we arrive at Twin Mountains tomorrow." Harry and Malfoy looked at each other, their eyes full of fighting intent. Not far away, Hagrid looked at Harry and the others around the campfire and smiled naively. The next day, Harry and the others continued to move forward, crossing mountains and ridges, and finally came to Twin Mountains. There are many half-orcs guarding the Twin Mountains, and there are too many Harry and others, so it seems that the goal is too big. Therefore, they had to find a place, hide temporarily, and then sent people to check the surrounding situation before making plans. The half-orcs kept humpbacks in captivity. If we get too close, they will ask them for their smell. In addition, there are sentry towers in these places, and we will be found at any time. If you want to catch the half-orcs by surprise, you must find a way to kill the half-orcs on these sentry towers without being discovered by the opponent. This is the only way to enter the Twin Mountains. There is a half-orc squad of 100 people standing guard there. Nossa sorted out and marked the collected information in detail, pointed to the simply drawn map, and said to Hagrid, Polk, Harry and others, "Magic is very important to deal with orcs, but at the same time, goblins and others will also face attacks from Death Eaters. Members of the Death Eaters can basically release magic, and they are the only magic force among the half-orcs. Hearing this, Hagrid laughed and said, "It's not a problem. This is where the goblins are imprisoned. I hope you can move in and rescue the goblins when we attract the attention of the orcs and Death Eaters." Nossa looked at Hagrid and Harry behind him. Said the man, "Our warriors need to go in from a canyon. On the canyon, there are a lot of stones from the half-orcs, and it will be very dangerous if they fall down." Nuoza pointed to a road and said, "The half-orcs above the canyon orcs, we need you to help us deal with them so that we can rush in as soon as possible." With the elven arc, they fly in the air, and they can deal with the orcs on the cliff very well, but they will also be exposed in this way. Their eyes were full of confidence and expectation. Harry and Malfoy looked at each other, and then they both smiled. "We'll make it back safely," Harry and Malfoy said in unison. Nossa nodded, but still said with a serious expression, "This is war. I hope you can return to your world safely. This is not a problem. You can leave it to us." Polk said confidently after hearing the words, "Twin Mountains. Although it is called Twins, it is a mountain, but at the top of the mountain, there are 2 more peaks. However, Xuangzi Mountain is the only way to continue going north within 100 miles. Xuangzi Mountain has many rocks and little vegetation, so there are not many places to hide. But there are cliffs, except for the sentry tower for observation. There is no power to handle. This is a good thing for Harry et al., so Harry and others divided into 2 teams. Harry, Ronald, Malfoy, Forbes and Carriona formed a group of 5. Hagrid, Hermione, Luna, Neville, Edward and Cedric formed a group of 6. Harry's group flew up the cliff and charged. A group of Hagrid and others followed the dwarf warriors. The reason for this grouping is that the magic of Luna and Hermione is more auxiliary, especially Luna. The blessing of light magic can make the dwarf warriors better exert their power. Hagrid and others are responsible for protecting Hermione and Luna and helping the dwarf warriors avoid some combat damage. Under the blessing of the flying charm, the 5 of Harry flew up from the edge of the cliff. On the top of the cliff, Harry and Malfoy poked their heads out quietly. Accompanied by the orcs standing on the sentry tower, the 2 exchanged a glance. Harry took out his wand and said to the half-orc, all petrified. A flash of lightning flashed, and Malfoy entered the guard tower, jacked up the orc who was about to fall, and made him stand there. Without disturbing the others, the 5 of Harry quickly separated and headed towards the sentry towers in the other 2 directions. The same method easily solved the 2 sentry towers. Harry and the others did not go further, but looked for a place to hide. At this time, Polk, who had been secretly watching Harry and the others' actions, led the goblin squad, released apparatus and came to the cliff and launched a surprise attack on the hundreds of orcs above. All petrified, bones to pieces, Avada Kedavra, the fuchsia curse. The instant sneak attack of the goblin squad and the magic they unleashed were merciless. The magic that is strictly monitored by the Ministry of Magic in this world, no one can stop it. At the same time, this is also because of the hatred of goblins towards half-orcs. The goblins' sneak attack also means the start of the battle. The orcs' horn echoed in the Twin Mountains, and the orcs and humpbacks in the cave all ran wildly. At this moment, it was like a pack of wolves descending the mountain, charging towards the flock of sheep down the hill, roaring continuously. Polk was not interested in hand-to-hand combat with dwarves. After attacking the orcs on both sides of the canyon, they all returned to the elven arc. Taking advantage of the convenience of the high altitude, he began to continuously release magic on the half-orcs who were charging. At this time, Nossa and the other dwarf warriors rushed across the canyon quickly, and the other end of the canyon was about to collide with the orcs. At this moment, Luna waved her wand and began to chant, "Spirits of light, heed my call and grant us strength, blessing of light." The holy light fell, covering nearly 100 dwarf warriors. Luna didn't stop and continued to use magic. 3 blessings of light fell, and 300 dwarf warriors were protected by the holy light. Luna also had to take out a bottle of magic potion and took it. With her current magic power, even with the magic power of the magic tool, Guardian of Light, she can't cover everyone. 2 more spells were released, and Nossa was already fighting fiercely with the orcs. Hagrid looked at the orc but didn't rush in. In such a war, he had to try his best to be beside Luna and the others and protect their safety. Therefore, Hagrid, Neville and others had to release their magic behind them. The effect is very significant. Traditional magic is generally based on single-target attacks, even if it is a body smashed. Avada Kedavra and Cruciatus Curse are the same. But elemental magic is different. There are many range attack magic. Especially the earth magic, it is very limited. The ground thorns bloom, and the magic that suddenly rises from the ground in a range can kill several orcs gathered together, or even 10. The earth spear curse, after throwing it out, can generally wear good babies. Quicksand quicksand appeared in an area, and the charging orcs were deeply trapped in it, unable to extricate themselves. So Hagrid had a great time despite playing in the back row. Of course, if Hagrid can't control the magic well, it is possible to trap the dwarf warriors. When the battle started, hundreds of Death Eaters stationed at Twin Mountains all rushed out, and immediately noticed the goblin in the sky. These goblins have joined forces with the dwarves to save their companions. Bertram stared at the battle in front of him, and finally set his eyes on the goblins on the elven arc, and said. Then Bertram sneered and said, Albo, use the black crossbow to shoot down the elf arc. I want these goblins to know that their arc can no longer protect them. Albo heard Bertram's words and left quickly. In just a moment, at the top of Twin Mountains, 2 special devices were assembled by orcs. An arrow 2 meters long and 10 centimeters thick was wound and aimed at the elven arc. Call out. Call out. The black crossbow shot out across the sky at an extremely fast speed, with the sound of breaking the wind. Polk looked at the black crossbow arrows that were coming, his eyes were shining, and he waved his magic wand, saying, Guard everyone. Together with Polk, there are several goblins who are guarded in front of the elven arc by barriers. The black crossbow hit the barrier, and the first barrier and the second barrier were instantly broken through. When reaching the third barrier, there was a momentary pause, but they continued to move forward. Floating curse, guard everything. The goblin whose barrier was broken continued to release magic, and at the same time was shocked by the spurting crossbow. The power of this black crossbow is too powerful. Polk looked solemnly at the top of the Twin Mountains, where the black crossbow arrows came from. The black crossbow was finally blocked by the barrier and fell to the ground. Bertram was not angry when he saw that the black crossbow was blocked. Because in order to block the black crossbow arrows, the elves had to dispatch about 10 elves and release magic to resist at the same time. Albo, Bertram yelled, Albo nodded, and immediately took action. After a while, many half-orcs appeared on the 2 peaks of Twin Mountains. 10 black crossbow devices were quickly assembled, and all 12 black crossbow devices were equipped with black crossbow devices, aiming at the 2 elf arcs. Polk looked at the scene in front of him, frowned, and said, Goblin Commando, stop them. In the next moment, dozens of figures flew out from the 2 elven arcs and flew towards the Twin Mountains. Bertram's eyes shone brightly, and he smiled excitedly. Get rid of these goblins. Guard everything. Avada Kedavra, bones to pieces. The appearance of the black crossbow made Polk see the horror of this kind of arrow, because it already has a certain magic-breaking effect. 12 black crossbow arrows shot in, and the fairies such as Polk, who were still on the elven arc, had to defend with all their strength. Polk and the others are in trouble. Those arrows forced them to defend with all their strength, so they're trying to get closer and destroy those devices, Harry said worriedly, looking at the goblin who was fighting fiercely with the Death Eaters. Harry and the others were about to dive into the cave to rescue the goblin, but when they found that Polk and the others were in trouble, they all stopped. Then go up and destroy those devices. Ronald responded, If we make a move, we will be exposed. Malfoy refused. Our priority now is to rescue those captured elves in time. You go in first and I'll destroy those devices. Harry frowned and said, about to fly upwards. You can't go alone. Ronald pulled Harry back and said in a low voice. They can't catch mine. Harry broke free from Ronald's hand and flew out quickly. Malfoy glanced at Harry, who was leaving, looked for an opportunity and headed into the distance. Ronald glanced at Harry, then at Malfoy, and finally chose to fly towards Harry. Forbes and Carriona followed Malfoy. Let Malfoy go deep inside alone, they are not at ease. Harry's figure flew up slowly, came to the top of the tower, looked at the half-orc who was busy, completely ignored his existence, took out his wand and chanted in a low voice, the omnipotent wind elf. Use the atmosphere as a bow, and the light as an arrow, accept the power of my will and cut through the void, blade storm. Wherever the wind and wind blade passed, all the orcs were killed, and all the black crossbow equipment was destroyed. Even with the 10 Death Eaters guarding here, they didn't even have a chance to resist, so they were done for. Is this done? Ronald came up, looked at the orcs and black crossbow equipment that had been dealt with and said, Go. Harry didn't stop for a moment and took Ronald away quickly. All petrified, Albo flashed out from the corner and directly attacked Harry and the 2 of them. Harry and Ronald quickly dodged, separated to the 2 sides and attacked Albo with a backhand, wind blade curse. To stab, Albo hid behind the corner, dodged the attack, and looked at the thorns rising from the ground, a little surprised and shocked. What Albo couldn't understand was how Harry and Ronald used magic while flying. Besides, Harry and the others are too young. At such an age, can they learn to change shape? What kind of magic is that? Harry and Ronald exchanged glances and quickly flew aside. Albo didn't know the rapidly changing positions of Harry and Ronald, and he didn't see Harry approaching, so he poked his head out to see if Harry and the others had left. No one. Albo came out, holding a wand, very vigilant. Walking out slowly, there was no one around. Albo came to the wall, paying attention to the battle outside. Earth Thorns Bloom, Wind Blade Curse. Just when Albo was puzzled, Harry and Ronald quickly flew out from the corner and attacked Albo. Armor Guard. Albo blocked Harry's Windblade attack, but he couldn't block Ronald's attack. The blooming ground thorns directly pierced Albo's body. The bloody scene made the two feel a little uncomfortable, and they left quickly to join Malfoy and the others. At this time, Malfoy, Forbes and Carly had already sneaked into the cave. The interior of the cave has been dug out a series of ravines, and a series of ropes and wooden bridges are connected to each place. Most of the orcs rushed out to fight. Only a small number of orcs remained in the cave, guarding every corner and outside the cage where the goblin was besieged. As soon as Malfoy got started, he used extremely fast speed. With a thunder knife and a thunder kick, the orc guarding the corner was quickly killed. At this moment, Malfoy didn't know how wild and domineering he was. Carly and Forbes followed behind, almost no chance to make a move. He could only follow behind Malfoy, keep moving forward. The deeper he went, the more he admired in his eyes. Avada Kedavra. A voice suddenly sounded, and Malfoy, who was quickly turning the corner, turned into a bolt of lightning, stepped on the wall and performed a 360-degree backflip, avoiding the fatal attack. Fireball bombardment, fireball bombardment. Carly and Forbes rushed out quickly, attacking the person who had attacked Malfoy. In an instant, the Death Eater was enveloped in flames, like a man of fire, and was burned to death amidst horrific screams. Malfoy nodded to Carly and Forbes and said, "Follow." Carly grabbed Malfoy and warned, "Be careful, it was too dangerous just now." Forbes also nodded, agreeing with Carly's advice. Malfoy was silent for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "I see. Drink this, you are the strongest of the three of us." Carly handed a bottle of magic potion to Malfoy and said, "You have consumed a lot of magic power along the way, so hurry up and replenish it." Without hesitation, Malfoy took the magic potion and drank it. On the other side, Harry, who was about to go deep into the cave and join forces with Malfoy and the others to rescue the goblin, was blocked by Bertram. 12 black crossbow bolts were destroyed, unable to continue to pose a threat to the elven arc, so Polk and the others opened fire again. Bertram was very angry. So Bertram wanted to check the situation, but saw Harry and Ronald appearing. "Are you students from Hogwarts?" Bertram said, looking at Harry and Harry's attire, and immediately reacted. "I heard that there is an amazing professor who came with you and created elemental magic. Where is he now?" Surrounded by 5 people, Harry looked a little nervous. Bertram in front of him gave him a very dangerous feeling, and the other 4 were not bad either. "Professor Kate is not something you can meet whenever you want," Ronald said nervously. "If you want to meet, look around." Hearing this, Potter Rhyme looked around and said, "Little guy, this is war, and your methods are useless. As long as you two are caught, there is naturally a way to get that Professor Kate to show up." When Harry and Ronald heard this, their expressions changed immediately. The Curse of the Gale Wind. After Harry quickly released a spell towards Ronald, it turned into a gust of wind and quickly disappeared on the spot. The Gale Curse was released, and Ronald ran in an instant. Before Bertram and the others could react, they instantly appeared behind the Death Eaters and launched an attack. Earth Thorns Bloom. The magic emerged, and before the 2 Death Eaters could react, they were directly pierced through the body by the Soil Thorn. When Bertram saw such a scene, his pupils shrank suddenly. This special magic has such lethal power. At the same time, Bertram felt the crisis coming from behind, and turned around to be guarded by an armor. Bang, bang, bang. The wind blades were blocked one after another, shining with light, and Bertram also took several steps back one after another. Harry and Ronald shot at the same time, catching Bertram by surprise, but the rest of them reacted quickly after being hit and attacked Harry and Ronald. "Hey, what are you doing? Is the turtle jogging?" Ronald looked a little panicked at the Death Eaters who were chasing him with apparition, but at this moment he couldn't help but sneer. Avada Kedavra. The 2 Death Eaters who were ridiculed by Ronald were very annoyed. They shot at Ronald and even killed him directly, ignoring any matter of capturing alive. On the other side, the battle between Bertram and Harry was somewhat anxious. All petrified. "Stand up and stop dead. Damned." However, in the face of Harry in a high-speed state, Bertram could not do anything to Harry. His magic was always empty, and Harry's magic was always attacking, and it seemed very strange. Their magic is a single target attack, and after it is released, it is gone. However, Harry's magic, coming out one after another, is like a hot weapon in the Muggle world. But the more this was the case, the more Bertram became more curious about what kind of magic this was. Therefore, Bertram was very concerned about capturing Harry and Ronald, and never used the ability of Avada Kedavra on Harry, and always used the magic that could control Harry. Fireball bombardment. Harry seized the opportunity and launched a counterattack at Bertram. Facing the incoming fireballs one after another, Bertram could only release his armor to defend. Harry. When Ronald's voice sounded, Harry looked for his reputation. Ronald was being chased by 2 Death Eaters in a miserable state, and there were constant magic attacks behind him. Ronald only had a chance to dodge. Hurricane Curse. Harry immediately put down Bertram and quickly released a hurricane blowing sand and rocks, constantly sweeping towards the opponent. The 2 Death Eaters who were chasing after Ronald were instantly blown away. Earth Wall Curse. Damned. A dirt wall rose in front of Harry, and 2 voices followed. At this critical juncture, Bertram released magic on Harry while Harry was saving Ronald. After Ronald noticed Bertram, he quickly released his magic. Falling faintly on the dirt wall, Harry reacted and left quickly. Bertram was shocked again, but also a little annoyed. Such a good opportunity was blocked by a sudden earth wall. This damn magic, why did a wall rise? In anger, Bertram quickly hid and growled. Harry and Ronald met, and the 2 looked at each other. Harry immediately said, "Triangle tactics." When Ronald heard this, his eyes sparkled, and he nodded immediately. "Okay, Earth Wall Curse." Bertram, who was hiding in the corner, looked at the earth wall that suddenly rose beside him, feeling a bit astonished. Fortunately, the earth wall that rose did not cause any harm, so he felt a little lucky. Earth Wall Curse. Another voice sounded, and another earthen wall rose in front of him, scaring Bertram to dodge quickly, leaning against the wall. At this time, Bertram had only 1 square meter of space for activities, except for going out on the right side. Bertram's forehead was sweating a little. Thinking of something dangerous, he immediately decided to leave here. Hurricane Curse. A gust of wind hit, and Bertram had no chance to resist, and was instantly blown to the wall by the gust of wind, clinging tightly, and the hand holding the wand was even clinging to the wall, unable to move. Because Harry was right in front of him, the wind was howling towards him. Earth thorns bloom. Bertram's head was stuck against the wall and couldn't turn around. In the gust of wind, he vaguely heard Ronald's voice, and his mind was instantly filled with despair. Pooh. In this gust of wind, this feeling is too clear. Harry withdrew his wand, the wind dissipated, and Bertram fell down again, and the pierced body made him suffer a second injury again. Blood was left along the thorns, and blood gushed out of his mouth. Bertram did not expect that he would die in the hands of the 2 brats. Ronald and Harry still couldn't accept this scene and left quickly. In the cave, Malfoy, Forbes, and Carly sneaked in carefully, killed many orcs and Death Eaters along the way, and finally saw the trapped goblin. Their appearance at this time was very pitiful, with scars from being whipped one after another on their bodies, and their faces were pale, very miserable. Many goblins seemed to be holding their last breath, and they might die at any time. These trapped goblins were all wearing special black bracelets, and their magic power was suppressed and could not be released. This kind of bracelet is called the Forbidden Bracelet. It was developed by the Death Eaters after they instigated the master craftsmen of the dwarves, and it was specially used to deal with goblins and high elves. What made the 3 of Malfoy even more troublesome was that the door of the dungeon was so strong that they couldn't open it without a key. Carly watched as Malfoy kicked the door but failed to open the dungeon door and said, "We need to find the key to open the door." Malfoy frowned and said, "Where can I find the key?" Forbes didn't know, so he could only look around, trying to find the key to the cell door. Carriana looked at the goblin in the dungeon and immediately got her attention. She came to a dungeon door and said, "Grice invited us to rescue you. They are fighting outside now, and they need your help at the same time. Do you know where the key to the dungeon is?" The fairies in the other dungeons, upon hearing Carriana's words, had light and anticipation in their eyes, and thus stood at the entrance of the dungeon. But be careful, there are Death Eaters watching over there. A half-orc with a spear. Forbes, have you seen it? Carriana asked quickly after hearing that. Another goblin in the dungeon responded again. It's a half-orc who likes to hold a spear. Our strength is suppressed by this magic bracelet. If you can help us find the key to unlock the bracelet, we will regain our strength and we can go out of this dungeon directly. A very old elf said. Forbes responded carefully, saying, "I have no impression. Do you know where the key is?" Forbes asked quickly. The old goblin stretched out his hand, pointed to the distance and said, "Go back the same way, you will see a crossroad, turn left, go inside, there is a secret room there. In the secret room is the key to our magic bracelet." On a tall half-orc, a goblin responded weakly. The 3 of Malfoy followed the goblin's guidance and returned quickly. On the way, they encountered half-orcs who were coming on the attack. The three of them released their magic and launched a counterattack. There were too many half-orcs, and the three of Malfoy had to fight with all their strength to resist the attack of the half-orcs. Malfoy even took the lead, fully expressing his identity as a magic warrior. Windblade Curse, Fireball Bombardment, to stab. At this moment, Harry and Ronald came to support, which greatly relieved the pressure on the three of Malfoy. After a while, no one teamed up to defeat the chasing orcs, and they joined together. "Have you found the goblin?" Harry asked hastily. "We found it, but we don't have the key. We need to find the key to open the dungeon door and rescue the goblin." Forbes quickly responded. "Where can I find the key?" Ronald asked anxiously. "This way," Malfoy said, running towards the distance. Harry and the others followed, and Carrion hurriedly reminded Harry and the others. "The secret room where the keys are kept is watched by Death Eaters, so be careful." Harry and Ronald nodded upon hearing this. The road leading to the secret room did not encounter half-orcs or Death Eaters, so it was considered safe for the five of Harry. Soon, Harry and others came to the door of the secret room. This is a lifting door, a heavy door made of iron doors. It looks very bulky. Harry and Malfoy looked at each other and nodded. "I'm coming," Malfoy said to Harry. Harry took half a step back, looking at Ronald, Forbes and Carly. Everyone took out their wands and prepared to make a move. Malfoy knocked on the door of the secret room, but after waiting for a moment, no one opened the door. "Elahu!" Malfoy took out his wand and said to the iron door. The magic didn't make the iron gate have any effect, which made Malfoy and others a little anxious. "If the door isn't opened, we won't be able to get in to get the key. What should we do?" Ronald said anxiously. "There must be some kind of trap. This secret room can't be opened only by the people inside," Harry said thoughtfully. "Then let's look for it quickly," Forbes said hastily. The five of them began to look around carefully and patted this and that on the wall. Click. Ronald hit a wall and sank into it. Harry and the others stopped when they heard the voice, a little surprised. The iron door shook slightly and then began to rise upwards. Malfoy immediately moved to the door, ready to shoot, and so did Harry. When the iron gate was halfway down, both Harry and Malfoy rushed into it as magic warriors. A black-robed man hiding here, before he could react, was approached by Harry and Malfoy. The two shot at the same time, and the man in black was knocked to the ground. Dungeon Curse. Ronald came in and immediately released magic spells on the man in black who was knocked down. Seeing that Malfoy was going to continue to attack, Ronald said hastily, "Don't kill him, he may be helpful to us." "How can it help?" "Death Eaters must die," Malfoy said with some dissatisfaction. "We can't guarantee that all the keys are here. With him, we can just save a little trouble," Ronald explained. Malfoy didn't say anything after hearing that. "There are a lot of keys here. Fortunately, there are numbers here, so we can relax a lot," Carrion said happily, looking at the keys hanging on the wall. "Then take them all away." Harry grabbed the key and put it in the bag that cast the untraceable stretching charm. Malfoy and the others followed suit and took away all the keys in the secret room. Harry cast the levitation charm on the Death Eater, controlled him, and left quickly. Malfoy charged at full speed with his men, and there were only a few half-orcs scattered along the way, not a single Death Eater. Harry and the others returned to the dungeon without any hindrance, which made Harry and the others somewhat happy. "Take out the key quickly." Harry looked at the dungeon and the goblins around him and said, "Report your codes for the enchantment bracelets." "Mine is number 55, cried a goblin. "Mine is number 105. The sirens sounded one after another, and the five of Harry quickly searched for the key and handed it to them. Kakaka's voice was accompanied by the goblin's excited voice, and Harry and the others also had smiles on their faces. One by one, the goblins recovered their magic power, ignored the doors of the dungeon one after another, and appeared outside the dungeon out of thin air. Even though the body was weak, the goblin who seemed to be dying was brought out. Thank you very much." An old goblin came in front of Harry and the other six, and said very excitedly. Harry and the others were a little happy, which meant that their task was about to be completed. "The battle outside doesn't know what it's going to be like, so let's hurry out and help," Carrion reminded. Harry nodded, took out 3 bottles of healing potion and said, "This can help us recover quickly and heal injuries. I only have 3 bottles now." Ronald took out the healing potion and said, "I have 2 bottles here." The old goblin looked at the potion and was very happy. Among them, there happened to be 5 goblins who were seriously injured. With 5 bottles of healing potion, their bodies would recover and they would have certain fighting power. "Thank you." The goblins thanked and passed the healing potion to the other goblins, allowing them to recover. After simply tidying up, Harry and the others led the way and rushed outside. Harry and the others were also very concerned about the battle outside. Especially the safety of Hermione and the others worried them even more. When Harry and his group rushed out of the cave, the battle outside was already extremely fierce. As soon as the goblin came out and saw the orcs and Death Eaters, he attacked without hesitation. Avada Kedavra, bones to pieces, all petrified, damned. The magic was flying, and the orcs and Death Eaters in the fierce battle hadn't even reacted when they were attacked by the goblin. Seeing Harry and the others appearing, Hagrid also laughed out loud. No wands needed, streams of magic streamed from their hands. Polk on the fairy arc immediately smiled happily when he saw the fairies appearing. A kind of goblins also noticed the movement over there and were extremely happy. It's hobby they've come out, Polk exclaimed happily. No matter how big his heart was, Hagrid was worried about letting the 5 of them perform such a dangerous task. At this time, the orcs and Death Eaters in Twin Mountains were about to die. Under the high enthusiasm, the firepower of the goblins continued to vent. With hundreds of goblins fighting power, the Death Eaters on the Twin Mountains were all killed and injured. Without the magic restraint of the Death Eaters, the orcs suffered a death slaughter. The half-orcs and individual Death Eaters who knew the situation was irreversible fled. If you continue to stay here, there is only one result, and that is death. No one wants to die, neither human nor orc. Well done, Harry, Malfoy, Forbes, Carly, Ronald. Hagrid stepped forward happily and hugged Harry and the others for a moment. Malfoy looked disgusted, but the corners of his mouth turned up, telling everyone that he liked such compliments. As one of the strategically important places, Twin Mountain was taken down at this time, and it was impossible to return it to the half-orcs. So Nossa took the dwarf warriors and quickly tidied up the battlefield. They want to occupy such a place to prevent the orcs from going south. Hermione, over here, come and help me. This elf is seriously injured. Luna looked haggard, and she was trying to heal the injured elf and dwarf warrior at this moment. All the healing potions they carried had been used up, and even the magic power potions were running low. The battle at Twin Mountain was even more tragic than when they blocked Linghu town. At this time, the goblins and dwarves will not retreat no matter what the situation, so besides fighting, they still fight. If it weren't for Luna's support at all times, the damage to the dwarf warriors would have been greater, instead of dozens of people staying here forever. The corpses of the orcs and Death Eaters were piled up and burned, while the corpses of the dwarves were buried in a place, and a tombstone was erected. In front of dozens of tombstones, Harry and the others and the dwarf warriors prayed and left with a somewhat silent expression. Although the time spent with these dwarves was not long, Harry and the others were regarded as partners. Seeing the death of these partners now, Harry and the others felt somewhat sad and regretful. After all, war will kill people, and this is the first time Harry and others have experienced such a feeling. In the fairy town, there is an enchantment to protect them, but they performed wonderfully, feeling the joy of victory, and they don't know the taste of parting. In Spirit Lake Town, thanks to Kate Lyle's magical blessing, the dwarves defeated the half-orc army with a dazzling result of no one falling, and they are still in the excited attitude of the winners. Only now, during the Battle of Twin Mountains, did they realize the sadness and despair brought about by the war. The sun was setting. Harry sat quietly on a rock, watching the setting sun, a little silent. What are you thinking? A voice sounded. Harry trembled slightly, turned to look at Kate Lyle, who appeared, a little pleasantly surprised. Professor Kate. Kate Lyle sat beside Harry, looked at the setting sun in front of him and the tombstone reflected by the setting sun and said, "This is war. Some people are still alive, and some people are already dead. The cruel reality makes it easy for people to grow, but at the same time, it's also easy for people to cause trouble. Do you think you have grown, or are you sick?" Harry lowered his head and clasped his hands together, a little silent. Sitting down quietly, emptying his head, and replaying the encounters of these times, Harry couldn't help but think of the dead dwarf warriors, goblins, and parents killed by Voldemort. The death of parents is not the result of another kind of war. Professor Kate, I don't know how to answer you, but I won't try to make myself stronger. You said that only when you become stronger can you protect the people you want to protect. Harry's voice sounded, and his expression was somewhat determined. Kyle Lyle touched Harry's head and said with a smile, "That's an answer. Work hard to become stronger. Voldemort is the enemy you must face." After speaking, Kate Lyle disappeared instantly. Harry was a little taken aback and then quickly stood up looking for Kate Lyle. "Professor Kate, you are here. Professor Kate, we rescued the goblin." Kate Lyle did not really leave, but joined everyone. When Luna, Hermione, and the others saw Kate Lyle, they greeted her excitedly, talking about their gains from today's battle. Looking at Kate Lyle, who was being cheered by everyone, Harry clenched his fists tightly, with a determined look in his eyes. be sure to become strong as Professor Kate Lyle. After the war, Twin Mountains ushered in a brief period of peace. Nossa took the dwarf warriors and wanted to continue to garrison here, but Kate Lyle made them give up. Orcs have a large army, and the fighting power of dwarf warriors and goblins is still too small. There is not enough force to suppress it, so it is not suitable to be stationed here. Therefore, when the goblin returned to the goblin town, Nossa had to leave with the dwarf warriors. Before leaving, Kate Lyle hid the tombstones of the dwarves and goblins to prevent the orcs from talking after they left. Kate Lyle's move made the orcs and goblins very grateful. Escorting the goblin from Twin Mountains back to the goblin town is also the task of Kate Lyle. Therefore, Harry and others followed Nuosha back to Linghu town, Fairy Town. The return of people like Huobai made Grice and Nost extremely happy. Master Kate Lyle, thank you so much. Without you, we would have to sacrifice many people to save our people. Grice came to Kate Lyle and said excitedly, Grice, I didn't do anything. It was those children, as well as Pock and Nossa, who saved them. Kate Lyle smiled slightly and said, so you don't need to thank me. Kate Lyle paused and said again, for me, this is a transaction, and for Harry and the others, it is an experience. Grice and Nost were a little taken aback when they heard the words, and they looked at each other, both seeing each other's doubts. It's not that easy to just uncover the truth. Why? Kate Lyle looked back at Nost and Grice, pondered slightly and said, you have lived for so many years and experienced many things. How much do you think you know about the magical world? Kate Lyle turned around, slowly looked at the goblins who were cheering and embracing each other outside with gleams in their eyes, and said, the magic world is not as simple as what we see, and what I want to do is. I just want to understand just the truth. That's right. Kate Lyle nodded and said, for me, Voldemort is not a threat, and if I want, Voldemort doesn't even have a chance to survive. Professor Kate, is it because of Voldemort that you arranged to exorcise Harry? Nost asked hesitantly. Professor Kate, since you can do it, why do you need Harry to go through this? Nost asked a little puzzled. Professor Kate, what happened to the wizarding world? Grice asked hesitantly. They don't know how to answer Kate Lyle's question, because in their current cognition, they are all within the limited range of what can be known. Even in their treasured, ancient books, there are not many mysterious information records. Kate Lyle didn't stay in Fairy Town for long and left. Grice and North fell into deep thought because of Kate Lyle's words. There is something in these words which is very attractive to them. However, for a while, they didn't know which direction to look for. Although their hearts were full of doubts and curiosity, Grice and the others were not immersed in it. The return of Huobai's tribe gave Grice confidence. Therefore, they are actively preparing for the battle at this time, and they are working very hard. Master Kate Lyle, you are finally back. Roy Sophie looked at Kate Lyle, who came back, and immediately greeted her happily. This is not one of the bravest warriors among the dwarves. This is Raichu, the general of our Isladu. At this time, most of the dwarf warriors had gathered in Linghu town, and began to build fortifications around them. Not and Raichu, standing next to Roy Sophie at this time, are very famous figures in Isla. From different directions, they gathered the scattered dwarves and brought the army over. In this way, an army of 30,000 dwarf warriors gathered around Linghu town, actively preparing for battle, building weapons, and getting ready to take back Isladu at any time. Compared with the human world, the area of the Isladu kingdom is actually the size of a town, and it is also a gathering place for dwarves. Places outside the kingdom, such as forests, seas, deserts, etc., all have their own masters, and different magical animals live on them. During the heyday of the dwarves, when there were a lot of people, there were nearly 1 million people. It's just that countless years of war have caused great losses to the dwarves. When Isla was occupied by half-orcs, the population was only about 200,000. As with dwarves, so with orcs, but even so, half-orcs still have a larger group. Hello, not Raichu. Kate Lyle greeted the two, then looked at Roy Sophie with a smile and asked, Prince Roy Sophie, are you ready to go to war with the orcs? Roy Sophie heard the words and said with a firm expression, we are actively preparing for the battle, and we must take back Isladu from the half-orcs. Not and Raichu heard Prince Roy Sophie's words, their eyes sparkled, their faces were determined, and they were even more persistent in taking back Isladu. I believe in your beliefs and perseverance, and I believe in your strength, but with your current strength, even with the help of goblins, it still seems too weak to face a large number of orcs, trolls, and Death Eaters. If you want to take back Isladu, you still need some help. After Kate Lyle praised Not and Raichu, she had to remind Roy Sophie. Even if he can help the dwarves, he is still a passerby after all, and it is impossible to deter the orcs all the time. And if you want long-term peace and stability, Once and for all, it is very important to be better with goblins, high elves, and even other small races. Roy said he understood what Kate Lyle meant and said, "We have sent an envoy, and I believe my envoy will bring me good news." Kate Lyle shook her head and said, "Long-term cooperation and friendship require enough sincerity." Roy Sophie heard the words, thought for a moment, and said, "Then I will meet the High Elf King in person and seek cooperation." Kate Lyle nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "My students and I need to go to the Eternal Forest to play. We can go together. You hand over some things now, and we should stay there for 2 or 3 days." After Kate Lyle finished speaking, she turned and left. Back in the yard, Kate Lyle saw Harry and others who were concocting magic potions and healing potions. Over the past few years, they have gained a lot, especially in terms of medicinal herbs. With the help of the dwarves, they also have enough resources. Therefore, seeing that the battle may be about to start again, for their own safety and to reduce unnecessary sacrifices, they have to step up the manufacture of potions. Kate Lyle looked at their busy appearance and knew what it meant to prepare for the battle, with a smile on her face. Although war will bring despair to people, it will also make people grow up quickly. "Professor Kate, you're back." Luna looked at Kate Lyle, who came back, with a smile on her face, and smiled. Kate Lyle came back, but Harry and the others did not stop their work because of this. They were still quiet and busy making potions seriously. Kate Lyle smiled again and then said, "After making the potion in hand, pack up your things, we are about to go to the Eternal Forest." "Eternal Forest," Ronald immediately shouted happily after hearing that. "Professor Kate, are we going to meet the High Elves?" "High Elves." "It is said that High Elves look very beautiful and good-looking, very similar to us," Cedric said with some expectation. "Do we have a chance to be blessed by the High Elves?" Hermione whispered next to Luna. Luna was slightly taken aback when she heard this. Her bright cheeks quickly turned red and said in a low voice, "Don't be attracted by the High Elf's face, you don't want to go back." Hermione squinted her eyes with a smile on her face and said, "That's much better than them." "Professor Kate, when are you leaving?" Hagrid walked out, looked at Kate Lyle, and said expectantly, "It is said that there are many magical animals in the Eternal Forest. Prince Roy Sophie will go with us, so wait for them for a while." Kate Lyle said with a smile. Everyone waited for a while, and Prince Roy Sophie, accompanied by Nossa, came over. "Master Kate Lyle, we are ready to go now." Prince Roy Sophie said to Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle nodded, took out a crystal clear wand and said, "Come here." Harry, Roy Sophie and others quickly gathered around Kate Lyle, and a huge 6-pointed star array was quickly completed under the eyes of Harry and others adoring and expecting. When the High Elf King finished speaking, he saw handsome and beautiful male and female elves flying out of their respective tree houses, and streams of magic emerged from their elf wands. At this time, the High Elf King stood on top of this huge tree crown, looking not far away. Half of the Eternal Forest faces the mainland, and the other half faces the ocean. It covers a very wide area, and its shape is like a moon. Feeling the energy of the activities between heaven and earth, he said, "Hess, get ready, we have a distinguished guest." The High Elf King lives in a huge tree hole. The tree hole is so big that its diameter is more than 100 meters. It is also the largest tree in the Eternal Continent, a huge forest where a large number of magical animals live, dominated by high elves. It was also the moment when the magic circle was completed. Harry and the others disappeared in place. The already lush trees began to be decorated with various exquisite decorations, or to bear fruit. Eternal Forest. A silver beam of light descended from the sky, and all the magical animals in the Eternal Forest all looked over. At this time, the High Elf King flew out with 20 tall and handsome high elves. The beam of light disappeared, and Kate Lyle and others appeared by the river. Harry and the others looked around, smelling the fresh natural breath, very comfortable. Is this the Eternal Forest? Harry looked at the Alaskan bubble rabbit running past, and asked expectantly, "Wow, this lake is so beautiful. What's under the water that emits a blue light?" Hermione exclaimed excitedly when she noticed the blue light shining in the lake. After hearing this, Luna and Carly gathered quickly. Girls are not immune to beautiful things. Prince Roy Sophie glanced around, then turned his gaze to the front. Kate Lyle also looked forward, and as far as her eyes could see, handsome high elves quickly gathered and stood on both sides. Harry and the others looked at the high elves who appeared, all wearing silver armor, tall and handsome. All of them widened their eyes and looked carefully. As Polk said, they have a face that is very close to humans, and they generally have a height of more than 1.8 meters, pointy ears, eyes like sapphires, golden hair, fair skin, handsome and beautiful face, so handsome and charming. The three little girls, Luna, Hermione, and Carly, screamed in front of these high elves in silver armor, like fans chasing stars. Wow, so handsome, male god. Is this the high elf? Harry, the boys, looked at Hermione and the others in heat, and it was a bit of a treat. However, soon, Harry and the others were attracted by the scene in front of them. 20 female high elves were wearing silver gauze and white dresses, paired with exquisite little jewelry, and smiling. They were incomparably beautiful. The eyes of Cedric, Harry and others were all attracted by the female elf in front of them. Prince Roy Sophie looked at the female elves who appeared, especially the women who appeared later, took a deep breath, stepped forward, kneeled on half of one foot in the manner of a knight, and said reverently, "Eslerall Prince Roy Sophie, met Queen Alice." The High Elf King is a female elf king named Debbie Alice. Queen Alice was barefoot, but she didn't step on the ground. Wherever she passed, only 10 centimeters from the ground, a small light circle would appear, allowing Queen Alice to stand. She is very beautiful and very noble. With a height of about 18 meters, a proud figure, blonde hair, a white dress and a purple gauze, this noble aura, accompanied by a slight smile, becomes more elegant and charming. This is a beautiful elf that cannot be faulted. Queen Alice came to Roy Sophie, stretched out her white left hand, and said in a gentle and comfortable tone, "Prince Roy Sophie." Roy Sophie grabbed Queen Alice's hand, kissed it lightly, then let go and stood up. Seeing Roy Sophie's actions, Harry, Hermione and the others felt a little envious, and at the same time, these little guys also looked forward to it. Malfoy even walked out among the group of friends, and walked towards Queen Alice. His expression was full of admiration. Harry looked at Malfoy, who was walking forward, frowned, quickly reached out his hand, pulled Malfoy back and said, "What are you going to do?" Malfoy was held back by Harry, and he became more energetic, but he was full of resentment towards Harry. Hagrid looked at Queen Alice. Although he was amazed by her beauty, he knew who he was, so he didn't have any extravagant thoughts. It can be said that Hagrid is the man who can maintain enough reason among all the people present, except Kate Lyle. "Draco, you're too young." Hagrid stepped forward, pulled Malfoy behind him, and said with a smirk. Harry, Ronald, and Cedric subconsciously looked at Malfoy after hearing Hagrid's words. They only looked at Malfoy tremblingly, and then glared at Harry and the others, very upset. Queen Alice looked at Kate Lyle and walked over, saying, "Visitors from afar, welcome to the Eternal Forest." Kate Lyle bowed slightly to Queen Alice's right-hand defense chest, and said with a smile, "Kate Lyle has seen Queen Alice, and hopes that our arrival will not disturb Queen Alice's rule." Queen Alice looked at Kate Lyle and smiled slightly. "The Eternal Forest welcomes Master Kate Lyle very much. We have prepared a sumptuous banquet to welcome everyone." Upon hearing this, Kate Lyle smiled and said, "Thank you, Queen Alice, for your hospitality. We are very honored." Queen Alice smiled, glanced at Queen Alice, turned and left. Roy Sophie waited for Kate Lyle to walk beside Queen Alice. Hagrid led Harry and the others, and Nossa followed closely behind. The place where Queen Alice entertained Kate Lyle and others is on the huge canopy, a platform with an area of more than 150 square meters, and it is also a place where Queen Alice often relaxes. From this place, you can see the Eternal Forest far away. Now here it has been transformed into a banquet platform. In addition to such a banquet platform, the huge tree trunks stretch out, and there is another small platform, giving people a balcony suspended in midair. On these small platforms, there are certain places where handsome male and female elves play music. Queen Alice sat on her throne, Kate Lyle and Harry sat on the left, Roy Sophie and Nossa, and the prince and princess of the High Elves. The food of the High Elves is mainly vegetarian, with all kinds of strange fruits and vegetables with special taste, which makes Harry and others feel special and enjoy eating. There is very little meat, only a small piece of steak, which was prepared for Kate Lyle. Otherwise, with the friendliness of the High Elves, they would not easily kill magical animals, even a pig. Of course, all this is also because the High Elves are vegetarians, and it also has a lot to do with their ideas. At the banquet, there is not only delicious food, but also beautiful music, and a dance of handsome male and female elves. After the banquet, Harry and the others were accompanied by elves to move freely. After the banquet venue was cleaned up, only Queen Alice, Prince Roy Sophie and Kate Lyle were left. The Eternal Forest after night falls has a special beauty. Fireflies are flying like stars in the night sky, embellishing the night of the Eternal Forest, and they are also spirits in the night. In addition to fireflies, there are stones that emit blue light, magical rushes that emit faint red light, elk that emit white light, and so on. They make the Eternal Forest in the night another special landscape, and it makes Harry and others linger. Harry and the others left separately, and the banquet platform returned to its original appearance. Kate Lyle, Prince Roy Sophie, and Queen Alice came to a small platform and stared into the distance. The future I see has changed, and half-orcs will go into decline, and these changes are only caused by one person. Queen Alice's gaze was extremely sharp, and at the same time extremely deep. At this time, she seemed to have seen something extraordinary, which made her a little surprised. Kate Lyle and Roy Sophie were slightly taken aback when they heard Queen Alice's words, and then they were full of curiosity. Prince Roy Sophie couldn't help asking, "Who is that person, Queen Alice?" The decline of the orcs also means the rise of their dwarves, so Prince Roy Sophie is full of expectations. Queen Alice turned her head, her gaze swept past Prince Roy Sophie, and finally fell on Kate Lyle. "I can see fragments of the future, but I cannot see your future. Your strength always makes me feel blank when I see you. Queen Alice exudes white light, sacred and pure, beautiful and dignified." There was a bit of admiration and fear in the gaze that looked at Kate Lyle. Too strong. With such a powerful force, even if her talent is used to the extreme, she still cannot get a glimpse of it. Therefore, the radiance of Queen Alice's deep mountain changes. It comes quickly, and it dissipates quickly. Prince Roy Sophie was taken aback for a moment when he heard Queen Alice's words, and then he realized it, so he was extremely excited. Kate Lyle has made it clear that she will help him rescue the dwarves of Isladu and drive out the half-orcs. Kate Lyle stared at Queen Alice in front of her and asked, "Do you have the ability to peek into the future?" Just now, when Queen Alice used that ability, Kate Lyle could clearly feel that there was a special power trying to influence him. Although he could clearly feel that such an influence had no effect on him, the energy was instantly shattered when it touched him. The reason for this is because her own power is too strong, and the reason why Queen Alice's power is undoubtedly shaken. You can see a certain fragment, and it is only effective for those who can affect the big changes in the future. Queen Alice did not hide her abilities and replied Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle nodded and said with a smile, "The power of the half-orcs is nothing to worry about. What I care about is the person behind the scenes who is planning. He is the one who interests me." "I just don't know, what did Queen Alice see about the people behind the scenes?" Queen Alice hesitated slightly when she heard the words, and then sighed softly. "That is another powerful existence that is indescribable. Before Master Kate Lyle did not appear, I once thought that the world would be shrouded in the darkness of that person." With that said, Queen Alice came to her throne and reached out to stroke the crystal in the throne. The crystal flew out and was suspended in midair. Queen Alice reached out and stroked it for a moment and said, "Let's take a look." Kate Lyle and Prince Roy Sophie stepped forward and stared at the crystal. The crystal ball, which was crystal clear and exuded soft silver light, was instantly shrouded in darkness. A figure also slowly transformed out. This figure is very huge, covering the entire battlefield. On the battlefield, dwarves, goblins, elves, tree-shaped people, stone giants, trolls, etc. were fighting fiercely in an open place. With the continuous fighting on the battlefield, that figure became more and more powerful and solid. The whole screen lasted for 5 seconds, and then it was over. This is the picture I can see. Queen Alice sat on the throne, and it seemed that the picture just shown had consumed a lot of magic power and spirit, so her voice seemed a little tired. When she peeps at a powerful existence and releases it for people to watch, it is a huge consumption for her. In particular, what she was peeping at was an incomparably powerful existence. "Who is this person?" Kate Lyle looked at Queen Alice and asked, "I don't know." Queen Alice shook her head and then said solemnly, "The only thing I know is that he is the murderer behind the wars over the years, and he is not inferior to the creatures in our world." Queen Alice's words reminded Kate Lyle of the Dark Dragon. From the Dark Dragon, he got some answers, but not all. "Queen Alice, is there any secret hidden in the elf's crown?" Kate Lyle asked. Queen Alice glanced at Kate Lyle and Prince Roy Sophie and fell into a brief silence. "Master Kate Lyle seems to know a lot." Queen Alice looked at Kate Lyle and said, "I don't know much, but there is a question in the news I have inquired about, which makes me full of curiosity. The people behind the scenes are collecting tokens, including the crown of the elves. The man is trying to resurrect himself." Prince Roy Sophie heard what Kate Lyle said and said in shock, "In order to resurrect myself, that is to say, they have already collected all 3 tokens." Queen Alice looked at Roy Sophie with a look of surprise in her eyes. When the elf crown was taken away, Queen Alice had already guessed the purpose of that person. It's just that she can't fight against such an existence, even though she has worked hard to change it. But Isla has been breached and occupied by half-orcs, and their elves have also lost many warriors. Kate Lyle looked at Prince Roy Sophie curiously and said, "Prince Roy Sophie, you surprised me a little. you seem to know about this matter. This is a secret that has been passed down in our Isladu, and every king can know it. Prince Roy Sophie said sadly, "The reason why I know this secret is because our father, before his death, the secret was told to me. Isla has a legend that there is a ring buried under the palace of Isladu, which can bring courage and strength to people. After wearing this ring, the first king defeated the half-orcs, established Isladu, and brought peace and prosperity to the dwarves. And this ring is called the Eternal Ring. In addition, there are two other things together with the Eternal Ring, namely the elven crown and the scepter of moss. It is said that after collecting these three items, and using the blood energy of 100,000 people as nourishment conditions, one person can be resurrected." Both Kate Lyle and Queen Alice knew the information Roy Sophie said, but what they didn't know was that the Ring of Eternity was actually hidden under the ground of Isladu Palace. "Prince Roy Sophie, do you know where the Ring of Eternity is now?" Queen Alice asked. Prince Roy Sophie said with some expectation, "In the room where my father was originally, there is a passage leading to the underground, but I don't know exactly where it is. Now what I'm expecting is that they don't discover the secret." Kate Lyle thought for a moment after hearing the words and said, "As far as the current situation is concerned, they have occupied Isla for some other purpose. Then what should we do?" Roy Sophie said with a nervous expression. "It has been almost half a year since Isla fell, and they don't know if they have found the Ring of Eternity in the past 6 months. Then go and see for yourself." Kyle Lyle said with a smile, "We can't let them get the Ring of Eternity." Queen Alice thought for a moment after hearing Kate Lyle's words. "This matter is imperative. Before they find the Ring of Eternity, they must find the Ring of Eternity." Prince Roy Sophie asked with some hesitation, "However, Esla is now occupied by orcs, and if we want to gather an army to take back Esla, it will take at least half a month." In half a month, Roy Sophie didn't have much confidence in assembling a large army for action, facing a larger number of half-orcs with excellent equipment. However, at this time, he has nothing to do because he had to do something. He couldn't let the half-orc get the Ring of Eternity, and he couldn't let that terrifying existence come out. "The half-orcs of Isladu, I will solve it for you." Kate Lyle said with a smile, "But you still need to gather an army to attract the power of the half-orcs from Isladu." Prince Roy Sophie was silent for a moment and said, "Yes, the warriors of Isladu will not be afraid of any danger. The warriors of our elves are willing to advance and retreat with the warriors of Isladu." Queen Alice smiled slightly, expressing her position. So far, their elves have reached a cooperation with the dwarves of Isladu. In the following time, the three of them acted as they thought, discussing plans. The beautiful eternal forest, as the sun rises and the moon sleeps, an eternal forest full of green stands in front of everyone. Harry and the others also shuttled through the eternal forest, collecting the herbs they needed, and collecting some special melon seeds and so on. Hagrid is full of curiosity about the magical animals in the eternal forest, making various records, and cautiously wants to take a certain magical animal away. But it's a pity that these magical animals are so friendly that Hagrid is a little embarrassed when he wants to be a little bit more careful. In addition, there are still many elves active in the eternal forest, and they don't want to affect their relationship because of certain things. Although the little girls like Luna are trying hard to gather herbs or magical vegetation, accompanied by the beautiful elves, the three of Luna are a little carried away. On the contrary, Neville and Harry were very sad about collecting herbs. In addition, Harry also took out the engram and recorded what he saw in the eternal forest. Speaking of memory crystals, it can be said that Harry has played a full role this time, recording many precious images, which will be their fond memories. The same is true. Malfoy and the others are very envious of the fact that Harry has an engram. For the next few days, Kate Lyle didn't bother them. First, send Roy Sophie back to Linghu town, let him organize an army and take back Isladu. Then he walked outside again, Zhang Luo. In fact, for Kate Lyle, there is no need for such action at all. However, Kate Lyle was really curious about what happened behind this. That night, Kate Lyle and Prince Roy Sophie quietly appeared on the mountain outside Isladu, looking down at the Isladu built on the mountain, a little silent. The wisdom of half-orcs can't be said to be very high, but it's not bad either. They are not as clean as dwarves or elves, so after the whole of Isla is occupied, coupled with the damage caused by the war, it looks very messy and depressed. The half-orcs didn't mean to restore Isladu and make it another king's capital. At this time, under the bright lights, it was a carnival of orcs. They drank wine, ate meat, made loud noises, roared, and even saw one-on-one duels between half-orcs or danced and sang, which was very lively. Master Kate Lyle, there are half-orcs guarding the gate at every level. In addition, there must be Death Eaters living in the palace. If we break in, I'm afraid they will be alarmed. Prince Roy Sophie looked at Isladu at this time with a complicated and nostalgic expression, but what won't change is Roy Sophie's hatred for orcs. Trust me, they won't find us. Invisibility spell. Upon hearing this, Kate Lyle cast a spell on herself and Roy Sophie, and grabbed Roy Sophie and jumped off the 1,000-meter cliff. Roy Sophie's face changed a little, but she still held back and didn't cry out. Falling from a height of thousands of meters, this speed and height can scare people to death, but he still chose to believe in Kate Lyle, which is enough to prove his courage. Sure enough, when they fell about 100 meters, their falling speed became slower. In other words, it became extremely relaxed, like a feather fluttering in the wind. Roy Sophie glanced at the position, and was familiar with the surroundings in front of him, and knew that he should lead the way next. Kate Lyle poked her head out, took a look, nodded, and floated down holding Roy Sophie. Master Kate Lyle, this way. Roy Sophie made a gesture and whispered. Kate Lyle glanced at Roy Sophie, looking at the other party's firm eyes, and there was a bit of admiration in the eyes. It fell silently, and landed precisely on the palace of Isladu. As Roy Sophie said, there are Death Eaters here, and listening to their conversations is also looking for the Ring of Eternity. Below is my father's bedroom. Roy Sophie pointed to the position under his feet and said, there is a balcony here, and you can go in from here. Kate Lyle followed behind Sophie Roy, moving lightly on the roof of the building, and then came to a corner. It landed on the balcony silently, and the two looked at the environment inside the king's bedroom from the balcony. Borg, your lord is very angry now. He wants us to quickly find the Ring of Eternity. We still have half a month to go. If we haven't found the Ring of Eternity within half a month, then you should know the consequences. There are two men talking in the bedroom. A burly man with a hideous scar on his face sat in front of a table, listened to what his partner said, and said, "We've been working hard, Ganesh. However, as you have seen, we searched the entire palace, broke open several secret rooms, and found gold, silver, and jewelry, but we did not find the eternal ring that your lord needs. I really need a certain message now, and tell me that the eternal ring is still in the palace. Otherwise, I really don't know how much time I need to spend looking here. Now I regret very much. Why did I choose to stay in the first place?" Hearing what Ganesh said, Borg was a little annoyed and regretful at the same time. Since he captured Isladu and stayed here, there are many things he needs to manage. And these things are annoying, those orcs are not so manageable. Also, to add to his annoyance, he needed to find a special ring. I don't have time here to listen to your complaints. Even if we dig 3 feet into the ground and tear down the entire palace, we still have to find it. I don't want to die in this world. Gans took a deep look at Borg, turned and left. Borg looked at the back of Gans leaving, and was silent for a moment, with a gloomy expression. Kate Lyle and Roy Sophie were outside the window, listening to their conversation. They were slightly relieved. It's a good thing they didn't find the Ring of Eternity. The wind was blowing, and it was blowing the paper on the table. The wind was a little strong, and the paper blew on Borg's face. Borg's letter papers were randomly placed on the table, but soon Borg became deep in thought. Borg stood up, took out his wand, looked around, and slowly approached the balcony. However, the room and balcony were empty. Borg was a little surprised, but also a little suspicious. Could it be that he was too sensitive? After closing the balcony door, the room became warmer without the cold wind blowing in. It was also at this moment that Borg felt more and more strange. The room was always warm, but the door opened quietly. Is this possible? Damned! A voice sounded, and Borg passed out before he could turn around to see who it was. Kate Lyle showed her figure. A wind magic controlled the unconscious Borg and let him fall on the bed. Roy Sophie came out of invisibility and walked towards the oil lamp by the gate. Roy Sophie wasn't tall enough, so she brought a chair and stepped on it. He grabbed the oil lamp stand and pressed it in, turning it around. Then, seeing the huge pillars that were the pillars of the city wall, a door opened. The door is not big, only about 15 meters high, which is very suitable for dwarves. What's even more interesting is that the door is not on the ground, but 2 meters above the ground. Such a design is somewhat unexpected. No one would have thought that this huge city wall column, with a diameter of 2 meters, would be the entrance to the secret underground passage. In addition, this height is also beyond the height of a dwarf, making people not immediately think of the secret door hidden above. Kate Lyle looked at Roy Sophie, who was coming, and said with a smile, "Do you think it's incredible? That's true." Roy Sophie looked at the secret door and nodded. "I will never place the door higher than ours, because it means that if there is no ladder, I can't go up at all." Kate Lyle nodded, grabbed Roy Sophie, jumped up, put Roy Sophie in, and under Roy Sophie's gaze, Kate Lyle released a magic spell for herself. The height of 176 meters has changed to 2 meters at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his appearance has also changed. This is another person who looks a little cute. Master Kate Lyle, who are you? Sophie, Roy said in shock. Don't worry, this is me, just me in different periods. Kate Lyle explained with a smile. Roy Sophie nodded. The two entered the secret room. The door was closed, and the secret room ushered in darkness. But it's obviously a small thing. Under the control of Kate Lyle, a ball of light floated in front of him, illuminating the road ahead and seeing the spiral staircase clearly. The two walked down step by step, about 100 meters. The air here didn't become thinner or turbid because of the depth. It seems that the secret room is not airtight. Kate Lyle thought so, and the two of them came to a maze-like place. The 6 holes will lead to different directions, which also means that there may be dangers ahead. Sophie Roy didn't know how to choose, so she looked at Kate Lyle. It takes a little while, but it's okay. As Kate Lyle said, she came to a hole and released a wind magic. Under the magic wand of Kate Lyle, the strong wind is constantly emerging. About 2 minutes later, Kate Lyle put away her wand, walked towards the next hole and said, "This is a dead end, and it should be full of danger." Roy Sophie looked at Kate Lyle's operation, a little confused. It wasn't until Kate Lyle tried 3 times in a row that she heard a whistle-like sound coming back from the 4th cave. Roy Sophie knew what Kate Lyle was doing. Through the wandering of the wind, the continuous influx and the perception of changes helped Kate Lyle judge whether it is safe or not. Kate Lyle listened attentively, pondered slightly, looked towards the 5th hole in the same way, stayed for 2 minutes, and then walked to the last hole. The strong wind entered it, and after a while it made a sound similar to that of the 4th hole, but the 6th hole was somewhat sharp, like a long whistle. Kate Lyle listened for a while, pointed to the 4th and 6th holes respectively, and said, "These 2 holes lead to deeper depths, but you may experience something, or you may not experience anything. In addition, it will also lead to 2 different places, which may be within the confines of the palace, or outside the confines of the palace." Sophie Roy heard the words, pondered slightly, looked at Kate Lyle and said, "I want to hear Master Kate Lyle's opinion." Kate Lyle smiled and said, "As far as I am concerned, there is no choice. No matter how dangerous the enemy is, can it be dangerous to me?" Roy Sophie paused, understood, and said, "Then go in from the 4th hole. Even though I've heard wandering poets say that 4 is not a number with good omens, I sometimes have to envy the story of the phoenix rising from the ashes. That wandering poet is not a good thing." Kate Lyle turned around and walked into the 4th hole, laughing. Roy Sophie was stunned, a little confused. Why is this wandering poet not a good thing? The choice of Prince Roy Sophie, the eulogy of the wandering poet, Kate Lyle said something casually and did not make any extra choices, because for Kate Lyle there is almost no danger in such a passage. Seeing that Kate Lyle was about to disappear into the cave, Roy Sophie hurriedly chased after her. The two walked one after the other in the cave, which was dark and damp. Balls of light floated in front of and behind Kate Lyle and Roy Sophie, illuminating the surroundings. Sophie Roy looked at the ball of light that didn't need Kate Lyle's hands at all, and was already a little numb. There seems to be nothing that can stump Kate Lyle. The ground is a bit wet. Is there water where we are going? Roy Sophie looked at the ground and asked with some doubts. Kate Lyle did not answer Prince Roy Sophie, but moved on. A few minutes later, the two came to a place, and the sound of water flowed clearly in their ears. In a space of about 100 square meters, there is actually a small waterfall. Below the waterfall is a pool, which emits blue light, and everything under the pool can be clearly seen. That is a stone that can emit blue light, so the blue light is emitted in this pool. Roy Sophie looked at the water in the pool, looked around again and said, "There is no eternity ring here. In this space except for the pool and small waterfall, there is nothing else around, it is empty." Kate Lyle smiled slightly, pushed Roy Sophie on the back, and the whole person fell into the pool instantly. Roy Sophie entered the nearly 3-meter deep pool. She was a little dazed, subconsciously about to float to the surface, but she saw Kate Lyle standing steadily under the pool, the miraculous phenomenon of being soaked in water. Just when Sophie Roy wondered how Kate Lyle did it, he was grateful for the water around him, moved away from him, and formed a huge blister around him, enveloping him in it. Roy Sophie stood firmly at the bottom of the water, as if walking on the ground, and her breathing was completely unaffected. For a while she was extremely calm. Kate Lyle continued to move forward, like a fish swimming in the water, very fast. Roy Sophie took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart so as not to lose track of her. The depth and length of the underground waterway are very large and wide. Sophie Roy followed Kate Lyle, looked around, and was shocked to find that there were carved stone statues on the walls around them. The symbols of these stone statues are all knights in armor. However, due to the baptism of time and water, these knights appear a little blurred, so their shapes look a little strange and hideous. Walking out of the water, Roy Sophie looked around and found herself in a forest. But what puzzled Roy Sophie was that he didn't have any impression of this place, as if the forest in front of him appeared suddenly. "Master Kate Lyle, where is it?" Sophie Roy asked curiously. Kate Lyle turned around, looked at Roy Sophie, and said with a smile, "Do you think it's incredible, and I don't have any impression of this place?" Roy Sophie nodded when she heard the words and said, "Yes, I have lived here for many years, and I know everything about Isladu very well, but I have never seen this place at all. This is an independent space." Kate Lyle stared at the picture in front of her and said with a smile, "Isladu is a special person. He has special power, or borrowed the hands of others to make this place extracted from the original world. So there is the world you see in front of you. The world won't be very big, but this is our goal." After hearing what Kate Lyle said, Sophie Roy understood a little bit, but at the same time she was looking forward to it and said, "Professor Kate, can we get the Eternal Ring now?" "Probably." Kate Lyle thought for a while and said, "The air in this space is very clear. As far as the eye can see, it is lush and colorful like a paradise. Walking in front, you can see roads, which makes Kate Lyle ponder slightly. The two continued on and soon saw a small castle. Roy Sophie was a little shocked and a little happy when she saw the small castle that appeared, and said excitedly, "It's a castle, the Eternity Ring must be inside." Kate Lyle nodded upon hearing this and said with a smile, "If there are no accidents, we should be able to find the Eternity Ring." Sophie Roy rushed to the castle impatiently, stretched out her hand, and pushed open the heavy door. The door was heavy, but Roy Sophie relied on her own strength to push the door open. This brute force was somewhat beyond Kate Lyle's expectations. Although Roy Sophie was short and looked like a weak person, the strength he had just shown was completely inconsistent with his personal image. However, the ruthlessness and strength of the opponent's ability to charge and kill on the battlefield cannot be underestimated. The door was opened, and Kate Lyle frowned slightly. For a castle that has not been used for a long time, it stands to reason that the air inside should be very turbid, but this is not the case. Roy Sophie was not aware of this and continued to walk forward. The dark castle, because the gate opened, ushered in the light. The same is true. Roy Sophie and Kyle Lyle also saw the armored knights standing on both sides. Click, click, click. At this moment, an armored knight moved. Seeing such a scene, Roy Sophie was a little taken aback, and then saw the bright red eyes under the helmet. Roy Sophie immediately grabbed the sword and was ready to fight at any time. Boom! Several thick axes fell to the ground, shining with cold light. When Roy Sophie was looking for the axe dropped by the armored knight, 3 armored knights jumped out and chopped towards Roy Sophie. Roy Sophie turned around, dodged a sword, turned around and kicked an armored knight away, and another body was wrong, sticking to an armored knight, holding the sword in his backhand, cutting towards the armored knight's neck, and quickly pulled away distance. But the armored knight didn't give him time to continue thinking, and more armored knights attacked Roy Sophie. Roy Sophie was a little surprised and didn't understand what was going on. These armored knights didn't come 2 meters in front of Kate Lyle at all, and they were beaten out of their wits by balls of light. But obviously they found the wrong person. Not only Roy Sophie here, even Kate Lyle was attacked. Kai kai kai. The next moment, a black smoke was seen coming out of the mouth of the helmet, and the armored knight also turned into a helmet all over the place. The armored knight, whose neck was scratched by the sword, had a silver light on his neck and trembled. It seems that this armored knight is an air toy. The strength and speed of armored knights are not slow, even very fast and brave, and these armored knights also have good fighting wisdom. However, they themselves have no flesh. It is the power of the soul that supports their actions. Every armored knight is a force and an individual. The armored knight who was hit by the ball of light will instantly lose his soul and lose his strength, turning into an armor. The same is true for the armored knight, who was cut by Roy Sophie with a sword. It didn't take long, except for the armored knight who died in the hands of Kate Lyle. All others died in the hands of Roy Sophie, and the sword played a big role in this. "Master Kate Lyle, these armored knights?" Sophie Roy asked curiously. "This is an undead, and it looks like a dead dwarf warrior," Kate Lyle explained. "Undead, black magic." Roy Sophie immediately reacted after hearing the words. Why are there undead here? Could it be that the hidden eternal ring is related to the necromancer? Necromancer. It was Kate Lyle's turn to be curious. That was a legend a long time ago, Roy Sophie recalled. According to legend, there have been two powerful wizards for countless years. One is called the Great Wizard in White Robe, and the Wizard of the Holy Spirit, and the other wizard is called the Necromancer. Necromancers are powerful, but they also represent death and darkness. Because where necromancers go, there are often a lot of deaths, epidemics, and dead silence. What the necromancer did was outraged by both humans and gods, and the people of all races were terrified, so they sought the help of the Holy Spirit wizard who practiced deep in the mountains. The Wizard of the Holy Spirit lamented that the world was shrouded in darkness, without the vigor and vitality of the past, so he agreed to take action to destroy the necromancer. So, the Holy Spirit wizard and the necromancer fought a battle in a certain valley. The Holy Spirit wizard severely injured the necromancer, and was escaped by the opponent, and disappeared from sight. Not long after, the Wizard of the Holy Spirit also disappeared from everyone's sight. After disappearing, the Wizard of the Holy Spirit gave the 3 tokens on his body to the 3 most powerful races at that time. They were the High Elf King, the Dwarf race Isladu, and the Half-Orc High Priest. In fact, not all the half-orcs are ignorant, nor are they all warriors who only know how to charge and fight. On the contrary, there are priests among the half-orcs, and they also know black magic. According to records, the necromancer appeared later, bewitched the high priest at that time, and launched a war with the intention of snatching the crown of elves and the ring of eternity. There is no record of whether the necromancer got the moss scepter, because after that, there has been no necromancer. Even if there are rumors in the rivers and lakes, most of them are some people who come out to play tricks and scare people. After listening to Roy Sophie's information about necromancers, Kate Lyle looked around again and thought about it. Master Kate Lyle, are these undead related to necromancers? Roy Sophie asked with some uncertainty. Necromancer means ominous and powerful, especially the existence of legends, which has to worry Roy Sophie. Lifespan is hard to say. The high elves can easily live for 500 or 600 years, and even the dwarves can live for about 200 years. As for wizards, the more powerful they are, the longer they live. For example, the Wizard of the Holy Spirit has lived for thousands of years before fighting with the necromancer. I don't know, but it's a piece of cake to figure out what he says, Kate Lyle said confidently. Kate Lyle did not continue to look around in the hall, but started to walk inside the small castle. The gate of the small castle was closed silently following the departure of Kate Lyle and Roy Sophie, and the lights were lit up, releasing faint blue flames, and the air in the room did not heat up because of this. On the contrary, it has decreased somewhat. A series of ghosts exuding pale green lights slowly walked out from the wall. They stood there quietly. Each ghost had a different expression change, and judging from their height and clothing, they were all dwarves and they were all wealthy people. None of these ghosts went deep into the castle, as if their activity space was limited to this hall. Kate Lyle and Roy Sophie walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The corridor is full of armored knights, with red eyes all looking at them. There is a penetrating visual impact. Roy Sophie swallowed, startled by the scene in front of her, and tightened the sword in her hand. Kate Lyle stretched out her hand, waved her wand and said, "Spirit of light, listen to my call, drive away the evil spirits in front of you and restore a free soul, the holy light." The impact of the holy light swept across the entire corridor. In an instant, the dark breath of death was purified from the armored warriors in the corridor, and white souls flew out, turning into dwarf warriors one by one. The soul of the dwarf is indescribable, but it pays tribute to Kate Lyle with noble etiquette, and finally disappears into the darkness. The armor fell all over the floor, and the sound of iron objects colliding was very crisp and somewhat noisy. Roy Sophie looked at the scene in front of her, took a deep breath, and followed Kate Lyle to move forward. Wherever he went, all the armored knights that appeared were purified by Kate Lyle, and their souls were liberated. In the end, Kate and Lyle came to the 3rd floor of the small castle. There is only one door on the 3rd floor, and there is more than 100 square meters of space in front of the door. Roy Sophie stepped forward and was about to use brute force to open it, but he found that his strength was not reflected here. Roy Sophie, who had been struck with a shock, immediately held the sword with a vigilant expression and stood on guard. The magic power surged, and the heavy door trembled slightly, and then began to open towards the inside. The moment the door opened, a cold breath of death rushed towards the face, making people feel as if they were under fear. Kate Lyle smiled, took out her wand, pointed at the door and said, "Allahu is open." Roy Sophie was trying to push the door open just now with all her strength. Her face was flushed and she was sweating. This is a door that has been released with magic, and there is still magic lingering in it. It cannot be solved by brute force. Kate Lyle patted Roy Sophie and explained, "Ha ha ha." Seeing this, Kate Lyle laughed and said, "I see that you are full of energy, and I am a little embarrassed to dampen your enthusiasm. Rather than doing this now, I'd rather you remind me from the beginning," Roy Sophie said embarrassingly. Roy Sophie heard the words and said with some resentment, "Master Kate Lyle, you should tell me." The door was slowly opened, black dead air rushed towards the face, and a gust of cold wind was blown. Inside the room, it was pitch black and you couldn't see your fingers. It gave people a weird feeling. Roy Sophie plucked up her courage and was about to step in, but was blocked by Kate Lyle. "Master Kate Lyle, who are you?" Sophie Roy asked in confusion. "Just follow me," Kate Lyle laughed. Sophie Roy nodded when she heard the words, and stopped when Kate Lyle was walking in front. The ball of light shone, but it couldn't illuminate the entire room. The billowing black air of death was trying hard to prevent the light from passing through their bodies. Kate Lyle snorted coldly when she saw such a scene. A dazzling light bloomed on her body. The dazzling light pierced the darkness, and the room ushered in light. "There's a person there." Roy Sophie's voice sounded, and darkness once again ushered in the room, and it competed with the light. Along with the darkness, there are also undead like dementors, with teeth and claws, looking very terrifying. The corners of Kate Lyle's mouth curled up slightly, and she stood quietly on the spot, allowing the darkness to strike. The holy light on her body lingered, tearing apart all the darkness. The undead were torn apart by the light in the darkness, and even the darkness disappeared. A figure also appeared in Kate Lyle's field of vision. He was sitting on a throne, wearing a crown on his head, and a golden ring on his finger, exuding a cold aura. What is even more surprising and shocking is that this person's skeleton is exactly 1.8 meters tall, not like a dwarf's skeleton at all. "Is that ring an eternity ring?" Roy Sophie asked expectantly, staring at the gold ring on her finger. Kate Lyle looked at the gold ring, waved her wand, and cast the flying charm on the gold ring. The golden ring was trembling on the finger, and it was about to jump out of control. And at this moment, the skeleton sitting on the throne moved, and with a hook of his finger, the golden ring was firmly held in his hand. "How many years has someone finally come?" A hoarse voice echoed in the room, and the breath of death wandered around the room again. The temperature also began to drop by 10 degrees, like being in a world of ice and snow. The skeleton sitting on the throne, shrouded in black aura, exuded huge magic power, and Kate Lyle also showed surprise on her face. The breath of death dissipated, and the skeleton on the throne became a living person with flesh and soul. This is a young man who looks to be only 26 or 17, with a shabby black robe covering his body and curly brown hair. Under his handsome appearance, he has a pair of green pupils like snake pupils, giving people a kind of weird visual impact. "Who are you?" Roy Sophie looked at the person sitting on the throne and asked, "Why are you here? Who am I?" The man in black robe stood up slowly and said with a smile, "I have been sleeping for so long that I almost forgot who I am." "William Thomas." The black-robed man moved his muscles and bones slowly, walking around and said, "If I remember correctly, this is my name." William Thomas stopped, looked at Kate Lyle and said, "But I prefer that they call me Necromancer, Dark Knight." After hearing what William Thomas said, Sophie Roy's expression suddenly changed, and she became extremely vigilant. The power of the Necromancer is beyond doubt. Especially, without knowing what kind of strength the opponent has now, it gives people an unfathomable feeling. Kate Lyle looked at William Thomas, with sparkles in her eyes, and asked curiously, "Is it because of a curse that you are half dead?" William Thomas was slightly surprised when he heard Kate Lyle's words, and then he looked at Kate Lyle carefully and said, "You are not that old guy who is a Holy Spirit mage, but I feel that you are stronger and stronger than that old guy. The power of light." "So who are you?" William Thomas stared at Kate Lyle and asked, "Kate Lyle." Kate Lyle said softly, "A tourist from another world. From another world." William Thomas immediately became interested when he heard the words, and said with a smile, "It seems that you got the bell and got here through him. Can you tell me how that world is now?" "When I came to this world back then, those noble guys were still working hard for the so-called pure blood to rule the world, but they were hit again and again, and they couldn't even get out of that continent. The sea cut off their hope." Kate Lyle was shocked by what William Thomas said, and looking at it like that, it didn't seem like she was lying. "Aren't you a native of Small World?" Kate Lyle asked hesitantly. William Thomas recalled the past and said, "I am a Gaul. In my time, wizards were the rulers of theocracy, but with the increase of wizards, the deeper the interest entanglement, the stronger the ambitions of wizards. I was tired of those fights, so by chance, I found the existence of this world and used alchemy to create a bell. After entering this world, Ask my servant to hide the bell and related methods of entering this world. Around 1000 BC, the Celts moved from the mountains of Central Europe to the place where France is now, and they were called Gaul by Rome, and the local people were therefore called Gauls. William Thomas, on the other hand, was a high-status wizard active in the 4th century. Listening to what William Thomas said, Kate Lyle fell into a brief thought, and then said, "Although it is very unexpected, I have to say that it is even more surprising that you can survive to this day. I'm curious, is it because of the eternal ring or the curse that you can live until now?" Roy Sophie stood aside. Although the atmosphere didn't look so domineering, she still didn't dare to relax, but she was full of curiosity about William Thomas' past. In addition, Roy Sophie was also shocked that William Thomas actually admitted that Kate Lyle was powerful, far surpassing the legendary Holy Spirit mage. In other words, those legends are true. William Thomas, the legendary necromancer, is standing in front of him. How false is the legend? William Thomas raised his hand, looked at the golden ring on his index finger, and said with a mocking look on his face, "It's been a long time, living doesn't make people happy, what's the point of living?" Speaking of this, William Thomas' gaze suddenly became crazy and ferocious, his snake-like pupils suddenly enlarged, and the veins on his forehead popped out, and he said hoarsely, "However, the power and benefits brought by this ring, it's really crazy, it's obsessive." Like a split personality, William Thomas quickly calmed down again and said in a calm tone, "Such a temptation, the old fellow Holy Spirit wizard is willing to part with it. I have to admire him. But if I don't, how am I going to get the Eternity Ring?" Kate Lyle looked at William Thomas at this time, obsessed with the power brought by the Eternity Ring, and shook her head slightly. No matter where it is, powerful power will always make people crazy and lose themselves in it. And that was the case with William Thomas at this time. "Do you think I'm rotten?" William Thomas smiled when he saw Kate Lyle shaking her head. "Think I'm bewildered by this powerful force?" "You can think of it that way, but what I'm going to tell you is that from the very beginning, I wanted to be strong, and I've always been steadfast. After I came to this world without restraint, I can kill as much as I want, so I have been getting stronger. I originally thought that I could dominate this world, but it wasn't until the appearance of the Wizard of the Holy Spirit that I discovered that there are more powerful forces in this world." Having said that, William Thomas fell silent, and his expression looked even more downcast. And then, Kate Lyle saw that William Thomas didn't continue, so he said, "You were defeated by the Wizard of the Holy Spirit, and you were seriously injured and dying. However, you discovered that the Moss Scepter was in the hands of the half-orc High Priest. In order to gain power, you bewitched the Orc High Priest and started a war. While bewitching the half-orc High Priest, he is also planning the dwarves of Isladu. When the army of half-orcs suppressed the dwarves, you took advantage of it and finally got the Ring of Eternity. My speculation, I don't know if it is close to reality." After hearing what Kate Lyle said, William Thomas smiled and applauded. "Although it is not detailed, it is infinitely close to the truth. Then what are you going to do next? Take the Eternity Ring from me." William Thomas's expression at this time was a bit indifferent and excited, and he licked his lips, adding a bit of evil charm. "Root, you underestimate me." Kate Lyle stretched out her hand and said to William Thomas, "I always take what I need by myself." The smile on William Thomas' face became more and more weird. At the same time, the death aura on his body became more and more intense, stirring the black robe. "Wraith wandering in the darkness, heed my call and tear apart the enemy in front of you, the Dark Apostle." As William Thomas waved his wand and released the spell, Wraith Knights appeared beside him, guarding William Thomas in the middle. These Wraith Knights are very powerful, exuding an aura that makes Roy Sophie feel trembling. Kate Lyle was a little shocked when she heard William Thomas chanting the spell, and seeing the summoned Wraith Knights, she also narrowed her eyes. This guy is really special. He has already mastered the summoning magic in the dark magic. Among elemental magic, the advanced magic of dark magicians involves summoning magic, and with the different summoning magic, the summoned monsters are also different. According to the classification of the dark magic system, necromancers are a kind of dark magic, and they are good at summoning. From the perspective of the dark magician system, a black wizard can only be regarded as an ordinary dark magician, and it is still much worse than a necromancer. However, William Thomas can evolve from a dark wizard to a necromancer, and he can summon monsters, which is very remarkable. Not bad summoning magic, but in my opinion, yours is a little bit worse. Let me show you the power of dark elemental magic. Kate Lyle stretched out her hand. The dark elemental magic emerged from her body, the magic circle flickered under her feet, and 3 huge hellhounds appeared beside Kate Lyle. Cerberus, with 3 heads, with black flames burning on the limbs and forehead, is more suitable for the title of Cerberus than Lu Wei in Hogwarts College. Roy Sophie was trembling standing beside Kate Lyle, just because the power released from the hell 3-headed dog was too powerful. William Thomas looked at the 3-headed hellhound summoned by Kate Lyle, his face filled with shock. In William Thomas' cognition, there is no second person who can summon monsters like him. However, Kate Lyle's performance slapped him hard. Are you a necromancer too? No, how could you be a necromancer? You clearly have the holy light on your body. How could a person with the holy light be a necromancer? William Thomas looked at Kettler, a little incoherent and unbelievable. William Thomas believed what his eyes saw. But what about the dark aura lingering around Kate Lyle? Kate Lyle showed a smile on her face and said, "What you see with your eyes may not be fake. For example, now, your Wraith Knight has no resistance under the attack of my hell 3-headed dog." Before the words were finished, the hell 3-headed dog had already launched a charge. Wherever the hell 3-headed dog passed, the Wraith Knights of William Thomas were killed or burned to death one after another. The battle continued in an instant and ended in a short time. William Thomas looked at the Wraith Knight he had summoned, which was killed in a short time, and his expression changed accordingly. The strength gap is clear at a glance, and there is no resistance. Dark imprisonment. A voice sounded, and William Thomas, who was about to continue shooting, was tied up by a rope made of dark elemental energy like a bale of hay. Black air was shining on William Thomas, trying to break free from control, but nothing. Under my magic, don't try to break free with your little means. Seeing that William Thomas was going to continue to release magic, Kate Lyle snatched William Thomas' wand with a disarming spell. In fact, with their level of cultivation, magic can be released without a wand. In addition, a binding spell cannot control William Thomas, who knows the magic of undead, because he can untie it instantly and escape far away. Naturally, Kate Lyle would not give William Thomas this opportunity, and directly controlled the opponent with a strong force. When he came to William Thomas, he stretched out his hand and hooked his fingers. The golden ring broke free from William Thomas' finger and fell into Kate Lyle's hand. Starting with the Eternity Ring, Kate Lyle felt the difference. A powerful negative energy is trying to confuse it. In this regard, Kate Lyle was unmoved, and the holy light wrapped the Eternity Ring in it. What? The screams sounded, and William Thomas was in incomparable pain, and streaks of holy light appeared on his body, burning the skin of his body. Kate Lyle was unmoved. The holy light was still purifying the eternal ring, and William Thomas was also being burned under the holy light. Please stop. I am willing to surrender and be your most loyal servant. I am willing to sign a contract. William Thomas was in extreme pain. He was restrained, unable to struggle, and could only allow the holy light to burn his body continuously. If it continues, it won't take long before he will be purified and completely disappear from this world. The tragic situation of William Thomas made Roy Sophie feel terrified. Just because William Thomas at this time has no flesh and blood, only a bloody skeleton is left, but William Thomas is still not dead at this time. The holy light was still burning his body, and when his body was about to perish, the bones would turn black, and with just a slight movement, they would turn into dust and float into the air. In this way, just for a moment, when the Eternity Ring was completely purified, William Thomas also had his last breath left. A faint flame flickered in William Thomas's head. It was the fire of William Thomas' soul. The Eternal Ring not only has great power, but also has the power of curse. When a person keeps relying on the Ring of Eternity and is bewitched to the point of falling, the curse begins. While giving you strength, it is corroding your heart. While giving you a long life, it also requires you to continue to kill to repay it. But it's not that there is no way to solve the power of the curse. Gathering the Zemo's scepter and the elf crown will allow you to have great power and not be affected by the curse. It's a pity, you just got the moss scepter, but you didn't have the strength to continue to move and fell into a deep sleep. It seems that you were seriously injured in the battle with the Holy Spirit Wizard. Kate Lyle watched the holy light dissipate and became more lustrous, and the warm Eternity Ring said calmly, after she could no longer hear the bewitching voice. William Thomas, do you think your old opponent, the Holy Spirit Wizard, is he still alive? Kate Lyle paused for a moment, then asked again. William Thomas's soul fire was jumping, but he didn't answer Kate Lyle's question. Seeing this, Kate Lyle stretched out her hand, and the energy of the dark element merged into the soul fire of William Thomas. In an instant, the fire of the soul surged rapidly, as if taking a big tonic pill. In just a few breaths, the soul fire became as big as a wash basin and turned into the head of William Thomas. As the guardian of this world, he doesn't die that easily. Perhaps at this time he is hiding in a certain corner, secretly watching the movement of this world. When I appear in this world, he will appear. William Thomas was silent for a moment. Facing the mighty Kate Lyle, he chose to submit. A character like him, when he can live, absolutely does not want to die. Therefore, I can only answer Kate Lyle as much as possible. Kate Lyle glanced at William Thomas and said lightly, "How do you want to live?" Hearing Kate Lyle's words, William Thomas was a little excited and said, "I can help you lead out the wizard of the Holy Spirit. However, you need to find the elven crown and the moss scepter to help me truly resurrect." William Thomas keenly sensed that the powerful Kate Lyle was very interested in the wizard of the Holy Spirit, and he used this as a condition. Kate Lyle nodded, stretched out her hand, and grabbed William Thomas. William Thomas wanted to struggle, but he held back. Because of the consequences, it is very dangerous. Kate Lyle pointed her finger at William Thomas's head and said, "Swear." William Thomas' soul fire shook violently and struggled for a moment, then finally calmed down and chose to compromise. "From now on, I will serve Kate Lyle for eternity and protect you at any time, and live to serve you. My body is yours, my thoughts are yours, and everything about me is for your use. Honorable Master, please accept this humble contract from me, and let me be by your side for the rest of my life," William Thomas said in a somewhat humble tone, and a powerful force also landed on the fire of his soul. This is a powerful contract force, unless Kate Lyle personally terminates the contract. Otherwise, he will be restricted by Kate Lyle for the rest of his life. And Kate Lyle only needs one thought to let him die alive under the endless curse, and he will never be reborn forever. After completing the master-servant contract, Kate Lyle immediately released dark elemental energy, which fell on William Thomas. Under the tremendous power, William Thomas became a pure energy body, just like a ghost. Roy Sophie watched from the sidelines the whole time, didn't speak, and didn't help. In this way, Kate Lyle got the eternal ring, and the legendary necromancer became Kate Lyle's servant. All of this happened in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Sophie Roy patted his face, making himself more energetic, and then asked, "Master William Thomas, can I ask you a question?" William Thomas glanced at Roy Sophie, didn't want to answer, but with Kate Lyle by his side, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. "I can answer your question," William Thomas said coldly. "It is rumored that when my ancestor was 60 years old, he died in the battle with the orcs in the Valley of Lost. Is this true?" Roy Sophie stared at William Thomas and asked. "Yes, he was already killed at that time. I killed him," William Thomas said calmly. "In fact, he was seriously injured and dying, and the dwarves fell into the trap of the half-orcs, so at that time, he and I completed an agreement. I want to become like him, lead you dwarves to defeat the half-orcs, and leave the Valley of Lost alive." After hearing this fact, Sophie Roy fell silent after being slightly taken aback. At this time, talking about revenge is a joke. That happened countless years ago, and there is no grievance or resentment. Besides, if what William Thomas said is true, then William Thomas is also indebted to the dwarves. Otherwise, the dwarves at that time were calculated by the half-orcs, and the dwarfs would probably never recover from that time, and even now they have been extinct by the half-orcs. Now that the matter has been resolved and the eternal ring is in hand, it's time for us to leave here. Kate Lyle's voice sounded, and Roy Sophie regained his energy. Going back the same way, this time Kate Lyle has William Thomas in a soul body beside her. As a soul body, he was also placed on a crystal ball by Kate Lyle, and as he walked out of the cave, he returned to the king's room again. Roy Sophie looked at the sleeping Borg, stepped forward with the sword in hand, and stepped forward to end Borg's life directly. The existence of these Death Eaters made him hate. If these Death Eaters hadn't helped the orcs, the Isladu kingdom would not have been defeated by the orcs, and they didn't need to wander outside. Kate Lyle did not stop Roy Sophie, and after the opponent killed Borg, she took him away from Isladu. Not long after Kate Lyle and others left, when some Death Eaters were looking for Borg, they discovered that Borg had been killed. Borg's death also directly caused a commotion. Ganesh also arrived at the first time, and started looking for the murderer with the Death Eaters and orcs. Ganesh looked at the dead Borg with a gloomy face, clenched his fists and was very angry. The dwarf army is already approaching them, if that's all. Gans is not afraid at all. However, if the elves and goblins are also involved, it will be different. The magic of the elves and goblins is also very dangerous, and it is not something that half-orcs can deal with, and the number of their Death Eaters is far from being comparable to that of elves and goblins. Facing the constant approach of the army, this should have been commanded and faced by Borg. Now, as the second person under Borg, he must take over such a burden. "My lord, what should we do next?" A Death Eater stood behind Ganesh and asked blankly. What should I do if there is nothing? Since they are here, let them never go back. We don't have as many wizards as they do, but we have enough half-orcs. It's not like we don't have the means to deal with wizards. Let the orcs move and let them feel the horror of war again. Ganesh came to the window, stared into the distance with a gloomy expression and said, "The Death Eaters took action and organized an army of orcs." It didn't take long to see the half-orcs of Isladu, under the organization of the Death Eaters, roaring, and the army of Death Eaters also gathered continuously and left towards the distance. As the kingdom of the dwarves, Isladu has relatively stable and safe fortifications besides the city built on the mountain. The dwarf army is only 30,000 in number. These 30,000 people are also all the fighting forces of the dwarves today, and they will go all out for this battle. The goblins, under the leadership of Grice and Nost, brought 1,500 goblins, drove the goblin ark and floated above the dwarves, full of fighting spirit. On the side of the High Elves, under the leadership of the princess of the High Elf King, Lauren Alice, organized 3,000 High Elf warriors to join the dwarf warriors in the grassland. Gathering the forces of the three parties, the total combat power is 34,500, which is nothing compared to the 100,000 troops of the orcs. However, Roy, Sophie and the others were full of confidence against 100,000 orcs with such combat power. Although half-orcs have a strong physique, the dwarves also have them, and they are more brave and good at fighting. Harry, Malfoy and others followed in the dwarf army, looking at the neat army in front of them. They were full of shock. Although they have participated in several battles before, this time, what they will experience is a larger-scale battle with more warriors. Before coming, could you have imagined that our trip would be so exciting? Cedric asked with a smile as he flew in midair, looking at the army moving in front of him. We're going through battles that don't belong to our age group, and more than once. However, I can clearly feel how powerful I have become over the past few years. Cedric's voice echoed in the air, and Harry and the others couldn't help recalling their experience during this time. No matter how powerful you are no match for me. Malfoy said with a smug smile on his face when he heard Cedric's words. During this period of time, Malfoy has also been tempering himself. What's more interesting is that Malfoy, Harry and Neville have all been blessed by the female elves. Especially Harry has been blessed by Queen Alice. Because of the blessing, Malfoy, Neville and Harry had a great improvement in magic and spiritual power, and they were directly promoted from junior magicians to intermediate magicians. The same is true, Malfoy can now release intermediate magic with relative ease. When Cedric heard this, he was so envious that he didn't know what to say. Malfoy himself was already very powerful as a magic warrior, but now that he has advanced to an intermediate magician, it will be even more difficult. Hermione, Luna and Carly felt very regretful and disappointed when they thought of the elf's blessing. The small expectations in their hearts have not been realized. On the outskirts of Isladu, an army of 100,000 orcs has gathered here, and everyone is restless. Except for the orcs, there are hundreds of giant monsters tens of meters high, and each monster is holding a huge chain hammer. The chain hammer is waving in their hands, and throwing it out will cause huge destructive and lethal power. At the same time, this is also very dangerous for the goblins on the elven ark. The Death Eaters stood on the city wall, looking at the gathered united army with indifferent expressions. Gans stood on the high platform, looked at the army gathered in front of him, smiled on his face and said, "Attack." Woo, the horn of attack sounded, and the already restless half-orc holding a mace charged without hesitation. The roar of the half-orcs resounded throughout the battlefield, and the scene of an army of 100,000 half-orcs running up made the ground tremble even more. This even more shocking scene made Harry and others even more shocked and more visually impactful. Spirit of light, listen to my call, and bless the warriors who dare to challenge the darkness and protect the light in front of you, protect the light. At Kate Lyle's feet, a six-pointed star array emerged, holding a white jade wand. A huge magic power emerged, and the holy light shrouded the dwarves, elves and goblins who had not yet charged, and even Harry and others. Under the shroud of the holy light, the aura of everyone on the dwarf side increased instantly. An auxiliary magic at the level of forbidden spells was blessed on everyone. William Thomas, who was hiding in the crystal ball, was shocked when he saw such a scene. What kind of existence is this? It is simply too terrifying to be able to attach magical buffs to tens of thousands of people. On the city wall of Isladu, countless Death Eaters were stunned by the holy light in front of them. How is this going? The range covered by this holy light is too wide. Is that human being? Gans clenched his fists tightly, his eyes widened in disbelief and horror. On the elven ark, the goblins, as the third layer of protection, constantly cast magic on the half-orcs below, and most of them aimed at those half-orcs with long-range attacks. Nature needs to focus on protection. The archery of the elves is very powerful, and the magic power is also very amazing. At the first moment, he thought that this was the magic of the High Elf King, but he quickly rejected it. The same is true. Ganesh felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. The two powerful war machines collided in an instant, and as expected, the half-orc who rushed to the front was instantly killed by the impact. At this time, the dwarves under the holy light stretched out to form a thin wall, but they blocked the orcs fiercely, preventing them from rushing in and posing a greater threat to the elves, because he knew that even the High Elf King couldn't do it here. It is an important force for distant output, and it is also a key protection object. Orcs' long-range attacks are mainly black crossbow arrows, catapults, and archers, followed by Death Eater's magic. However, in the face of such a big battle, the relatively small number of Death Eaters with astonishing combat power had no intention of fighting immediately. They looked at the battle in front of them, paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. Their expressions were very calm. Ganesh took a deep breath and looked at a person. He is Roy Sophie, the living prince of the Isladu royal family. Catch Prince Isladu alive, he must know about the Eternal Ring. It's not like they haven't taken action to capture Roy Sophie alive. However, Roy Sophie is always surrounded by masters, and their actions have failed several times. The same is true, they also directly launched a war, trying to completely kill the dwarves with the strength of the army, and completely lost Roy Sophie. Unfortunately, their operation failed again. The appearance of Kate Lyle and others directly killed the plan of the Death Eaters again. Now, Roy Sophie's impact on the battlefield is his chance. The sound of the horn resounded across the battlefield again, and the simple flag was twirling at a high place, and one order after another followed. The half-orcs who were fighting roared and began to move towards the middle of the battlefield. In the middle of the battlefield was Roy Sophie, who was protected by 12 dwarf warriors. Even so, Roy Sophie, who was wearing armor and holding a sword, was extremely brave and powerful at this time. Facing the oncoming half-orcs, he was even more sturdy with each sword. Kate Lyle was suspended in midair, looked at the oncoming giant monster, stretched out her wand, pointed at the back of the half-orc and said in a deep voice, "O Earth Elf, gather the light of the earth and destroy this world. Collapse." As magicians, Death Eaters, goblins and elves, who are particularly sensitive to the energy of the world, feel the magic released by Kate Lyle, and they are all horrified, because the magic released by Kate Lyle is really too powerful. The Death Eaters and Gans who were about to attack were even more horrified. At the same time, they were eager to know where Kate Lyle's magic would be released, and what would happen. Boom. The ground shook violently, and when everyone was still at a loss, behind the orcs under the feet of the giant monsters, the ground suddenly collapsed, and a huge pit with a radius of 1,000 meters was like a big mouth opened. Fall into it. The orcs howled and the trolls growled, but the earth could not stop them from swallowing them. In just a moment, there were nearly 40,000 half-orcs in the 100,000-strong army, and dozens of giant monsters were swallowed into it. The half-orcs couldn't get up, and the giant monster couldn't get up, especially the person who fell into it first, and was crushed to death by the other half-orcs who fell. Harry, Malfoy, Grace, Nost, the elven princess Lauren Alice, etc. were all in awe as they watched the battlefield behind the orcs. What kind of magic is this? It's so terrifying. Just a single spell engulfed the entire land and caused the loss of more than half of the orc army. As the leader of the Death Eaters in Isladu at this time, Ganesh widened his eyes and opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. The strength of this magic has completely exceeded his imagination and cognition. At this moment, before everyone recovered from the huge pit, another powerful force descended from the sky. The incomparably terrifying Tianwei overwhelmed everyone on the battlefield. They stopped fighting and looked up at the sky. There was lingering fear in their expressions. Malfoy's gaze was fixed on Leiyun, his eyes sparkled, and he said in shock, "It's so rich in thunder elemental energy, what kind of magic is Professor Kate trying to release? There is also fire elemental energy here, and I can feel their excitement and fury." Standing beside Malfoy, Harry said solemnly. For a moment, Grace, Harry, Malfoy, Lauren Alice and others all looked at Kate Lyle, and treated Kate Lyle as a god. The cloudless clear sky, the combination of late and fast, abide by the ancient contract of electricity and fire, let's bloom. Electric light thunder flame, Kate Lyle's voice sounded again, and thunderclouds quickly gathered on the battlefield on the side of the half-orcs. Rumble. Bursts of thunder sounded, and above the void, thunder and fire fell from the sky, and half-orcs fell in pieces, killing a large area in an instant. especially the half-orcs and giant monsters swallowed by the earth under the bombardment of thunder and fire, completely turned into thunder purgatory. On the battlefield, after being baptized by thunder and fire, there are not many half-orcs who can still stand. Even if they survived, these half-orcs completely lacked the courage to continue fighting. Ganesh looked at the battlefield after the thunder and fire dissipated. Half-orc corpses were strewn all over the ground, and only a few half-orcs fled. The whole person was in horror and couldn't recover. And those Death Eaters beside him looked at the battlefield and Kate Lyle on the battlefield, and they were full of panic. Such an existence is simply a god alive, and it is simply not something they can fight against. Too powerful, too terrifying. Call out, call out, call out. Unable to suppress the fear in their hearts, the trembling Death Eaters retreated one after another, completely lacking the courage to fight, just like the orcs, using apparition and leaving one after another. For a while, a slack could be seen in the sky, and Death Eaters kept leaving. Tens of thousands of dwarves, goblins, elves, Harry, etc. looked at the battlefield in front of them and the Death Eaters and orcs leaving. After a short silence, unparalleled cheers erupted the next moment. This was a battle with a scale of nearly 150,000 people, and it was also the fastest-ending battle in history, and it was also the most frightening battle in history. Facing such a fact and such a victory, the way they looked at Kate Lyle changed again. They found out again that they still underestimated the strength of Kate Lyle. With such a powerful existence, the half-orcs were like ants in front of him, with no power to resist. The death of so many people, if not dealt with in time, will create a plague, which will directly take away countless lives. And this will also become a memorial place for the dwarf warriors of Isladu to defeat the orcs and take back Isladu. Prince Roy Sophie, throw all the dead orcs into the big pit, burn them collectively, and bury them. Grice came to Roy Sophie and reminded, the half-orcs who died in battle were gathered together, and Kate Lyle shot at himself. The flame burned the entire big hole, and after burning their bones, they cast magic again to restore the earth. Roy Sophie has not forgotten what he needs to do, and before such a victory, they still have something to do. The Tiankeng disappeared, but tens of thousands of orcs were buried here. Roy Sophie heeded the advice, and tens of thousands of people took action. In Isladu's dwarf concept, the honor of fighting is to kill the enemy and step on it, making this the glory of his life. Clean up the battlefield and recover Isladu. Do you know what kind of magic Professor Kate released just now? Ronald kept replaying the scene of the battle just now in his mind, and couldn't help asking. At the beginning of the battle, they only released some magic, which was basically soy sauce. Because of the battle, among the 3 spells released by Kate Lyle, the battle ended directly. Professor Kate's first magic is the guardian magic of light element magic, Luna Jennifer said aside. The second magic released by Professor Kate is earth elemental magic, but this is not recorded in the book of earth elemental magic, so it should be recorded as forbidden spell level magic, Cedric said after Luna finished speaking. After getting on the right track from elemental magic, Kate Lyle prepared the elemental magic book for them. According to different element attributes, different element magic books can be obtained. However, the magic book here records 3 stages of magic: elementary, intermediate, and advanced. For the advanced level, there are forbidden spells and super forbidden spells. If you want to release advanced magic, you must at least be an advanced magician, and if you become a great magician, you can easily release advanced magic, and even get in touch with forbidden spells. The last magic that Professor Kate released was a combined magic, which contained the energy of the element of thunder and the energy of the element of fire. Harry responded from the side. When Professor Kate makes a move, it is magic of the forbidden level. When will we have such power? Neville sighed. You want to have such power? Mr. Longbottom, please tell me, what are you going to do with such power? Hagrid happened to walk over and heard Neville's words, so he needed Neville's round face and said. Neville's face was pinched by Hagrid, and he fell into a state of lovelessness. Neville was a little dreading seeing Hagrid all this time. This guy actually likes to play with his face, and said that the fleshy one is very handy, like holding a fat coffee cat. Seeing Neville being toyed with by Hagrid like that, Harry and the others all smirked. Harry couldn't help but took out the memory crystal and recorded this scene. Returning to Isladu again, looking at the wreckage of the building left by the battle and the blood splattered on the wall, Roy Sophie had mixed feelings in her heart. Isladu was lost from his father, and his father, his family, and his tribe also died fighting to protect Isladu. Now he has finally snatched Isladu back, but his relatives have left him forever. For a moment, Roy Sophie shed tears. Lauren Alice stood on the city wall, looking at the battlefield in front of her, her beautiful face. Because she fell into a short silence at this time, She looked a bit cold in fact. Her mind still echoed the scene after Kate Lyle released the magic. This is a handsome and powerful existence. Princess, Master Kate Lyle is here. A female elf looked at the Kate Lyle who appeared, then took a small step forward and said in a low voice. When Lauren Alice heard the words, she came back to her senses, turned her head to look at Kate Lyle who was coming, and said softly, Lauren Alice, I have met Master Kate Lyle. After the two female elves saluted Kate Lyle, they retreated not far away and stopped. Kate Lyle nodded and said, Princess Alice, you asked me to come here, what's the matter? Lauren Alice smiled slightly, took out a water-blue jade pendant from her bosom, handed it to Kate Lyle and said, I invite Master Kate Lyle to serve you. This water-blue jade pendant is like a drop of water, the size of a thumb, and looks very warm and beautiful. Kate Lyle looked at the water-blue jade pendant, hesitated slightly, then shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I appreciate your kindness. You and I are not the same way after all. Among the high elves there is such a rule. When you like someone, present your most precious personal items to the other person. At this time, Princess Alice was confessing her love to Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle did not expect that Princess Alice, who had only met twice, would express her love to him. The first time we met was at a banquet prepared by Queen Alice. The second meeting was on today's battlefield. Not to mention the sudden love, which caught people off guard, but to talk about their mutual identities, this kind of fate is only a flash in the pan in the end. Lauren Alice's hands trembled slightly, and she mustered up a lot of courage to confess to Kate Lyle, but unexpectedly she was rejected. But Lauren Alice did not give up. She looked at Kate Lyle with those blue eyes and said, Can't my beauty make you feel sorry for me? Your beauty can fascinate thousands of people in the world, and they are willing to be crazy about you. Kate Lyle said seriously, Could it be that I'm not as strong as you, so you look down on me? Lauren Alice asked again. In the world, in terms of strength, I don't know how many people are stronger than me. Kate Lyle smiled and said, There are only a few people who can make me fall in love. However, I have never met a person who can make me fall in love. Now you are only admiring me because you worship my strength. Impulsive love is not called love. Whenever you learn how to fly moths to a flame, you will know how dangerous it is to love someone. After Kate Lyle finished speaking, she slowly disappeared from Lauren Alice's eyes. For Kate Lyle, Lauren Alice is unattractively beautiful and fascinating. She is also a heroine, and she also has the beauty, wisdom, and even talent of an elf. But she is also an elf princess, and her future is the person who will succeed the queen after Queen Alice abdicates. But what exactly is a moth to a flame? Lauren Alice watched the disappearing Kate Lyle with a twinkle in her eye and wasn't disappointed. The female elf named Sani shook her head when she heard the words and said, I haven't heard of it, Your Royal Highness. Lisa asked in bewilderment, What is a moth? Why do moths jump into the fire? Feelings told her that if she wanted to get Kate Lyle, she had to understand what was going on. Sani, what is a moth to a flame? Lauren Alice asked as she watched the two personal guards coming. Lauren Alice looked at her two personal guards with a little melancholy on her face. Putting away the jade pendant, Lauren Alice hung it around her neck, looking at the battlefield outside, with doubts in her eyes. What about you, Lisa? Sani immediately looked at her companion and asked. With the help of everyone, the dwarves regained Isladu, and the dwarves were extremely excited. 30,000 dwarf warriors moved quickly under the arrangement of Roy Sophie. He separated 5,000 people and returned to Linghu town with some dry food. Today's Esla is all in ruins and needs to be rebuilt and operated, which requires the help of other dwarves. The remaining 25,000 dwarf warriors are packing up various things and distributing them for rebuilding Isladu. Respected master, you are more terrifying and powerful than I imagined. Your magic is beyond my cognition, which is unprecedented. The wizard of the Holy Spirit is in front of you, and he has no power to fight back. William Thomas looked at Kate Lyle and flattered her with admiration, without the dignity and arrogance of being a necromancer at all. In the face of absolute strength, William Thomas did not hesitate to abandon his dignity, just to cater to Kate Lyle. Kate Lyle sat on a chair by the window, facing William Thomas' flattery without the slightest response. William Thomas didn't care. Even if he is not a soul body now, William Thomas expressed his willingness to contribute his strength, pouring tea and water for Kate Lyle and beating his back. And Kate Lyle only needs to help him resurrect and teach him powerful elemental magic. In the past few days, he saw with his own eyes Kate Lyle teaching Harry how to learn elemental magic, and he also learned about the existence of dark elemental magic. For example, when Kate Lyle summoned the three-headed hellhound, William Thomas clearly felt that he could definitely develop in that direction and become even stronger. Therefore, he also seemed impatient. Montenegro, the headquarters of the Death Eaters. Ganesh and the other Death Eaters who escaped from Isla all flew back with pale faces. What happened in Isladuli had a great impact on them. Especially at this time, Ganesi's heart was full of turbulent waves, which lasted for a long time. Gans, shouldn't you organize orcs in Isladu to strangle the dwarves at this time? A voice sounded, pulling Gans, who walked into the cave, back to reality. Gans raised his head, looked at Heidi standing in front of him, his face changed slightly and said, Isla is gone, and the orc army has suffered heavy losses. Heidi's expression changed immediately when she heard the words. She stared at Ganesh and said in a deep voice, Gans, do you know what it means for you to lose Isla? Ganesh had a gloomy face and didn't speak. Have you found the eternity ring? Heidi asked again. Ganesh shook his head. This is what Ganesh regrets the most, but also what he fears the most. Because he didn't find the eternal ring and Isla was snatched back by the dwarves, he will face a huge punishment which may cost his life. You should have died in Isladu instead of coming back. Heidi looked at Gans sympathetically and said coldly, an extremely powerful existence appeared in the coalition army. He lowered the holy light, allowing the dwarves to have strong physique and strength and ignore the damage of arrows. The half-orcs are not their opponents at all. The most frightening thing is that man created a huge pit with a radius of 1 kilometer with a single spell, swallowing tens of thousands of orcs and giant monsters. It was another magic spell, which summoned thunder and flames, and precisely hit the army of half-orcs. We don't even have a chance to resist, and the army of 100,000 orcs has already lost 7 or 8. We are completely unable to resist such a terrifying existence. Ganesh said the latter, trembling uncontrollably. I believe that such a picture will always be deeply imprinted in his mind and cannot be erased for a long time. Heidi frowned after hearing what Ganesh said, and then fell into silence. He believed that Gans would not make fun of such an excuse, that is to say, the existence of the professor from Hogwarts College, who pioneered elemental magic, has unparalleled power. Come with me, you should be fine. Heidi left a word, turned and walked deeper. After hearing Heidi's words, Ganesh followed closely behind Heidi as if he had grasped the last straw. Passing through the dark corridor in a relatively wide cave, there are already 2 people waiting for their arrival. Gans, tell me what happened to you, Heidi said calmly. Ganesh didn't hide or make redundant rhetoric, and told everything that happened. However, recalling the scene at that time again still made Gans tremble uncontrollably, and there was a bit of trembling in his words. The same is true, making Heidi and the others more aware of the horror at that time and the power of Kate Lyle. Heidi waited for a moment, then said, That's the way it is, and it seems that the other party will come here without us doing anything. It's just that the opponent's strength is not so easy to deal with. Kate Lyle is helping the dwarves to take back Isladu, so it is bound to help the dwarves continue to suppress the orcs. And with the resentment towards the Death Eaters in that world, people would not miss the chance to kill them. David was silent for a moment and said, Then wait for the other party to arrive. As for whether it is as powerful as Ganesh said, we will know after the contest. Then you have to be careful, the other party is not a kind person. My Ding Johnson said, I suggest directly activate that plan. Agree, Heidi said without any hesitation. Agree, David said after being silent for a moment. David then looked at Ganesh and said, Gans, now you continue to organize the orc army. This time we will be the ones to contain the opponent, and you will lead the army of orcs, advance in concealment, and sneak attack on Isladu. Ganesh heard the words, nodded quickly, and said, Yes, I will definitely take down Isladu this time. After Ganesh finished speaking, he left quickly. He needed to organize more people and successfully captured Isladu. Kate Lyle's strength is far beyond our imagination. If we can't take him down, we can't get the Eternity Ring. It also means that our plan will be aborted, and that one will not be resurrected. David, are you sure you can control it? Heidi looked at David and asked. David smiled and said confidently, I've been imprisoned for so many years, it's almost done. In addition, we have prepared so many means here. No matter how powerful Kate Lyle is, she is still only one person after all. War is not a personal show. We have brought back Isladu. Although under the awe of Master Kate Lyle's magic, the half-orcs are still afraid to attack, but the next big-scale attack by half-orcs will definitely not be far away. My suggestion is, while everyone's morale is still strong, continue to go north and take Mount Arata completely. In the conference room of the palace, Roy Sophie sat on the throne, dressed in armor, looked at Grice, Nost, Princess Alice, Kate Lyle, Raichu and others present and said seriously. The strength of Kate Lyle made Roy Sophie see hope, and firmly believed that this time, the orcs could be completely suppressed. Your Majesty, Raichu is your loyal sword, and I am willing to fight for you on Mount Arata." Rachel glanced at Grace and the others, and was the first to stand up, half kneeling in front of Roy Sophie, and said excitedly. Roy Sophie nodded to Rachel with a smile on her face. But now what he wants more is to get the support of Kate Lyle. Therefore he set his sights on Kate Lyle. The same is true for Grace, Nosta, and Princess Alice. Seeing everyone's gazes, Kate Lyle smiled and said, "It's just a simple and easy thing to take Mount Arata. However, your enemy is not just the half-orcs in Arata Mountain, but the Death Eaters in Montenegro. If you can't get rid of all the Death Eaters, you will still have trouble after another." Roy Sophie heard the words and explained, "The half-orcs are the minions of the Death Eaters. If there are no half-orcs for them to drive, the Death Eaters can't do anything to us. So, what if they control the Dark Dragon?" Kate Lyle said lightly. When Roy Sophie and the others heard the words, their faces changed with indescribable horror. "Master Kate Lyle, although we don't want to believe it, the Dark Dragon is very special. It is immune to a lot of magic. Those Death Eaters may not be able to control the Black Dragon." Grace stepped up in horror, before said. Kate Lyle glanced at Grace and the others and said, "Although you may find it unbelievable, the fact is that the Dark Dragon is under the Montenegro right now, and it's still very quiet." Roy Sophie and the others were silent. If the Death Eaters really got hold of the Dark Dragon, then they would be in real trouble. The strength of the Black Demon Dragon is not what they say they can resist together. Even before that, when Queen Alice still had the elven crown, it was not possible. Although the Dark Dragon is very dangerous, it would be good to help you deal with the threat of the half-orcs first. Then let's do this first, go to Arata Mountain first. Kate Lyle laughed when she saw them silent and scared. Listening to Kate Lyle's words, Sophie Roy's face immediately became energetic, and she shouted, "Well, I will organize the warriors of Isladu now and level the entire Arata Mountain." If there is a choice between Death Eaters and half-orcs, Roy Sophie is more interested in fighting half-orcs. In front of the feud, there will be absolutely no hesitation. So much so that Roy Sophie had to organize the army by herself, and directly competed with Linghu for a job. Kate Lyle stopped Roy Sophie and said with a smile, "There is no need to organize an army, just a few of us can go." When Grace and the others heard this, expressions of anticipation immediately appeared on their faces. Especially Laura and Alice, who is even more excited and looking forward to it. Kate Lyle took out her wand and kicked it on the ground a few times. A six-pointed star array enveloped everyone. The next moment, everyone disappeared in the conference hall, and when they reappeared, they were already in a high mountain near Mount Arata. Half-orcs like to live in caves, so Mount Arata looks huge, but the inside is almost gutted by half-orcs. In addition, half-orcs will come out to hunt during the day, or bask in the sun near the outside of the cave. Therefore, it is too simple to take Mount Arata and cause heavy losses to the orcs. Master Kate Lyle, half-orcs will walk outside during the day, but at night they will return to the cave. Grace remembered Kate Lyle's powerful magic and quickly reminded her. Kate Lyle heard the words and looked at the time. It is still 4 or 5 hours before the sun goes down. There is absolutely no need to wait here for too much time, so he said, "It doesn't matter, what we have to do now is to destroy Mount Arata, and it is enough to be dealt a huge blow by the orcs. In this way, Isladu will have enough time to develop. I believe that in the face of the half-orcs who have suffered heavy losses, the warriors of Isladu can easily defeat them." Roy Sophie heard what Kate Lyle said, and said seriously, "The warriors of Isladu will never let the half-orcs continue to trample on our homeland. We will stand in front and protect our people. Isladu's weapon will fall towards the enemy without hesitation." Raichu moved his feet, stood behind Roy Sophie, raised his head and chest with an extremely excited expression. Because of Kate Lyle's help, they haven't put much effort and fun in the face of the orcs. Therefore, they also desperately want a battle of their own. The dwarves of Isladu not only have super high forging skills, but also have a heart that is brave and good at fighting. The six-pointed star array condensed under the feet. Kate Lyle waved his wand, looked at Mount Arata in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "O Earth Elf, gather the light of the earth and destroy this world." The sky collapses and the earth sinks. Under the horrified eyes of Grace and others again, the huge Arata mountain trembled and collapsed violently like an 8-magnitude earthquake. It was where Kate Lyle and the others were, still trembling, after a few minutes. Most of the Arata mountain, which stretched for thousands of meters, collapsed, and it is unknown how many orcs were crushed to death. Even the half-orcs who did not die, who were cut off from the outside world by being submerged in stones, would eventually die. Seeing the collapse of Mount Arata, Even Roy Sophie, who had spoken boldly before, shed tears of excitement at this time. Because it was a feud, the dwarves also desperately wanted to destroy Mount Arata. However, by fate, Isladu was captured by orcs. But now they not only took back Isladu, but also destroyed Mount Arata. The destruction of Mount Arata has no recoverability, which is more thorough. Kate Lyle looked at Mount Arata in front of him and didn't care about how many lives died in his hands. Life is such a thing, life and death. Sometimes you have to believe in fate. Fate wants to play tricks on you, even if you have hundreds of millions of assets. The right to overwhelm the world is useless. God of Death let you die in the middle of the night, even if you don't die. Now he is that grim reaper. Looking at the collapsed Arata mountain in front of him, Genesi's face was pale and helpless. Arata Mountain, the gathering place of half-orcs, is the place with the largest number of fighting forces in the world. But what about now? This place has become a ruin. I don't know how many half-orcs died in it. Some half-orcs who are still outside also escaped by luck, or half-orcs who escaped from the battlefield and are now returning. At this time, these half-orcs were downcast and full of despair. Their homes were gone, their clansmen were gone, they became homeless poor people. These half-orcs have lost the courage to fight, and if they continue to fight, they will only die. However, for the sake of planning, he had no choice. Taking a deep breath, Ganesh led the Death Eaters into Mount Arata and gathered the orcs. Gans, you should give us an explanation. Just when Ganesi led people to gather half-orcs in Arata Mountain, an old half-orc wearing beast robes and holding a scepter came over and said angrily. Gans turned back, looked at the half-orc who was approaching and said, High Priest Barrow, I am very sorry. This time we will face a very dangerous enemy. This time we will go all out to kill that person. However, before that, I need your help. When we restrain that person, take down Isladu again. The High Priest of Barrow, the priest of the half-orcs, is also the ruler. Fortunately, he escaped death because he went to find herbs. The collapse of Mount Arata and the death of the clansmen made Barrow High Priest Ari feel extremely hopeless, but he couldn't change the ending in front of him. Hearing Ganesi's words, High Priest Barrow shook his head and said, My people can't stand the casualties anymore. Your failure twice in a row, plus the collapse of Mount Arata this time, I have lost at least 100,000 clansmen. The promise you made has not been fulfilled. Gans frowned after listening to High Priest Barrow and then said, High Priest Barrow, you should understand that if the dwarves cannot be wiped out, once the dwarves are allowed to breathe and grow up, I will wait for you. Yes, there will only be greater casualties. In addition, they have powerful wizards as support. Without our magical support, you will suffer greater losses and casualties. High Priest Barrow was silent. He didn't know what Ganesh said. However, if he continued to fight, his people would only suffer greater losses. If the dwarves can't be completely taken down, then their half-orcs will really fall completely. High Priest Barrow, there is only one chance. Ganesh looked at the silent High Priest Barrow and said again. High Priest Barrow frowned, walked back and forth for a while, thinking about whether to continue fighting. After some consideration, High Priest Barrow said in a deep voice, Okay, I will trust you one more time, and this time I will also participate. Ganesh heard High Priest Barrow's words, his eyes flashed with joy, and he pretended to be calm and said, With High Priest Barrow personally participating in this, I will definitely take down Isladu this time and completely wipe out the dwarves. Defeated. With the consent and support of High Priest Barrow, the matter of gathering the half-orcs became much easier. In addition, in order to boost morale, the High Priest of Barrow continued to deepen the half-orcs' hatred of the dwarves. Therefore, it can be seen that the half-orc army, which has been filled with anger, is gathering rapidly. Ganesh looked at the 100,000 half-orc army that barely gathered in front of him, with a smile on his face. The army full of hatred in front of him is even more effective in fighting and destructive. Isladu, Roy Sophie, who returned from Arata Mountain, did not rest but took people, strengthened the defense, mined ore, forged weapons, built houses and so on. Several days passed, and with the participation of the dwarves of Linghu town in the construction, Isladu regained some prosperity and bustle, and many houses were also repaired. Harry and others, under the training of Kate Lyle, are conducting hellish training. William Thomas, a transparent person, watched the whole process with incomparable surprise and anticipation. For the existence of William Thomas, except for Roy Sophie and Kate Lyle who know his true identity, no one else knows. Harry and others are not surprised that William Thomas moves in the dark in the form of a soul, because souls are already common in Hogwarts. Lauren Alice stood on the branch, looking lightly at Harry and the others who were training in the distance. The tenderness in her eyes did not fade in the slightest. The elves have a long lifespan, generally around 800 years. Falling in love with an elf, if you don't have a long enough lifespan, it also means that when you die, the other party is still very young, and you have to face the regret and sadness of your lover's death. Lauren Alice, she is as beautiful as a flower, but she has lived for more than 200 years. Kate Lyle is only 29 years old. Of course, with Kate Lyle's strength and some special reasons, his lifespan is also somewhat long. Princess, there is a letter from the Queen. Lisa came to Lauren Alice, handed over a piece of paper and said. Lauren Alice looked at the content on the paper, narrowed her eyes and then jumped out, came to Kate Lyle and said, Master Kate Lyle, the orc army is attacking again. Also, according to my mother's prophecy, the Death Eaters will dispatch the Dark Dragon this time and cooperate with powerful wizards to kill you. When Harry and the others heard Lauren Alice's words, they all stopped training and looked over. Kate Lyle laughed and said, It's not surprising. After a pause, Kate Lyle said again, But it's useless. Lauren Alice heard the words and said quickly, The Dark Dragon is very dangerous. His scales are the legendary reverse scales, which are immune to magic damage. Among the Death Eaters, there are 3 powerful wizards who are not much weaker than my mother. Kate Lyle said calmly, Although the Black Dragon's reverse scale is immune to magic damage, it doesn't mean it is immune to all magic damage. No matter how strong the enemy is, if you don't have the strength to defeat the enemy, it's just a joke. But their efforts are not reflected in me. On the contrary, it will only set off my strength. Lauren Alice fell into a brief silence after hearing Kate Lyle's words. Kate Lyle's extreme self-confidence made Lauren Alice a little confused. What made him so confident that he could ignore the joint attack of the Dark Dragon and several strong men? Do you feel that Princess Lauren Alice seems to have thoughts about Professor Kate? Carriona looked at Lauren Alice, who was in a daze on the city wall in the distance, and couldn't suppress the gossip in her heart anymore, and said. Luna and Hermione looked at Lauren Alice's beautiful back with envy in their eyes. There is no woman who does not love beauty, especially the beauty of Lauren Alice, which is everyone's fantasy. However, such a beautiful woman fell into unrequited love at this time, and seemed to be unable to extricate herself. As expected of Professor Kate, she is so powerful and extremely handsome that Princess Lauren and Alice can fall in love with her so deeply, Luna Jennifer said adoringly. Even so, Professor Kate seems to dislike Princess Lauren Alice, Hermione said aside. Perhaps it's just because Princess Alice is too tall, and Professor Kate Lyle doesn't like it. Cedric walked by and just heard their conversation, so he said. The 3 daughters of Luna fell into a brief silence when they heard the words, and kept replaying the scene in their minds. Maybe that's true, Carriona said with a smile. Maybe not, Luna said still admiringly. Perhaps Professor Kate is unwilling to be together because he knows that they are people from 2 worlds. Hermione analyzed. The 3 girls looked at each other and smiled. They trust and love Professor Kate, but that's all and nothing else. There's nothing I can do about Princess Lauren Alice falling in love with Professor Kate Lyle. Woo 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 woo. The sound of the horn sounded, and the dwarf warriors who were scouting outside flew into the palace on a giant eagle. Not long after, the assembled battle horn sounded, and all dwarf warriors and elf warriors gathered on the city wall one after another, ready to fight. Harry and the others also gathered quickly, and under the leadership of Hagrid, they came to the city wall. Under the support of the guards, Roy Sophie also came to the city wall. More than half an hour later, the orc army also appeared in everyone's sight. The mighty army, the number is very large. What was even more shocking was that, apart from the orc army, there were also a huge number of human-faced spiders attacking from the other side. The number of these human-faced spiders, large and small, is at least about 5,000. And behind the human-faced spider, there was a stone giant 200 or 300 meters tall walking step by step. Although there are not many stone giants, there are 3 of them, which is still a huge destructive force. The appearance of the stone giant made Harry and the others open their mouths, full of disbelief. They had heard Nos nagging, but hadn't quite believed it. Looking at the huge stone giant now, it is impossible to believe it or not. Harry engram, quickly record it. Ronald reminded Harry of something as soon as he thought of it. Harry was urged to take out the memory crystal, and carefully recorded the stone giant, the human-faced spider, and the huge battlefield and orc army in front of him. This is the 5th battle I will experience in my small world. This time, we will face a more powerful enemy. Holding the crystal, recording the images, explaining and recording, Harry seemed very serious and careful. This style of painting is completely different from the performance of others, as if what is about to start in front of him is not very dangerous. Grace, Roy Sophie, Princess Alice and other natives looked at these giants with horror in their eyes. How did they do that? These giants have always been hidden in the stone forest. They may not come out of the stone forest once in 100 years, but now they come out 3 at a time. Linghu looked at the stone man and cried out in horror. This time we are in trouble. The destructive power of the stone giant will undoubtedly be greater and more dangerous. There are also human-faced spiders. Their poisonous threads and sharp claws can pose a threat to us. This time the half-orcs have sent such a powerful force in order to destroy Isladu. Grace was silent, and his expression was extremely solemn. Is that the half-orc high priest Barrow? Lauren Alice's eyes were particularly sharp, and she found a humpback sitting on a humpback twice the size of an ordinary humpback in the half-orc army. Linghu quickly searched among the half-orc army and quickly found the existence of the high priest Barrow and said, "Yes, he is the high priest Barrow of the half-orcs, the ruler of the half-orcs." It seems that the appearance of the human-faced spider and the stone giant should be brought by him. Roy Sophie's expression was very dignified. Stone giants, human-faced spiders, an army of half-orcs filled with hatred, giant monsters, and thousands of Death Eaters. Such power, even when a slough is at her peak, must be treated with caution. Master Kate Lyle. Sophie Roy looked at Kate Lyle with a pleading gaze and called. Kate Lyle nodded and said, "Don't worry, the human-faced spiders and stone giants won't pose any threat to everyone." Kate Lyle's words reassured Roy Sophie and the others. Then they turned their attention to the orc army, which was also a huge threat, but it was definitely easier than dealing with human-faced spiders and stone giants. "Nossa, go and pull up our cannon." Roy Sophie turned around, looked at his guards and shouted. Nossa left quickly, and a few minutes later 3 purple cannons were lifted up the city wall. "What is this?" Harry walked over with a crystal ball in hand and asked curiously. "This is the pinnacle of our dwarven forging skills, the magic crystal cannon." Nossa responded to Harry while leading the men to assemble and inspect the cannon. Upon hearing this, Luna said happily, "Really, is this thing useful?" Attracted by the movement here, Malfoy also walked over and asked, "This looks a bit like the cannon in the movie, but the barrel of this magic crystal cannon is bigger." Hermione looked at the magic crystal cannon and said, "This time, to recapture Isladu, in order to protect Isladu and the people, the prince asked us to find it again. Movies are like memory crystal balls. The videos synthesized and edited by technology are a bit magical. If you go back this holiday, if you still have time, I'll take you to the movies." Harry explained. "It should have been used during the last Isladu war, but a traitor appeared among us and became a Death Eater, so we missed the opportunity. In the end, we could only continue to hide the magic crystal cannon." "What's a movie?" Luna asked curiously. "Of course," Harry smiled confidently. "Of course." With fanaticism in his eyes, Nossa blushed and said excitedly, "This time, we must teach the half-orcs a profound lesson and let them know that our dwarves can stand tall in this world. Craftsmanship does not come in vain." The appearance of the magic crystal cannon made Harry and others curious, and also improved the morale of the dwarves. Kate Lyle is no stranger to the magic crystal cannon. On the contrary, Kate Lyle has more information about the magic crystal cannon in the inherited memory, which is more complete and more terrifying. Therefore, for the magic crystal cannon in front of her, Kate Lyle just looked at it and was a little curious. The magic crystal cannon was forged during the Isladu V period. My ancestors gathered the most elite forging masters and researched magic at that time. There are a total of 10 magic crystal cannons, but because they have not been used for a long time, the magic array text on the remaining 7 has lost their effect, and the 3 in front of us are still intact. Roy Sophie said somewhat regretfully. "Then have you tried it?" Kate Lyle asked curiously. Roy Sophie was a little embarrassed when she heard this and hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Roy Sophie also understood that although the opponent had the magic crystal cannon, he had never used it. This makes Kate Lyle can't help but wonder, will they really use it? Can this magic crystal cannon still be used? The half-orc army is here. High Priest Barrow looked at Isladu in the distance and said seriously, "Gans, where are your people?" Upon hearing this, Ganesh smiled and said, "According to the agreement, they should be here soon. Now, let the face-faced spider and the stone giant attack first, and draw that person out while consuming the opponent's combat power." Upon hearing the words, High Priest Barrow pondered for a while, then nodded in agreement. I saw High Priest Barrow holding the scepter and chanting continuously, and a powerful force also continuously emerged from High Priest Barrow. The human-faced Spider King, who had already approached the city, had red eyes and made a shrill sound. The originally quiet human-faced spider immediately became agitated and attacked the city. Roar! The 3 huge stone giants also roared, and their moving steps were obviously accelerated a lot. "The magic crystal cannon is ready. Aim at the 3 stone giants." Roy Sophie looked at the scene in front of her and shouted immediately. Without the slightest hesitation, Nossa added a football-sized purple crystal into the barrel of the magic crystal cannon. After the crystal was placed, an old dwarf came to the end of the magic crystal cannon, pressed his hands on it, and muttered in his mouth, and there was a weak fluctuation of magic power on the dwarf. Kate Lyle sensed this scene and took a serious look at the dwarf. Although we dwarves can't have huge magic power like elves or goblins, there are still some people in our dwarves who can have weak magic power. Through the forged alchemy items, absorbing the energy of the world to find that, and amplifying the fluctuation of magic power, is the key to this magic crystal cannon. The purple crystal that has just been released is also a kind of alchemy item. It contains a huge amount of energy inside. In the magic crystal cannon, the energy is compressed, and after flying out, it will explode quickly when it collides with any object, producing huge power to destroy everything. Seeing everyone's curiosity, Roy Sophie explained. When Roy Sophie finished explaining, a cannon sounded, and 3 beams of light were aimed at the stone giant and shot out. The speed is very fast and the power is very strong. At the moment of lasing out, everyone can feel a gust of wind blowing around them. It was a kind of force in which the surrounding air was quickly drawn out and then exploded out quickly. Boom! The magic crystal cannon successfully hit the stone giant. The stone giants who were charging were bombarded by a huge force, and the huge force impacted them, backed up again, and finally fell to the ground. Ganessi stared at the stone giant who was knocked down, his eyes widened in shock. What kind of power is that? Ganesh asked subconsciously. Magic crystal cannon. High Priest Barrow recalled the past and said calmly, if they hadn't used this thing, I would have almost forgotten it. An invention of Isladu V, a magic crystal cannon with great destructive power. In the past, when we fought against them, Isladu V took out 10 magic crystal cannons and defeated our half-orc army, completely turning the situation around. However, the reason why this magic crystal cannon can release such a powerful force has a lot to do with a kind of alchemy item, and the material for forging it is very rare, so the magic crystal cannon will not be used until the critical moment, but as a deterrent. Ganesh heard the words of High Priest Barrow, his eyes sparkled, and he said, if we can grab the magic crystal cannon and use it, then wouldn't we be invincible? High Priest Barrow glanced at Ganesh, then looked into the distance and said calmly, that's not necessarily the case. The stone giant who was hit by the magic crystal cannon stood up, and a large hole appeared on them, and even a stone giant's waist was directly pierced. The stone giant has no flesh and blood, and its whole body is made of stone. As one of the most miraculous creatures in this world, the stone giant is still alive even if his limbs are broken. And as long as their broken limbs are fused with the stone for a long time, they can be restored to obtain new limbs. But if their heads are gone, it's really life-ending. Shoot at their heads. Raichu yelled at Nossa and the others who were adjusting the angle and preparing for the next launch. Sosa and the others didn't reply, but they were trying to adjust the angle. Call out. With 3 loud bangs in succession, the magic crystal cannon successfully hit the stone giant again, but missed the head, which made Linghu and others a little anxious. The power is very powerful, but for the moving stone giants, the angle to adjust is too large. It's not worth wasting such destructive power on them. 4 of them were placed, and after seeing the power of the magic crystal cannon, he said. Roy Sophie heard the words and said, if we can't stop the stone giants and let them approach, we have no power to resist. At that time, if the human-faced spiders and orcs continue to attack, Esla will be finished. Kate Lyle smiled slightly, grabbed the wand and said, leave the stone giant to me. In addition, the special metals needed here are rare and precious, and cannot be manufactured without a strong enough forging technique. By the way, don't worry about the human-faced spiders below. That's a big project. Roy Sophie listened to Kate Lyle's opinion and immediately asked Nossa and others to stop using the magic crystal cannon. That crystal is still too rare for you, and it's not enough for you to squander. In addition, let the soldiers prepare their catapults and crossbow arrows again, and be ready to face the spider with a human face at any time. The forging of purple crystals is too troublesome. Therefore, if it can be saved, Roy Sophie doesn't want to use up all of him.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.